Hello everyone and welcome to this Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live here at a very, very lovely Wilton Mill indeed. We're here for round 3 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship, of course, on what, we couldn't ask for a better day to go racing, really, could we? We look on at the fabulous clubhouse, brilliant facilities here at Wilton Mill. Of course, you can see fans running throughout the cafe there. Very important, much needed on a day like today. We've just actually knocked ours off in the comms box because it's very powerful, but it might get turned back on in a bit. So we look on to the circuit here. I am Reeve Taylor, and it is my absolute pleasure to be joined alongside Kale Cole in the comms box. How are you doing this morning?
Hello, Reeve. How are you?
I am very good, thank you. Looking forward to today's racing. It's going to be a bit of a day of firsts, of course. We're going to have lots of drivers coming away with first place, but also it's my first time commentating on this championship, and likewise for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, first time commentating, especially, first time behind the box. Absolutely beautiful day today, so what a brilliant day to start my first day here. But yeah, should be a good day. A lot of battles going on track, and we'll see how the day finishes.
We will indeed. So we look and already seeing a few eager viewers in the broadcast comments. Hello to Salvo Go Fast. Salvo Go Fast, I think that's how you pronounce that. Wishing good luck to Akil in the racing today. Obviously they're running in the Rotax Inters, doing very well in that championship, and there's quite a few drivers here today that I'm sure plenty of people will be rooting for. The paddock is absolutely packed, and we've got over 200 entries today, so should be a really good day's worth of racing. Do want to give a quick thank you as well to our current Slipstream members. A big thank you to you all for supporting us. You'll be able to watch today's broadcast absolutely live and uninterrupted, from start to finish. Obviously, the stream wouldn't quite be possible without all your support, so it is very much welcome. And if you're wondering how you can become a Slipstream member, well, there's a nice handy little join button just below the broadcast on your YouTube watching page at the moment, and that will join you for a monthly rolling sub, and you'll be able to watch today's finals in the afternoon uninterrupted. Those of you who aren't quite able to support or don't quite want to today, you'll see that in a few days' time after this event. So really looking forward to getting into today's racing. Been a little while since I've been back here at Wilton Mill, but good to see that not much has changed. We've got some fantastic weather. We're in the Alpha Live HQ just off to the side here, as we see drivers are going to be getting ready in a few moments to get ready to go racing.
The paddock is absolutely packed, isn't it? It's just mental. Yeah,
I haven't seen it like this at all, really, for quite a while. I've been here in the past in other championships, and usually you can usually find a parking spot, but we're out in the meadow on the left-hand side of things.
And there's a lot of new drivers as well, going to new teams, and a lot of unfamiliar names that I wouldn't know of, so it's good to see new kind of people coming into the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of new faces who are already making an impression and hoping to have a really good day out here at Wilton Mill as well. Obviously, round 3 of the Kart Club. Just looking back at the calendar, which seems to have dropped off my screen. I'll find that in just a moment. Here it is. Obviously, been about a month since we ran last time, and June will be the next time out that we see the Wilton Mill Kart Club running again, as we do have 8 rounds in total before we head over to the special running towards the end of the year. Still in the first half of things, but already a few names doing very well in their respective championships. X30 seniors, we have the likes of Sam Lewis, and then we have George Edgar in the X30 juniors as well. Plenty of Rotax drivers today, it is worth mentioning, actually, as it is going to be the Rotax and X30 seniors out for the first heat today. Let's look at that starting grid then. It is going to be CJ Bennett, followed by Sebastian Dew. Then we have Sam Lewis and Oliver Meek on row 2. It's then going to be Finley Allen and Bailey Brooker on row 3, followed by row 4, which will feature a driver in a moment. There we go, it's Archie Forber and Olivier Picula, followed by Max Cooper, William Omar, Jensen Buckingham and Oliver Keenan on row 6. Row 7 then will be Noah Sales, Jack Stewart, Isabel Banks and Ethan Higgins. Row 9 will be Alex Scott and James Reynolds, followed by Luke Carson, Adriel Nguyen, and then we have Wayne Smithers on row 11. 21 cars then in this first heat of the day. A quick reminder, 8 minutes plus a lap for all of these heats, and we do have 14 heats this morning before our lunch break, followed by 6 more heats after that, and then we head into our finals for the afternoon. So plenty of racing here as we see our drivers getting all ready to go racing as they run through the boot. add in to the revised end of this circuit. I say revised like it's new. It's been around for a couple of years now, but the drivers are formed up in 2 tram lines. There you go, already seeing a few cars have slightly missed places. We are going to go, I think, potentially, maybe. That is a false start. Yeah, false start there. Not too surprised by that one. It is early in the morning, of course. It's
Tyres are cold, and trying to get some heat into them this morning will be a bit tough on the senior X30 drivers, but they'll get them in there eventually.
Yeah, exactly that. So now the drivers effectively, that race start is null and void. Never happened. Now we need to get formed up once again and ready to go racing. So Bennett versus you on the front row of the grid here.
CJ Bennett's been doing particularly very well in the UK recently, has been getting a lot of seat time, so fair play to him being on the front row this morning.
Yeah, really good way to start off the day. Does have a championship contender though right behind him, so that is going to be very interesting indeed to see how they negotiate Oblivion. Obviously Christmas corner's the really big overtaking opportunity that presents itself in a couple of corners, so as long as drivers keep their noses clean, this should be on for a really good day's worth of racing, particularly first 8 minutes as well. These heats do come thick and fast here in the Wilton Mill Kart Club, so drivers are going to have to be somewhat opportunistic with their moves as we are good to go racing once again. Down the tram lines we go, and we're in to Oblivion there. Everyone already finding single file formation, just deciding, you know what, that race start maybe wasn't the best last time around, but we're heading to Christmas corner, and already I'm seeing potentially 2, maybe 3 wide as everyone makes it on through. Good start for everyone involved.
Everyone's gotten through cleanly, and we're away for a good start.
We are indeed. The timer is ticking down then. We will not be classing this one as a false start this time around, as we can see Bennett obviously controlling things from the start of this race. We'll look slightly further back into the action there. They all run through Chapman and down towards the boot in just a moment. Nice fast flowing path of the lap. You carry all that speed down towards the end of the lap.
Into the boot they go now, and across the finish line for the first time. Oh, we've someone off, but he gets going again.
They do indeed. Everyone's still pointing the right direction there as we now see drivers pushing as much as they dare. These karts obviously are very fast machines. 125cc for these X30 seniors down the inside there. Lovely move. And we head on.
Done by Oliver Meek. Very, very good move that was.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Nice, clean. Saw an opportunity and went for it. Exactly what we want to see in this phase of the morning.
Sam Lewis there in second, our championship leader, on the hunt to chase down CJ Bennett.
He is indeed, and Bennett is somewhat comfortable out there at the moment. It is an 8-minute heat, so he's never going to be able to, break away by a lap or 2 laps or anything like that, but might be looking over the shoulder ever so slightly as it's Sebastian Dew now through on our championship leader Sam Lewis up into second as they start the next lap. And just behind, actually, Meek with a very competitive time there, 46.71. That's a nice way to start running. We've just seen him getting an overtake completed there, ahead of Sam Lewis now with that fastest lap to boot. But he's going to fight it back as Sam Lewis. He says, thank you very much. That is my P3. I'm going to be one vying for a podium in this race.
Oliver Meek has come through the pack very well there, setting purple sectors. But I think Sam Lewis just wants to get that bit further ahead and catch the pack in front. Oh, and there goes Oliver Meek down the inside and into the boot again. And across the finish line he comes in third.
This is a great little battling duo beginning to shape up. I wonder if this is going to continue on throughout the day between these two drivers. We're already nearly at half race distance for this first heat of the morning. Time flies by when you're having fun as we look down to the yellow helmeted karter there. That is the number 11, is it? No,
number 71 of Bailey Brooker.
Number 70, my eyes already failing me this early morning. Bailey Brooker heading on through. At least someone's on the ball. Thank you very much, girls. As we head on through towards the second half of the lap. Here we see the number 1, 2, 4 there, Sam Lewis trying to claw back, having a look around the outside before they run into the boot. We have seen plenty of an overtake being set up to the boot. It's one of those prime overtaking opportunities on the track, as we can see. Lewis, though, losing out a couple of positions on that lap overall. Allen and Brooker up on through. Lewis stays in P5 for the time being, 4 by just behind as well. While
and
CJ,
we have an overtake. Sebastian Dew.
We do indeed. Good call there, Kale. CJ Bennett just about losing out, but Sebastian, I think, going to try and claw it back as we head on through towards the Chapman left-hander in just a moment. Controlling things quite nicely, and a few kart lengths already being built up between these two drivers, but I'm sure Bennett's going to try and claw it back there. The MDL Motorsport driver there. Actually, carrying quite a familiar flag for yourself.
I know, yeah, carrying the Irish flag. Yeah, CJ has came here, I think he's been racing here about 2 or 3 years now, and he's been doing particularly very well. So, yeah, but I think Sebastian Dew is just pulling that bit of a gap now, and we have Oliver Meek in third, and he's on the back of the pack now.
We do indeed. It's that really kind of crucial balance to get right as a driver. I'm sure you know it far better than myself, as Meek has a look down the inside there of what do you do? Do you focus on your attack, trying to take back the position in front, or you just try and cement that second position now, as Meek's clearly going to be the biggest threat to Bennett at this phase of the race?
Exactly that, yeah. I think he's kind of in a position where he says, well, will I stay in third or will I go for the fight early on? So
we'll just have to see what he decides to do. But so far, this top three, to see that they are sort of in the midst of battle here, keeping a very nice pace indeed. Meek now in the 45s, 45.31 on that previous, that wasn't quite the previous go-around, sorry, but it's his best overalls. He has another look in to Christmas this time around.
What a move down the inside. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, really top stuff there from Meek. Saw an opportunity, went for it, just about a cart's width, but that's all that he needed as we run through Ashby now and down towards Parker and Chapman. Of course, worth noting, slightly longer Wilton Mill layout that we're running on today, as we do in the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Don't quite have the two Zulus, which I'm a bit of a fan of. But we run through the boot once more.
And I think Oliver Meek is on the hunt for that win this morning. He is absolutely on it this morning.
Yeah, quite right there, Kales. It's just
setting another purple sector.
Yeah, just found another 2/10 there. You just get the feeling that he's got that momentum behind him now. He's been laying in waiting at the start of this race, and now he picked and seized that moment just at the right time.
Exactly that, yeah, exactly. When you see a driver coming through the pack and when they start making their moves, they're automatically in that zone where they're like, right, let's get this, we're going.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look on, we can see the pit lane there, drivers getting ready to go. Ready for Heat 2 already. That'll be the X30 Juniors out in just a few minutes. As I say, the round's going to come thick and fast here today. We have over 200 entries, as I mentioned before, so plenty of karting to take a look at. As we'd actually have our first mechanical of the day. The meatball is being waved, folks. It is going to be Alex Scott, unfortunately, who does have a bit of an issue, and they need to head back into the pits to get their kart examined. What a shame. Otherwise, 2 minutes left to go in this race, and Meek is very much putting pressure on the race leader.
Yes, Oliver Meek is definitely putting pressure on the race leader. I'm not sure. Does he definitely has time to make that move. But now we have CJ Bennett coming back into the situation again. So it's going to be a fight for the win this time.
It will indeed, and it comes back down to timing again, I think, in this one. You don't necessarily want to go for that move too early on, maybe expend as much of your energy and your effort as you can, because there'll be another lap or so to go towards the end of this one to try and claw it back. It's a four-horse race, this, realistically, as Alan's on the scene as well, and might just be poised to benefit if anything were to go on out in front. We run down towards Christmas once again. Dew is looking pretty comfortable, all things considered. Hasn't got Oliver Meek side by side with him just yet. Bennett's also still not too bad, all things considered. Is not too far behind at all in terms of pace. They're matching each other very nicely.
I think it's going to be a 4-kart race to the end, as we have 57 seconds left on the board. Probably should get about, 2 laps in that, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's a safe estimate. Maybe, I mean, we'd be lucky to get another one on top of that as well. That'd be great. But we head through the boot as well. You can see the drivers taking as much of the apex as they dare. They're kicking the cart up into the air before we navigate our way on to the next lap. Just looking on that previous lap, they're all within 600ths of a second of each other there last time around.
Absolutely insane. It's getting very close now coming into Christmas Corner, as we have Oliver Meek on the back of Sebastian again. But CJ Bennett is still there, and we have Finlay Allen crawling in the back as well. So it should be an interesting last-ish lap. Yeah, it is. When margins are this fine, it's all going to come down to the finest little differences here. One slight offline through one particular corner is going to make the difference between victory and P3 in this race, I suspect, is the number 67 kart now of Meek. Heads through the boot once again, keeping pressure on Sebastian Dew. But props to the 198 in this race here, just not cracking under pressure at all. Looks over the shoulder though as Meek tries to close up. This is going to be the last lap
of this race now as we head our way through Oblivion, through the crook and down towards Christmas Corner in just a moment. They all look over the shoulder. They're all still in single file. No one's going for anything brash. Really sensible stuff from our drivers this early on in the day as they make their way down through the double left section in just a moment.
Will we see a move for the lead, or at least second place from CJ Bennett? I wonder, will we? Coming into the last few corners now, I wonder, will it stay the same, or will we have a change?
We'll have to see. The back straight completed then. Through the boot we go. Just one big corner left to negotiate. It's gone well for Sebastian Dew so far, and what a way to start the morning as Sebastian crosses the line and takes race victory. It's Oliver Meek, CJ Bennett, Finley Allen and Bailey Brooker completing your top 5 in this one. What a way to kick off today's racing, folks. A nice close battle for the race lead. That is then followed by Sam Lewis, Archie Forber, Noah Sales, Jack Stewart, Jensen Buckingham, your top 10. Then it's Max Cooper, Oliver Keenan, Ethan Higgins. Then we have James Reynolds, Isabel Banks completing this class, followed by Alex Scott, Olivier Pecula, and Adriel in P14 as well. So, Heat 1 out of the way. If that's anything to go by, Chaos, I think we're on for a good day.
Racing come through, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oliver Meek has had a fabulous race, come through the pack and into second, setting some purple sectors, which is absolutely fantastic. I think the finals and the up-and-coming racing should be fantastic in X30 Senior, so we shall see.
We will indeed. Now we're just going to have one last inspection of these cars before they head back into the pit. We're looking at the nose cones in particular at this point, but our seniors and our 177s making their way back in to the pit lane now. In just a moment, we're going to head out to our X30 juniors. Well, here we go then. X30 Junior Heat 1 will be underway in just a moment. Big hello to everyone for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed Heat 1 of this morning. It is still a Heat 1. It's just Heat 1 for the X30 Juniors this time around in just a moment. If that was anything to go by, I think we are in for a really good day's worth of racing.
When the sun is shining, everyone is just happy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Especially in the karts. They, I suppose, when the sun's out, you're in for a good day as it is. So
you are indeed. As I think we might get a starting grid in just a moment, but I was just going to... In fact, yeah, we are going to get a starting grid on perfect time there. So Nathaniel Hodges, Sam Knott on row 1, followed by Finley Hines and Orion Meta on row 2. Then it's Jacob Marples and Enzo Butarazzi on row 3. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop, Jacob Nern, Zoe Catet and Theo Thomas on row 5. Ethan Windsor and Exton Cook complete row 6, followed by Alfie Brightmore and Logan Baker on row 7, P13 and 14 respectively. Slightly smaller grid in terms of numbers this time out for races of the day. Heat 1 for the juniors, of course, as they get formed up and ready to go racing.
They'll really need to get the heat into the tyres. It's still early morning, so they'll be getting the heat into the tyres for the first lap. Hopefully we'll get away on the first round. So
we'll have to wait and see as everyone is attempting to get formed up. Quick hello to Jacob Underhill, who says good morning. A driver name I recognise from some other paddocks in the world of karting. So quick hello to you, good sir. Hopefully you're tuning in for the day and enjoying today's racing. Of course, plenty of action to go on today in terms of racing. We've got Wilton Mill Kart Club and then some little IndyCar thing afterwards. But Wilton Mill Kart Club is really what we're focusing on today, as we can see those two tram lines now shaping up, navigating their way around that final corner once more.
Right, steady, slow start, and away they go.
Well, they do indeed. They make their way down through Oblivion to start off the lap, and it's Hodges versus Mott this time around. Drivers pushing as much as they can through the right-hander. You want to run nice and wide through that corner to get the most speed out of it, but from P2, is that Sam Mott going for a move around the outside?
Round the outside, absolutely, really good move, and Sam Mott takes the lead, and followed in goes a move again, but no, Nathaniel Hodges takes second place in that corner.
Yeah, really strong stuff to start off for the heat, and it's giving yourself that confidence, I guess, as a driver to know, right, I'm capable of these moves, control the race early on.
Exactly. When you're out in the car, you kind of, the first lap, you just need to believe in the tyres, believe in the car, and know that you can push from the first lap and go ahead for it.
And as you mentioned, in terms of warm-up, the drivers, they could be worse off today, couldn't they? I think we're expecting maybe 31 degrees at some point during the day, so
yeah,
not too bad.
Drivers definitely need to stay cool and keep them tyres in good condition for the finals coming ahead.
They do indeed. That is the number 20 of Enzo Putterazzi having a look down the inside there. Nice move. Just about a car's width to go through, and the driver goes for it. These drivers know their opportunities so well. It's a skill that I certainly do not have. I imagine you do, Gales, but it's not something that I'm really good at kind of determining out on track.
I suppose some corners around here, you kind of need to just close your eyes and hope for the best when you go down the inside.
Yeah, finely skilled junior drivers that we have here today, respecting a couple of seconds slower, obviously, based on what the cars are capable of. But still really impressive times, sub 50 seconds already, and we still have 6 minutes worth of racing to go.
We have a change for the lead, Finlay Hines. He came from nowhere.
We do indeed. Good spot there. Sometimes that does just happen. These guys are so unpredictable with just how quick they are sometimes. Finlay Hines up into the race lead. As we can see, side by side we go through Christmas once again.
And we have a battle for third place there with Jacob Marles, Orion Mehta and Enzo Putterazzi. And Sam Mott's getting involved again, so we have Sam Mott in that battle as well.
Yeah, that should be a good battle letting shoes throughout the race here. Putterazzi and Mott we saw before certainly had some pace, certainly had some moves to play with, so I imagine that they might be on for a good fight in this upper midfield action. I say upper midfield, it's overall it's a fight for P3 realistically, so really commendable stuff from these drivers as they navigate their way around that final corner once more. We see Hines and Hodges, though, pretty much bumper to bumper as they run through the first part of the lap once more. Looking over the shoulder as Hodges has a look around the outside. That move has worked so far in this race already. Will it work again? Not this time around, unfortunately, for Hodges, but plenty more opportunities present themselves on the lap here.
Bumper to bumper for the leaders, very, very close times. It'll just be, again, as you say, that little mistake that might upset one of the drivers leading at the front. But we have still Finlay Hines leading, but Nathaniel goes for a move there, but doesn't quite make it stick. I'm sure there'll be a time in the race where he'll try and make that move again. But across the line we have Finlay Hines leading, Nathaniel Hodges, and then Enzo Putterazzi, Jacob Marles and Sam Mott in the top 5.
We do indeed, and these two are really impressive in this battle in shoes while they are still controlling the pace quite nice in this race. We see Hodges has another look around the outside. That one looked a little bit more ready, still not quite enough to get the move completed though, as there's a bit of a switch back on the cards here. Well defended though by Hines, who saw that coming and still controls this race, but by just ever so slightly less of margin than before. Really strong stuff from these two. They're still setting purple laps. They're still controlling the pace and managing to keep ahead of Putterazzi, Marbles and Mott for the time being as we go side by side. Hodges has another look around the outside. Nothing to do. A switchback once again through the boot we go. The front end of that car is still looking like it's ready to get the overtake done as we head through that final corner. It's going to be a side-by-side drag race now. Through Oblivion we go, and still Hines controls things.
Absolutely amazing stuff by Hines. Already we're trying to see a battle here for the lead, and Hines is absolutely doing a fabulous job at keeping Nathaniel behind. But Nathaniel's hungry for that win, as you can probably see by the live stream here. And we have Enzo involved now with the fastest lap and setting purple sectors. So this could be a 3-car battle until the finish line. It
could indeed. All of a sudden things have certainly hotted up, but as that battle got just a little bit more extreme, Enzo's now in the mix here and has a look down the inside of the driver in front of him. Here we go, we're going to be side by side still as we run on the exit of the boot, round the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. Dynamic of this race completely changed already. Hodges, Putterazzi and Hines now your top 3. That will be your podium in this one, if it stays this way, and I'm not quite sure it will, with 3 minutes left to go as Putterazzi set
up into Christmas. A bit of a squabble there we have.
Brilliant stuff there. But yeah, the purple lap on that previous go-around for Putterazzi, really impressive stuff. To say that it was in the midst of battle as well. It's no longer a 2-horse race for the race lead, though. It's about 7 or 8, I think.
Exactly. We have a massive train of drivers coming through there, and someone's on the grass, but we're on again. Who do we have in the lead now? There's a bit of a squabble. We see Mott is coming back into the equation as well, and Finlay Hines is trying to keep up into that top 3, but I think Nathaniel Hodges is just running away that small little bit. but he does have Enzo coming forward with them purple sectors, so we'll see how this will finish out with 2 minutes and a bit more on the board to go.
You're quite right there, Kales. I think things are looking just that little bit more settled at the top end of the running now. All of a sudden, all of the fighting is for that P3, that spot on the podium, which is still very important, still very useful in terms of points, as down the inside goes Enzo there, looks over the shoulder as well. But things look pretty settled for the time being. 2 minutes left on the clock now. Really clean race, all things considered, so well done to our drivers. Got 1 contact warning overall in 8 minutes worth of flat-out battling, so this is a great way to kick off the race day.
And into the booth they go, and down into the start-finish with not much time left on the board, so they're all kind of separating towards the top 3, and then from forwards down we might have a bit of a battle to see who comes forward. Into Christmas Corner, Nathaniel Hodges, and we have a move for 4th place, I believe, which is number 57, Orion Metha, which is 5th. Bit of a squabble going on here from 4th to probably 7th place. This is going to be a bit of a tight one to the checker flag.
It will indeed. 60 seconds thereabouts left on the clock, of course. Another lap after that. Comms box update, the fans already back on. Today's going to be an absolute scorcher.
I'd say we'll be boiling by the next heat. I'd say it's starting to come in now, the heat.
It's all the excitement from these drivers putting on these great races. It's unavoidable as we see Hines now sets a new fastest lap of this race so far. Obviously the cars get ever so slightly lighter over the 8 minutes, which will help these tyres be well up to temperature now, and the drivers will be in a rhythm and enjoying their battling. That they certainly are. Sam Mott.
Yeah. Have another move for Sam Mott in the 119 kart as he comes through the pack once again, and he's on the hunt for Orion Metha, so we'll see how this will go. Will he be able to catch him even though there's not that much time left on the board? And another move on that again, number 28, Jacob Marabs. He comes through past Sam Mott and across into the boot, and they're going to come across the start finish once again.
They are indeed. Really not long to go in this one. Now Hodges still controls things. We start that next lap, builds up a nice gap, and this is the run for P2 now as he looks over the shoulder. Does Enzo. There is Finley Hines on the charge there. There's P4, P5 and P6. P5 and P6 nice and close together though, as that is going to be Jacob Marples versus Sam Mott. Sam Mott, this race started so well for him, and at the end of the day I'm sure he's quite happy with how things have gone. It's still a potential top 5 finish as we go side by side here, and also a really fun way to kick off the morning.
Still doing brilliant, Sam Mott. He is still controlled pace and still has a lot more time throughout the day to make up them points. It's only early morning, so he has a lot more time to do that.
Does indeed, as we now start our final lap of the race, and Hodges continues to extend a nice comfortable lead, so we'll tune in with that driver once they bring their way around the final couple of corners. But elsewhere, still plenty of action going on as Enzo's on the defence here against Finley Hines. There is going to be Marples versus Mott. Brilliant move down the inside there. Sam Mott, hats off to you, sir. And watch out for Blenkinstop as well, who's in the mix there.
Sam Mott, brilliant move, and we have a little bit of a battle here for second and third as Finlay tries to see it down the inside.
Can it work?
Mega stuff. It got it through. Now we have Finlay Hines for that second place, and Enzo following through. Through the boot they go, only the last couple of corners, and well done to Nathaniel Hodges, who takes that win in Heat 1 of Junior X30. Absolutely fantastic finish, and along with Finlay Hines, Enzo Butterazzi, Orion Metha, Sam Mott takes that just from Jacob Marabs. And yeah, that was an absolute mega finish.
It was indeed. Yet again, another fantastic way to kick off proceedings here this morning. Well done to Hodges, who did manage to pull out quite a nice lead after it was such a close battle in the end. That's it for our X30s for a brief moment though, as they all make their way across the line. 14 carts completing this race. They'll be navigating their way back into the pit lane. After this one, it's going to be our Junior Max category. Junior road taxes up then in just a moment, and I would like to apologise to any viewers if you can hear the gale force winds just behind us. It is a brief necessity, although it can be controlled potentially. But yeah, what a way to start off the racing. And from a racing driver's perspective, and obviously people have different preferences, what do you prefer, Kels? Do you prefer a nice glorious day like this, or are you quite well experienced with the grey rainy stuff?
I absolutely love the wet. I think it's good fun when you're in the wet. You know, it comes down to the driver style, driver skill. But you know, in the sun, you cannot beat a sunny day in a go-kart. And yeah, it's just when the sun's shining, as I said, everyone's smiling, everyone's enjoying the day. When it's raining, particularly, they kind of want to run away from the paddock. So yeah, no, definitely a bit of a mixture for me. But I know some drivers will be loving this weather.
Yeah, I am sure they will. I certainly am as an onlooker. It's definitely my preference. You can work on the tan a little bit, maybe, or in between race sessions.
Being in this box doesn't look like, when you see them in shorts and t-shirt, it looks like they're in Spain or like Portugal or something else.
I wish. But here is fun nonetheless. Great to be here at Wilton Mill as our junior road taxis make their way out on track now. Here's what the grid is going to be looking like. It will be Blake Southern, Warwick Milam, followed by Karthik Kameta, Harrison Bishop. Then it's Liam Dooling and John Richardson completing the third row of the grid. Jacob Aston and Ellis Dealey, followed by Shay Hilton and Nathan Rond. Then we have Finn Davenport and Miles Cleworth on row 6. Then it's Molly Misen and Harry Harvey on row 7, Joseph Baxter and Peter Lee on row 8, followed by Ruma Komatsu and Philly Strang on row 9. Jack Bowie and William Kidd Glass completing the 10th row of the grid, followed by Harley King and Jay Singh on row 11. Then it's Samir Paul and Oliver Hutchins on row 12, before we head on to Aston Tab and Harvey Everett on row 13. Then it's Luca Lewin, Hassan Iqbal, George Johnson, Adam Asghar on row 14 and 15 respectively, followed by Eloise Sutton completing our 31 kart grid for Heat 1 of the Junior Maxes. Race 3 today, Heat 1. It's going to be a packed one as we can see them already trying to form up.
Junior road tax entries have become unbelievable, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Yeah, we've got quite a few heats for a lot of the Rotax fleets today, so it is going to be. And
what a great start for Blake Southin, who leads the championship into this third round. He is starting in a very good position for Heat 1 to make them positions for the finals.
Yeah, that'll be a really good point there, Kales. That'll be a fantastic way to kind of leapfrog his way through today if he can do well on race start here. Has got some fairly big names around him as well, though, so it might not be necessarily quite so easy as we're all formed up heading down the tram lines now and good to go racing. A green flag is waved as we head through Oblivion and in to the right-hander now. To say such a big fleet, it's a good start for everyone involved. Top work drivers there as we head on through Southern. Looks to be controlling things quite nicely. It hasn't got too much of a challenge so far, as commendable start to all of our drivers here.
Everyone got through Christmas corner, and that's the main thing. No one's off, so that's brilliant.
Yeah, it absolutely is really, really strong stuff. Drivers as we head our way through Parker and down through Chapman in just a moment. Already starting to see a little bit of that single file actual beginning to form up now as drivers just waiting to get the cart up in to a nice zone. We've got a bit of lawn mowing going on, but back pointing the right direction, back underway, which is the most important thing. Shouldn't be all that much lost. And there is obviously an escape road there. It is worth noting what was previously the old layout of the track. It is a nicely positioned escape road, and as long as you're not gaining any advantage by doing it, it's a nice way to make sure you complete the end of the lap safely there as we head through Christmas once again already.
So we have Blake Southin leading this race, followed by Karthik Kameta and Liam Dooling. I think Blake is off to an absolutely fabulous start as he leads this race. We have a bit of a battle going on in the middle of the pack, which was about to happen because it's such a big grid.
Yeah, it was indeed, as we're still pretty much single file. There was a couple more drivers, unfortunately, visiting the infield. That is the number 40 there. Can't quite catch, we've got such a big grid. We'll have to wait and see if they show up elsewhere on the timing systems. Either way, 6 minutes to go in this one.
And we have Blake Southin pulling such a big gap on this pack. He'll be absolutely delighted with that for his first heat of the day.
Yeah, really good start for your championship contender there, as you say, Kales. Exactly what he needed to do, really. Karthik Kameta having another good start. Just looking at who is a big mover in this pack. So far we have Jay Singh making up 4 positions in the first few laps of this race, which is a nice setup there. And then we have a few more, like Liam Dooling, Commentator, as we mentioned, and Jacob Aston as well, making up a couple of positions on this race start. Through the boot we go once again, though. And fastest lap goes to Blake Southern out in the front end of the charge there. Taken away, though, by John Richardson in P6 for 47.47. That's a nice round number to be taking the fastest lap of the race with so far.
I think we have a massive battle here going on from about 7th place down to about 17th, 18th. So that should be a bit of a squabble, a lot of changing places going on there as we see them come through this last corner. Another fabulous move there made by Cole's driver, number 125. Someone tries to take it back and quite made it. Yeah,
nice move there. You're certainly these drivers more creative in terms of their moves than what I could be. I'm just kind of clinging on really and
exactly
trying to complete the lap. As we can see, John Richardson once again, we're seeing plenty of traded places in terms of fastest lap. Takes it once again right after Southern, right after Aston briefly held it. Down towards Christmas, the race leader goes once again. Quick hello to Oliver, who shows support for Ryuma Komatsu in the chat, as well as Ricky Hutchins supporting Oliver Hutchins in the racing today.
We have a great gap pull there by the race leader, just by over a second. We have another driver off, 237, but he joins the track again. Oh, brilliant move there done by number 67. Which will be, it'll come up on the board there again, number 67, Jay Singh. Brilliant move there done on Jack Bowie.
Yeah, some fantastic moves going on throughout the pack here today. Less than half time left on the clock now. Another lap to complete after that one.
Up towards Christmas they go, and there's a lovely train there coming down in that mid-pack. Some lovely battles going on there in the mid-section of the grid.
There are indeed, as we can see, nice little quartets beginning to form up here as they run through Chapman in just a moment now. Backed by the, I believe that was the 219 of Aston there, of course, as we look on them heading through our race leading quartet, that is, navigating their way through that final corner. And of course, just in case this isn't enough junior max action, next race we'll have some more juniors heading out on track, because as we say, really well subscribed part of the club here, so big.
I think it's one of the biggest entries in the championship right now this weekend, which is absolutely brilliant to see the Rotax coming through once again.
Yeah, it is indeed. As we see Southern now building up a nice gap in terms of the front end of this pack. It holds the fastest lap of this race by 100th of a second, so it is close running, just as we saw in the other heats so far this morning. Really close stuff between our drivers, top marks to them for that as we navigate our way through the boot once more. This is Harrison Bishop leading the charge down towards the likes of Shane Hilton, Ellis Dealey in the mix here as well.
We do have Harrison Bishop though coming through and trying to chase down the leader, Blake Souffin, and he's made up a couple of positions from where he started, so that's brilliant stuff from Bishop in P2 at the moment.
It is indeed. Has a bit of pressure though in the form of Cometa just behind, so might be looking to kind of dispatch of that before going for any charges towards the race lead. Although that being said, it's not too much longer to go in this heat. They do come thick and fast, as I say, and any moment now we'll be starting to see maybe Karthik going for a move. Maybe that number 95 kart might be just laying in waiting until maybe he works works a little bit with Bishop and closes up towards Southern leading the charge.
Another good fast lap there by Shea Hilton, but that's taken back by Blake Souffin, the leader of our race here. He's doing a fantastic job in keeping that lead. We do maybe have a battle for P2 and P3, but there's still a lot of battles going on throughout the entire grid, which is brilliant to see.
Nice move down there, down the inside. That was into a Christmas corner. Just over 60 seconds to go on the clock as we are side by side running through Ashby. Something which is quite common here at Wilton Mill. It is always a sight to behold. Through Chapman's we go, though. It's number 219 of Aston under pressure once more, trying to find a way on through this pack, but is certainly not going to be able to do it without a fight 5 karts. It's now a quintet, never mind a quartet, as we navigate our way around the final corner once again.
Lovely battle here going on, and I think Shea Hilton is involved, who set one of the fastest laps, number 888. Some good moves going on into Christmas corner. They go. Will we have another move? 219, Jacob Ashton, who makes the move on Shea Hilton again. Brilliant stuff here from our Junior Max drivers.
Yeah, Aston has looked very eager to get those overtakes in, has looked very racy indeed. As we run through Chapman's now, we can just see the front runners ever so slightly ahead in this. Now as we go side by side in that battle for P3, briefly running through the boot we now go. Plenty of switchbacks between all of the drivers, and we have a kart stop. That is number 444 there. What a shame their race comes to such a premature end. Not long to go in this one at all. The time has hit 0. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. I think that was very well timed, in fact.
Definitely, 100%. Really good for Blake Southan as well. Last lap, and into Christmas corner they go. We'll see maybe a few more switchbacks before we see that checker flag. Into this corner we go. No more switchbacks there.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from plenty of our drivers so far. Richardson gains a position overall on that previous lap. Then we do know that that pack is so closely contested. It's going to come down to the wire between that one, folks. Meanwhile, our race leaders just navigating the final corner now. There they are, heading through, ready to start the last lap. They are now starting that last lap as we watch this pack in the upper midfield navigate their way on to said final lap now.
Blake Southan leads Harrison Bishop, followed by John Richardson and Kathy Cometa. We have a move here done by number 888, which is Shea Hilton, onto Jacob Ashton. But they're still very close, so we do have a few more corners left, and then we have, didn't quite make it, but there's still a few corners left to make that happen.
There are indeed. Chapman, the next big left-hander coming up before the back straight. Realistically, your last big opportunities to run through the boot and the final corner. And speaking of last opportunities, well, none need to be found here really for our race leader. It's Blake Southan who crosses the line and takes race victory. Really strong performance there, nice margin. Harrison Bishop brings it home in P2. Then your podium's rounded out by John Richardson at the top end of that nice close pack that we've been watching for so long in this race. Karthik Cometa, Shane Hilton, Ellis Deedy, Jacob Aston, Finn Davenport, Peter Lee and Nathan Rond. Your top 10, Molly Myers and Harry Harvey, Joseph Baxter, Warwick Milam, William Kidd, Glash, your top 15, followed by Miles Cleworth, Finley Strang, Jay Singh, Jack Bowie, Aston Tab and Luke Llewellyn. Top 20 there. Plenty of cards coming across the line. I think I'd be remiss to try and read them all out because we'd probably run out of time before our next heat kicks off in a few moments. Our next heat is some more Junior Max action, just in case that wasn't quite enough.
Plenty of action going on there in that first heat of Junior Rotax. I'm sure the second heat will bring us a lot more, even probably a bit more excitement. But great start to the morning for Junior Rotax. Blake Southan taking that win, followed by Harrison Bishop and John Richardson. Some good laps put in there. Let's see if the next group of Junior Rotaxes can bring the same amount of action to this weekend. What a lovely tree.
I know, yeah. Nice to get to look at some of the fabulous Wilton Mill scenery.
I wonder, are they the ones that are stinging our cameramen?
Oh, is that a repeated issue, is it? I haven't quite kept up with them. Thank you to our cameramen who do work very hard, very diligently. And in all conditions, as it turns out, whether it be blistering sun or being attacked by the local flora and fauna. Exactly.
I'd say our cameramen out there will be needing a lot of sun cream to stay through this day.
As I hope the drivers are as well. I hope everyone in the paddock is keeping topped up on their sun cream, on their water.
Staying hydrated, yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah, really important on a day like today, particularly, even in 8 minutes. It's very physical out there for our drivers. And, yeah, need to make sure everyone... these guys are all well experienced. I'm sure they have plenty of advice and tips and tricks to keep themselves fueled, keep themselves hydrated. As we do have plenty of action left to go today. A bit more Junior Max stuff coming up in just a moment.
So we have our second heat here of Junior Max of today. We'll shortly see the grids popping up on our screen of where people will be starting. They're just going to clear a few of the cars from our previous Junior Max heat and get the car circuit cleared so we can get started.
They are indeed, and really looking forward to seeing how the racing develops today. It's my first time, as I say, at the Wilton Mill Kart Club, and so far I'm very much impressed. I love it. I mean, it's always a good day when you come here to Wilton, isn't it? You're never disappointed. I think I've been here most frequently for the WMKC qualifiers. It's probably my kind of mainstay event in terms of, well, maybe not comment from a commentary perspective, but back in the day where they used to let me in a go-kart, which was, well, it's probably for the best that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I know Wilton Mill, it's always a great circuit to attend. And we should have the starting grid coming up here soon. All them drivers will be lining up. So starting grid, row 1, we have Ryan Rapini, followed by Benjamin Lauren. Second row, Joseph Berkery and Oliver Peters. Third row, Ryan Jones and Jensen Powers, followed by our row 4 of Alex Shepherd and Nelson Taylor. Harry Reynolds on that row number 5, followed by Hugh Hobson. Row 6, Theo Bradshaw and Logan Hartshorn. And our row 7 is Louis Marshall and Max Wheatley, followed by row 8 at Miles Burton, Ben Morgan. Row 9, Tyler Mason Gray and Archie Thomond Evans. And we have our row 10, Henry Robinson, Joshua Robinson, and row 11, Jensen Walker, Jack Gorsey. Row 12, Christian, and row 12, and then we have Esme Rosie followed alongside Christian. Row 13, Hugh Phillips and Zane Perry starting alongside Hugh. Row 14, Sam Green Gomez and Alexander Stefanas. And row 15, Roman Curtis, Finlay and Cass. And row 16, we have Konstantin Krastev.
Nice big grid there.
Really big grid.
Yeah,
really nice to see. And we have probably one of the biggest grids again for this weekend of junior road tax, as they are sitting there probably boiling in them race suits, just eager to get out on track. So yeah, we should start and see the junior road tax start soon.
Yeah, I'm sure we will indeed. Already making a good innings through the day's worth of racing. Quick reminder of how the format is going to look before we do get underway. We have a few more heats. We're going to have 14 races in total, so plenty of championships to go for the first heats. Then we'll have a 30-minute lunch break at around about 12:30, 25 to 1. A few more heats after that, followed by another brief break before we head into our finals. Those finals, of course, will be live for our SlipStream members. Big thank you for showing your support in that. And the rest of the racing will remain live for everyone else up until that point. And if you want to become a SlipStream member, you can click that join button and you'll be able to watch the racing live with us today. If not, it'll be in 7 days. You'll be able to watch that back as it has happened. Big thank you to all of our SlipStream members for showing their support. Without it, these live streams will be very difficult to put on for yourselves. It's 2026. It's times are tricky in many regards in terms of funding. So big thank you for that. Big thank you to SlipStream members such as Shane Hilton Racing and Sam Morris in the chat showing their support as well. It is, as ever, much appreciated.
And we have green flag for our second heat of our Junior Max racing drivers. So we have Ryan Rapley starting on the front row alongside Joseph Berkery. This should be a good race start as the drivers get their tyres warmed up to get onto that first lap.
They do indeed. And from your point of view then as a driver, is it on a day like today, is it much easier to kind of get the tyres warmed up and get yourself in that zone ready to go?
With the heat, with the weather today, it would be obviously a bit easier to get the heat into them. I'm presuming all these drivers will be on some sort of fresh tyres, so it might take a lap just to bed them in. But with the confidence of these drivers and the junior road tax talent we have, they should be all good to go by the first corner.
I'm sure they will be. They're looking poised to be in that position already.
As they come round towards the start-finish line. Very quicker start than the last junior road tax, but away we go very soon. And that is a really good start into the first corner, and we are all coming through very, very good as we head up to Christmas corner. Everyone got through there very, very smoothly, which was really good to see.
Yeah, nice to see these big packs navigating their first laps quite so well, and the commentator's curse, I think, potentially coming into effect there into Christmas corner, so I'll raise my hands and say sorry for that one, folks, as we do make our way through. Otherwise, it won't be a false start, not quite enough of proceedings there to warrant a restart of the race. We navigate our way down towards the back straight, already plenty of speed to be picked up there before you scrub it all off into the boot. I do like it when the track does that, when it gives you, it lulls you into, yeah, build some speed, followed by, oh, it is, we have a driver around, running out of the boot. That is the number
116 of Jensen Powers.
Yeah, good call there, good spot. Tumbling down the order and uses that escape road is probably the first lap, not an ideal place to find yourself pointing in the wrong direction, but at least it was a quick getaway.
At least you can get going again. That's the good thing about that escape route. If you spin there, or if you have a bit of an off, you can get through again, so that's the good part about it.
Yeah, indeed. As we go side by side into Ashby there, by the looks of things, that is a number 117 of Harry Holland heading down the inside there. Nice move, just picking away those positions early in the first part of this race can make all the difference later on, just as we saw with the previous heat, where it all began to kind of boil up in that upper midfield action.
And we have Theo Bradshaw coming through there now, making a couple of good moves, and he's up to 8th place. So good work by Theo. Number 174, Archie Poman-Evans, but he's just joining the circuit again, so good to see him get him going again. But we have Ryan Rapiney, who leads the pack, along with Joseph Berkery and Benjamin Lorne.
Yeah, really nice start for Rapiney there. He'll be looking to replicate just what we saw from the race leader in the previous heat, where that was a nice, comfortable run towards the end. We'll have to wait and see if that does happen, though. We still have over, just under, in fact, 6 minutes to go in this one. Already drivers in the 47, trading purple laps, lap by lap. Looking at some of the movers in this one, Harry Holden making up 4 positions with that great move, of course, earlier on. Theo Bradshaw, Logan Hartshorn as well, making up 4 positions early on. Nice start to the racing for those folks. Konstantin Krashtev, by the way, 11 places made up at the start of this race.
That is absolutely fantastic work done by himself. And we also have Tyler Mason Gray, who's made up 5 places, sitting in 23rd. Let's see if he can make up a bit more of the grid as well. But we have Theo Bradshaw, who sets the fastest lap with a 46.9. So he is doing absolutely amazing with that time coming through the pack. Let's see if he can do a few more as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait to see just how well he's done. Updated on the time system in just a moment, but already, as you say, Gales, with that fastest lap, and I think it could be looking better still as we head into the second half of this race now. Down through the boot we go, seeing a little bit of side-by-side action. Carter going maybe slightly slower than perhaps they would have wanted, back up to speed though as we head down through Oblivion. Logan Hartshorn is actually your new fastest driver after that lap. Has completed 46.7 as we go side by side into Christmas corner there. That is the number 143 of Theo Bradshaw. Nice move, well executed, although it's going to be another attempt at it down towards Ashby as we head on through double left-hander Parker, followed by Chapman here. Single file we go down onto the back straight. All looks pretty hunky-dory, nice and comfortable as we head on through towards the boot.
In towards the boot we go. We have some great overtakes going on at the start of this junior road tax second heat, with 4 minutes to go on the timer. Big train there coming through. We should see a bit of action going on here throughout this race as they cross the line, and Ryan Rapiney still leads with Benjamin Lorne and Berkery. Into Christmas they go, and very, very good start to this race. Very smooth at the first to fourth place. So let's see if we can get a bit of action towards that mid-pack.
Yeah, exactly. We did see some fantastic stuff from our mid-pack in the previous heat, but I'm really liking the drivers. They're picking their moments really well. They're not, going for anything too brash that might cost them some time when they're going for those overtakes. It really does make an impact, even if necessarily they don't complete it by the next corner. The driver in front, the driver on the fence knows that the fight is very much on. I think been really enjoyable in our mid-pack so far, and in fact everyone's done a top-notch job in all of our heats, not just our Rotax juniors.
Exactly
so far
that. Going in with a more calm, collective kind of vibe into the first couple of heats will always work out for the finals then. So really good work by our junior Rotax drivers here.
Yeah, exactly. Especially on a day like today as well. You don't want to expend all your energy early on in the morning when we still got more heats coming up. We've still got the finals to consider as well. Obviously, plenty of points on offer throughout of the day. You don't want to go and throw it all away early on.
And you don't want to put too much wear on them tyres either. You want to try and keep a bit of them for the final and to get you your best possible shot.
Heading through the final couple of corners. I mean, that is such a really crucial. That's what I think part of what makes a racing driver so good, is the fact that they can keep up this pace yet still control their tyre. I mean, when I'm out there on a track in anything capacity, I'm either all or not. I'm on or off. It's binary. There's no kind of. I'm going as quick as I can, or I'm not. I don't really have any kind of. I don't have the ability to manage a car or kart or look after the tyres. These guys do, and it does make a big difference. When
you look at the likes of the cadet guys, who are very, very young, and seeing them control the tyres from the start of a weekend to the end of the weekend is absolutely incredible. It's definitely a massive skill to have as a racing driver, whether it's karting, cars and going forward.
Around the last couple of corners we go once again. Nice big single file train forming up here as we start the next lap of the race. Although we said Ryan Rapini not able to rest easy just yet in this one, as it turns out. If anything, the pressure has built as we navigate our way through Christmas once more, seeing a few more drivers complete their lap at the moment as we run through Oblivion once more. These drivers, it's a nice wide run. I'll try that again. Nice wide run that you want to take through that first couple of corners here. I've also got a handy wet line for my track diagram here. I have a feeling we might not need that today. Although the commentator's curse might change that. So apologies if that is the case, folks.
Exactly. Hopefully we'll keep the sun out. But yeah, hopefully we won't need to use them wet lines just yet. But we do have Benjamin Lord, who's made a really, really good start to this race, setting some purple sectors again with a fastest lap of 46.2 for Coles Racing as he chased down Rapini in towards Christmas.
He does indeed. See a bit of opposite lock running through Christmas there, just navigating the kart around the right-hander as best they can down the inside. Nice move there. Sure, could be full back though as we head through Chapman in just a moment. Down into that back straight and onto the boot to bring an end to the lap. The laps do absolutely fly by in these very capable karts. Just 20 seconds left on the clock now. I think it's going to be another close one.
We have another move there. We have, I think it was Theo Bradshaw who just came through for Zip, doing a good move there into the boot, and across the line he comes into 6th place.
He does indeed. We have made it on to another lap, so this will in fact be the penultimate lap of this race now. As we can see down the inside there, nice move.
Number 37, Joseph Berkery. That was a fabulous move by himself, but he's just taking it back. Theo Bradshaw takes it back from him, and he just loses that position or two. But good battles going on here for our 5th and 6th position places.
Not long to go then in this one. Rapini has built up a couple of kart lengths in terms of a margin here, but Lorne is still on the charge, is still posting fastest laps in this race. We look as our upper midfield heads on through that final corner as well. All in single file for the time being there. We have confirmation Hartshorn and Jones making progress on that last lap as they navigate their way through the crook right-hander once again. We are now on the final lap of this race as we look on to Rapini and Lorne leading the charge through Ashby they go.
Last few corners here, Benjamin will be eager to get onto the back of Rapini and try and take that win for his first heat of the day. But I think Rapini is just pulling that small bit of a gap, but you never know, anything can happen.
Certainly could. Just a couple of corners to negotiate now. A couple of kart lengths separates these two drivers, make that one kart length as we head through the boot Can Rapini rise to the occasion and not crack under pressure? I think he might just have it in him as he crosses the line. Rapini takes away race victory. Lawn brings it home in P2. Harry Holland completes your podium here. Shepherd brings it home P4. Logan Hartshorn completing in P5. The number 70 of Ronnie Jones brings home P6, followed by Oliver Peters, Miles Burton, Jensen Walker, Nelson Taylor, your top 10, Max Wheatley, Louis Marshall, Joseph Berkery, Jensen Powers, Joshua Robinson, Zane Perry, Sam Green Gomez, Theo Bradshaw, Esme Rosie, followed by Tyler Mason Gray. That's your top 20 finishes in this race. Junior Maxes then will take a brief break, but it will be some senior Rotax karts heading back out on track in just a moment. Really enjoyable couple of races from our junior Rotaxes, though. Congratulations to Rapini and Lorne. I think a lap or two more and that battle would have potted
exactly. I think Benjamin was on the back of Rapini. I think that would have been a good battle if we had just 2 or 3 laps left. But wow, what can we see here on the in the paddock? Absolutely rammed. Really, really nice to see all the support for the drivers, whether that be mechanics or family. Really nice to see. Yeah,
exactly. Looking onto that fabulous balcony attached to a very nice cafe. It's a perfect place to get some lovely food and then watch some racing. We usually start the paddock shows from there if we ever do run a paddock show. It's a good place to. Yeah, well done to those drivers. We can't ask for too much from the Commons box. A couple more laps would be nice, but we don't want to be too demanding. We're going to take a quick break, though, from our Rotax Juniors. Up next, it will be our Senior Maxes heading out. Here we go then. We have in shot already our senior Rotaxes waiting in the pit lane there as we get ready to go racing once more. This will be race 5 of the morning, first heat for this category of karts. Here's your grid as it looks, and Oliver Smith and Charlie Neve on row 1, followed by Luke Richards and Callum Sims on the second row of the grid. Then it's Ethan Hatch and Olivier Ortu on row 3, and then we have Joseph Orton and Drew Preisner on row 4. Then it's Freddie Leppenwell and Anush Safford Leathers on row 5, followed by Michael Dalton and Jugas Pravilonis on row 6. Then we have Jack Johnson, Nojus Vidas, and then we have Oliver Gibson and Ruben Mamalok on row 8. Rory Burke and Alfie Davis complete row 9, followed by the 10th row of the grid, which will feature Pasha Thomas Vand and then Xveri Viesturek then on row 10. Jacob Lee is Cyan Downer on row 11, followed by Ryan Hedge and Isaac Reynolds completing row 12 and P23 and P24. P25 will be Harry Welch and Ellis Beattie, followed by Ethan Martin and Kenneth Cordell on row 14. 28 karts heading out on track for the next heat then. Speaking of heat, I think the comms box fan needs to briefly be turned on.
I think it's getting a bit hot in here. Absolutely fantastic to see another big grid here in our Rotax class. The junior and senior Rotax classes have been really, really big for this round of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship, which is brilliant to see.
Yeah, really is great to see. Great to see the subscription being so high there in terms of drivers in those categories, in terms of number of drivers here at Wilton Mill Kart Club for round 3 in its entirety. Really good to see. Really good to see all the support that these drivers are having, whether it be in the paddock or in the broadcast chat as well. So in the comments, do show us, tell us who you're supporting, who you're rooting for, and what their hopes are for today. We do, of course, do our best to take a look at that for these drivers, as some drivers are now heading out for their quick formation lap before we go racing for 8 more minutes, plus a little bit, 8 more minutes once again.
Yeah, so we'll have the drivers here lining up as we head into the boot, which they're starting to slow down now, getting that heat into their tyres, and away they'll be very, very soon.
They will indeed. They navigate their way through the boot nice and slow. Now, it is a really crucial phase of the racing, is this formation lap. As you say, getting that heat into the tyres can make all the difference on lap 1.
Exactly that, yeah, exactly. When you're going around the first heat formation lap, it's great to get them heat into the tyres, especially going into that first corner, having that bit more extra confidence going and heading into that first corner, knowing that you can push the kart.
Yeah, especially given that here at Wilton Mill, of course, it's not a slow first corner. You run through Oblivion, you're carrying plenty of speed. You need that confidence in the mechanical platform of your kart that it will deliver. Let's see if these karts will deliver. I'm sure the drivers will as we get ready to start the next race. It's the Senior Rotax Heat 1 underway. Now we go through Oblivion, through the right-hander, up towards Christmas Corner once again. Nice start there for Oliver Smith.
Few drivers going wide there, and a bit of a squabble in the middle. That's number 91, which is Drew Presnier, and we have 75. So there's a bit of a squabble in the middle there, but they got going again, which is great to see.
Yeah, they did indeed. Unfortunate way to start the racing, but still 8 minutes to try and pick up the pieces and grab a few points in this first heat. We head on through and down the back straight. Either way, our race leaders navigating their way around the boot.
And our race leader has pulled a massive gap already, but it's still in the early days, so we'll see them come through. And we have Oliver Smith leading by Charlie Neve and Luke Richardson as your top three. We'll see a few battles going on towards the start of this race as well.
We will indeed. We go side by side into Christmas already. I think if we need to do a tally of how many times that phrase is going to get said today. But a good first lap, like of Jugas Provilonis, as well as Freddie Leppenwell. 4 places gained for Jugas there, as well as Freddie Leppenwell gaining 3 positions on that starting lap. In fact, Jacob Lee, 8 laps made on the first lap. That's impressive there. So some big movers in the field already. So you might think, oh, these races, these heats seem on the shorter side. These drivers have plenty of opportunity to make the difference. Even if you're starting not quite where you'd want to be, you can certainly be at the top end of the running within just a few laps. As Callum Sims setting the fastest lap of this race. He's in the mix there at that top end pack, which is being led by a margin by Oliver Smith, and then it's Charlie Down leading the trio just behind him.
Lovely train of drivers coming through there now, and we have a good battle going on here for Callum Sims, who is actually setting up our purple sectors. Number 60 is involved as well, Charlie Neve, which is up the front. And our race leader Oliver Smith has pulled a really decent gap at the start of this race.
Yeah, top work from the number 38 there as they navigate their way through the boot. We look on to just behind once again. This is another heat where it's the upper midfield. That is certainly giving us plenty to discuss. They head on to start the next lap of this race. Now through Oblivion they go, the left-hander. Oblivion's a corner which I imagine is so thrilling in the dry, the speed that you carry, but in the wet it's even more exciting, isn't it?
In the wet it's more exciting. It gets a bit squabbly in there and the drivers can make a few more moves. But yeah, definitely I think Christmas Corner and is probably one of the most popular corners throughout these races to make them moves.
It is indeed. So many iconic karting corners to be had here at Wilton Mill. Round we go on to the back straight once more. We can see braking formation there, not in the penalty sense, braking formation as in they're stopping their single file as we head up through the boot yet again. Back on to the start-finish straight we go, still in single file. Maybe a small advantage to be gained in terms of slipstream, if at all. Quick shout out to our slipstream members there.
We have Luke Richards who sets a fastest lap for that one and takes second place from Charlie Neve, which is good stuff from Luke as he makes his way towards Oliver Smith, who's leading this senior road tax race.
Just over 4 minutes to go then. Time certainly does fly by. Richards is doing everything he can in terms of pace. Is constantly setting those purple laps, has done so for a number of laps in this one. Unfortunately, it's only by about 300th of a second, and with 4 laps to go in this one, need a bit more margin in order for that fight for the race lead to really come to fruition. But hats off to Oliver Smith for a fantastic job starting this race so well. Really did make the difference.
Exactly. I think Oliver Smith took that fastest lap and then Luke Richardson passed and took it back again. So there's a good, some good pace going through the top 3 and the rest of the grid as we see them come through. Another good move there made by the JDR kart number 40, I believe. 49, apologies, Michael Dalton. He's making some good moves through this race, which is good to see.
It really is lovely to see in these big packs. There's so many different places to look in the racing, and there will be overtakes being done. Leaders are starting the next lap of the race. We're watching the mid pack heading through the boot and the final corner now as they start their next lap. Still in that single file formation for the time being, waiting for the correct opportunity to arise. That's what's really impressed me with these drivers so far, is they're not throwing away time, going for moves that might not be on. There is a move that is on though. Nice run down the inside from the number, was that number 13, was it? Didn't quite catch the number plate of the kart there. Sorry, it's all this blistering sunshine. Sorry. We run our way through Chapman though. Back onto the back straight we go. Quite a noticeable gap now being shaped up between the top four and then the upper midfield here. Really impressive stuff from the top four. There's not been much overtaking going on between them, but they have just all settled into a really nice rhythm, which sometimes can be really good. It can be really good from our point of view as well, because it might mean that the drivers are waiting for the finals.
Exactly that. We do have a move going. We do have a battle going on here between Michael Dalton in the number 49 kart. He's a bit under pressure there from the car behind him, which is good to see. And we have another battle in background going on as well. Number 188, Pavlinas. And another great move there done by kart number 80, which is Oliver Gibson down the inside of number 361. And he takes it back just as they go into the boot.
Yeah, really nice battles. Really, what I love as well is when the overtakes are confident, but also the drivers are really respectful of each other.
Exactly, yeah. Throughout these few races that we've had on this morning, there's been a lot of respect and a lot of clean racing, which is really nice to see everyone finish the race and come through that checker flag.
Yeah, really strong stuff. I'm sure some really nice memories will be made here today between all of our drivers. I think Wilson Mill Kart Club is something that everyone looks back on with fond memories. I mean, I'm sure you've done plenty of running at Wilson Mill in the past and have some fond memories. Any in particular that stand out for you?
There was one race in particular for me. It was actually the wet for British Champs round here, and I remember everyone went out on slicks in the rain, so that was a bit of action, a bit different to what we have today. So yeah, Wilton Mill's always a great circuit to come back to, very family friendly, do great food, and it's always a nice paddock to be around.
They do great food. I brought a packed lunch today because I'm supposed to be on a diet, but I mean, it might go out the window. I mean, when in Rome, when in Wilson Mill, you've got to visit the cafe, of course.
Exactly that. We do still have Oliver Smith leading Luke Richards, and the gap hasn't changed much. It was 8 tenths, now 9, so it's still staying the same distance between them two drivers, but the times are very, very similar, so it's hard to make up places when the times are so close.
It is indeed, which just goes to show in terms of field parity, and we're on for a really level playing field here, and as I say, will make for some very interesting racing later on into the day as well. Time is getting close to hitting 0 now as we navigate our way up towards Christmas Corner once again, looking at our race leader, who has done such a good job, as you say, Kales, of just controlling things quite nicely. The pace is really close, so no one's escaping, no one's gaining necessarily, which just means I think we'll be on for some great races later on. Penultimate.
Exactly that. You know, when you see a driver going out there being so consistent with their lap times and just keeping that pace level and controlling them tyre temps, it's great to see, and that's what wins a race, consistency. Exactly
that. Penultimate lap now, so not much longer to go in this race as we see drivers looking over the shoulder, near enough side by side. No move to be made there that time around, though. We look on to our mid-pack now, which has broken away from the front runners, but is still so close together. This could be a huge, I mean, it's over. We need a different word. This is now the collective noun. I'm going to use fleet. A fleet of carts heading through. To quote John Ratcliffe, sometimes it might be a gaggle, sometimes it might be a collection. Either way, a fleet of carts in this race. We'll see if that changes. Heading their way through Ashby in just a moment.
Good trainer drivers coming through there. Will we see a couple of more moves made before we get across that finish line? They're very, very close. All the times are very close as well, so it's hard to make some moves when you're very close and consistent with each other. But across the finish line we have Oliver Smith, followed by Luke Richardson, and Callum Sims just takes it off Charlie Neve, and then that is the top 4. Oh, we have a bit of a change though. Charlie Neve comes down and he...
Yeah, had issues.
Something must have happened there.
Yeah, there he is. What a shame. He's on the escape road. There is Charlie. Once again, I mean, it's always disappointing to have an issue in a race, but particularly when you've been doing so well and to have it
And it's
happen.
not that far from the finish line either, so that would be annoying for a driver. But, you know, he has to take in as well that he done really, really well, held his own. Unfortunately, these things happen, so hopefully he'll be back for Heat 2 even stronger.
Exactly that. Got to take that confidence, as you say, Kales, into the further running today. So your top three then, Smith, Richards and Sims. The upper field all brought it home. Plenty of changes there. Ruben Mamlock, 11 places made in this race overall. So a really exciting senior Rotax round then to kick off the first heat for this group of drivers. We've got another Rotax heat coming up in just a moment. Our Rotax Inters will be making their way out on track in a couple of minutes. Here we go then. Our Rotax mini division is going to be the set of karts to make their way out on track in just a moment. They'll be in the pit lane getting prepared and ready to go racing. We've seen support in the chat for championship leader Akil in this one already, so they'll be hoping for another strong performance in the championship.
Drivers are lining up there now and the starting grid is out.
It is indeed. So it is championship leader Akil who takes the charge in this race on this grid, followed by James Roots on the front row. Then it's Rudra Gokulnath, followed by Harris Barber. And then on row 3 it's Teddy Murphy and Noah Wilklow. Then we have row 4, which is Frank Morris and Thomas Laidler, followed by Will Eden, Jude Story on row 5. Then it's William Moore and Finley Thompson completing the 6th row of the grid. Moving on to row 7, it will be Isaac Garth and Charlie Heffer, followed by Eli Owen and then Noah Hobson. Then we have Jamal Pumaram and then Seiki Komatsu on row 9. Row 10 will be Teddy Roberts and Hugo Torpy, followed by Santiago Simeone and then Roshan Bakchada. Then we have Mohammed Umar Abdeen, followed by Arthur Roberts on row 12. 25th kart on the grid then will be Byron Webb, followed by Harry Carthy. Then we have Felix Millen Sexton and William Gillick. And then we have George Whiteman, Henry Algar on row 19. That is going to be your 30 karts competing in this Rotax mini class here today at Wilton Mill. They're in the pit lane getting ready to go racing. I can hear the sounds of sprockets and karts starting up already, which means we're going to be getting ready to go racing very soon indeed as they make their way out on the track for a quick formation lap.
Another huge grid we have here, which is really, really nice to see all the youngsters coming out to Wilton Mill, and they are all heating up their tyres here on the formation lap just to get ready again to have it ready for that first lap.
Yeah, really important phase of the day. Again, something that I wouldn't be able to do this. I'd be, I could maybe make the tyres too hot or too cold. I wouldn't be able to find the balance at all. But these young drivers certainly capable of it, which is oh so impressive. I do often really enjoy watching, particularly the younger cadets, just watching the kind of the racing driver being kind
exactly,
of
yeah. When you see how young they are as well, and you know they're coming from what 8-9 years old. And trying to control that tyre temp is very, very impressive.
It is indeed, and they'll be hoping that they've done that quite right now as they navigate their way through the boot. Seeing that last little bit of weaving to get that extra temp in to the tyres. They use the escape route to get formed up a little bit quicker, of course. Down the tram lines they will go before we go racing yet again, and it's green flag for the Rotax Minis, who head their way down through Oblivion into the first corner. Akil Nain controls things rather nicely at the front end of the pack. No major challenges for that driver so far. James Roots is just behind, has a look, potential sniff around the outside into Christmas Corner. Nothing to be done there as we have a little bit more lawn mowing going on here at Wilton Mill. They're both pointing in the right direction. They'll just need to wait to rejoin safely, which they've very adeptly done, so well done, drivers. And we can see the front end of the pack now, side by side we go. Sorry, that's not quite the front end there. That's it's more of the mid-pack action here as we navigate our way through Chapman and onto the back straight.
Unfortunately, we have one off there, number 16, Charlie Heffer, who is going to make his way back onto the grid anyway, which you can see now. We have the leaders coming through the start-finish for our first lap round, and Akil Nan leads the pack, followed by Jane Roots and Harris Barber. All came through very, very nicely, and we'll see how they do, followed by Akil having the fastest lap of the race on the first lap, which is nice to see.
It is very nice indeed. 7 minutes left on the clock in this one, so still plenty of action to go. It's a lovely, I've now entered weather reporting mode. It's 20 degrees out there, which is a nice racing conditions, isn't it?
And meant to get hotter as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. So stay tuned for that one, folks, as we try not to cook in the comms box, although the big massive industrial fan is doing well on that front. Our drivers are doing have their own type of cooling wind in the form of all the speed that they're carrying down the straight as well. We have a driver off through the boot there. The unfortunate weight, pointing in the wrong direction, which means that eternity passes by as the entire fleet passes you. It might only be 12 seconds in reality, but for the number 119 there, that's Eli Owen, unfortunately tumbling down the order. Started 15th in this race.
A shame to see him facing the wrong way. If you're facing the other way, at least you can join on, but you kind of have to wait for everyone to pass to rejoin that grid, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that 20 seconds can feel like just forever.
Yeah, exactly. Great job done by Akil Nan here, still leading the pack and putting in them fastest laps as well. We do have a change for third place, so Teddy Murphy passes Harris Barber in the top 4. And another good overtake there round the inside, and then the outside comes Cole's driver on number 655 towards the mid-pack.
Yeah, really nice running there. I think the Sam Pollitt racing car might be one to watch out for. They found half a second on their previous best lap so far, so might be closing up to the likes of James Root and Archie Nain at the front end of this pack and making it a 3-way battle for the race lead, if that is going to be possible today. That's not to say that Akil is controlling things very nicely at the front end, despite that has just set their own fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap overall. Meanwhile, we look at the mid-pack and navigating their way down towards the double left-hand complex. Through Chapman's we go, and everyone's still in single file for the time being, waiting for the opportunity to arise. Usually it's going to be through the booth, through Christmas, maybe into Ashby as well.
Some good battles going on here. Everyone seems to be following in a train. That won't last for long. We still have 4 minutes left, so we will see a few battles going on here very, very shortly. Still some overtakes happening on here as number 77 goes wide and he gets a place taken, but gains it back into Christmas, which is good. We still have Akil Nan leading the race. Teddy Murphy definitely is one to watch. He is coming through on the Sam Pollitt kart, and he has done very well so far, making up 2 positions. Has
indeed, matching Akil's pace within 1/100th of a second, and is closing up on James Root quite nicely indeed. Quick comms box update, someone's fired up a barbecue. And I
can smell it.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate smell to be smelling before lunch, because that is a... hopefully we won't be smelling too much lovely food before then, as we've got some lovely racing going on down the start finish straight now as we go nearly 3 or 4 wide before we run through Oblivion there. They've controlled things quite well to get back into single file, but you could just see a few drivers beginning to think, here's a chance for an overtake here into the right-hander. Thought better of it, all of them though, and they head back through the single file. Down towards Ashby we go.
That pack is getting very big there and very close together, so we should see a bit of action going on here in our mid-pack of our race as they try to make the overtakes happen, but they are all very, very similar pace, so it's hard to make that dive. As you say, sometimes you kind of need to close your eyes and hope for the best and make that move.
That's how I race. Let's second I get it, and that's why I'm on the sidelines for the upcoming endurance race that me and my old team are doing.
Brilliant move made there by number 27. I think that is Komatsu.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Through the boot, which is an unusual move that you wouldn't normally see. It normally has been Christmas or before the boot, but through the boot is a bit different.
Yeah, we do like to see drivers trying different things out on track. Hopefully they're all successful. Of course, if you go for that move that maybe your opponent isn't expecting, it just makes it that little bit easier potentially. The only thing is you might unlock a bit of a hidden secret for your opponent to try it back in a moment.
Good battles going on here for our mid-pack racers, as I think it is number 149, Teddy Roberts, who leads that pack, and he's leading through there now, coming through the start, finishing through that boot, and see if there's any positions changed here. A few hands in the air there we see.
Yeah, that's usually drivers saying, "Oh, sorry, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of a yellow flag," or "Yep, sorry, something might have happened out on track." Just letting the marshals and the stewards know if such a thing does take place, and we do have an under investigation showing on our timing systems. That might be the cause of that. Either way, we navigate our way through Ashby. We go, looking over the shoulder there
We have Jamal 655 who leads that pack, but he's going to get it taken away from him by 149 Teddy Roberts, who leads that battle for, I believe, 13th place.
Of course, there's multiple divisions running on track in today's heat, so Jamal won't be necessarily fighting with the carts around him for overall points, but it's still nice to
exactly that, yeah.
have that on-track battle.
And we have a good move there from number 87, who is Isaac Garth on William Moore for 9th place.
Yeah, Thomas Laidler just laying in waiting there as well. Was on the outside of the exit of Christmas there, but is still attached to that trio there, so might be going for an overtake if they can do so later into the race. Oh, we have a couple of carts heading off there as well. They look, they're pointing the wrong direction. They have that unfortunate weight, the bit of a rise in the terrain as well, so the cart is not going to be able to get over that. They need to push it back on to the tarmac, which might help the clutch a little bit. But what a shame for those drivers. They're tumbling down the order. We'll try and see who that was in a minute.
I think it was William.
That is Moore and Laidler there, unfortunately. So in the mix in that battle just a moment ago, they find their way down towards the back end of the pack. What a shame this race goes the way that it does. There, as we have the number, is that the 64 of Will Eden?
That's number 44.
44, sorry, Henry Algar.
Position.
Yeah. Henry Algar there heading down the inside. But seeing those drivers there tumble down the other, something we've seen in a couple of the heats now. Everything begins to just unravel ever so slightly for a couple of drivers right at the end, which is a terrible shame. But elsewhere, things are looking good as we head through the boot. This is the number 64 of Will Eden now in the mix in this pack as they cross the start-finish line. He leads this battling trio. Has made up 5 positions in this race so far, so has had a good time out there, but it's going to be under pressure from Barbara and Wicklow as we navigate their way up to the Christmas corner. Now there is Eden on the defence from 2 fronts there, which is a really tricky position to be in, but he's rising to the occasion well as we now have 3 wide formation into Ashby there or thereabouts. As we can see everyone trying to go for the inside line there. Eden somehow still controls things in that mix, but here we go. Down the inside is going to be the 1-2-1 of Harris Barber. Through Chapman's they go, and now it's Harris who leads the charge.
I think 53 is just on the back of that pack waiting for something to happen to come through as he took the outside line into Christmas as they were defending. So let's see what he can do, and that is our race finish. So Akil Nan finishes in 1st place, followed by James Roots. 3rd place, Teddy Murphy, Harris Barber in 4th, Will Eden, Noah Wicklow, Frank Morris, Isaac Garth, Jude Story, and then rounding out our top 10 is Teddy Roberts.
Yep, nice driving from everyone there. Some fantastic little battles brewing once again. I think another question of a couple more laps and it would have been, the ante would have been upped even more. Nonetheless, we're really impressed with that block of Rotax cars out on the track. They were going to take a bit of a break from the Rotax action, though. Don't worry, not taking the break from the on-track action, because in just a few minutes, it's going to be our Honda Cadet heading out on track.
I think we've had a really good few battles here, but it's always down to them 1 or 2 laps that we need extra to get a bit more action going on towards the front and give them drivers a bit more laps to have the fight for the top 3.
Well, I'm pleased to report we will have some longer races in the afternoon, the finals for our X30 class, as well as our Honda Cadets and IME Cadet and Rotax Cadets later on. They'll have a few more minutes on their heats. And speaking of Honda Cadets, that's going to be the heat coming up next. Honda 200 Cadets then, as Kales is valiantly trying to hold up an entry list, but the gale force wind being produced by the fan is doing its best to put a stop to that. But Honda 200 Cadets heading out on track now, as we can see them starting their engines in the pit lane, getting ready to head out on track. We'll take a look at the starting grid for this in just a moment. Here we go then. It's going to be Jensen Culler and Phoebe Shelton on row 1. Then in P3 and P4, it'll be Colin Doherty and Finley Thursfield, followed by Jesse Bailey and Oliver Vickers, championship leader on row 3. Then we have Oliver Ratton, Krish Doshi, followed by Kabir Singh and Callum Ryan. Then it's Archie Edgar and Freddie Williams on row 8 and row 9. Then it's Jacob West, Alfie Bai, followed by Louis Dawson and Thomas Pregnell on row 8 for 15th and 16th. Then it's Oscar Watson and Fraser Messer on row 9. That's going to be followed by Callum Gain and George Bridger on row 10, and then Archie Horton completes your 21 kart field for this first bit of Honda Cadet action this morning.
And some of the mechanics have the umbrellas out to keep the drivers cool.
Good
so it
call.
must be getting hot out there.
It must be. It must be getting that. Obviously, as the sun rises more, my phone's telling me 23 degrees, so it's certainly
Getting
temps
hotter.
are climbing. I got in. I mean, I'm one of those scary northern folk, and 16, 17 degrees is a very hot day up there. And I came down here at 6 p.m. I think by the time I got here, and it was 27 degrees showing in my car on my dashboard. So
Bit different to up north then.
Little bit different. Hopefully for the
Are you enjoying it?
I am. I must say, once I get acclimatised to it, I do quite like the heat. Get another great shot of the viewpoint on that balcony. It is a really good place to go and watch the race. You can see so much of this track. You get that run through oblivion there, which is a great place to see. Well, obviously you get the look at the boots, the look at the final part of the track, and then you get it's a good viewpoint. You can see all the track.
Exactly.
But
yeah, you can see everything, every corner you can see. But I do hope they're all wearing sun cream up there. I think that's a prime spot for getting caught by the sun.
Yeah, it certainly is. So as we were saying before, this is your public service announcement, folks. Sunscreen, water, really important stuff today. He says, I haven't brought any down, but I've been either sat in the car or in the comms box, in a nice cool comms box, so I'm fortunate to avoid that. But a big hello to all of you for tuning in once again. Hello to Vinny C Racing, who says, good luck, gents in colour, in this race, and absolutely good luck to all of our drivers out there. I'm sure we're going to be in for a really fantastic day's worth of running.
We can see the drivers getting ready there now, and all the umbrellas are out. I've seen one, and now I see about 4 or 5. So I'd say they're just keeping cool before they get out on that hot circuit.
Yeah, and that is worth noting, in fact. Obviously, we've got plenty of air temperature here, and the sun is beating down as well. These drivers are right on the tarmac. That black tarmac sits there all day absorbing all that heat, gets even hotter itself, and kind of acts like a bit of a radiator. You're surrounded by carts that are running and people that are running, and it is a hot environment down there.
The karting as well it's such a fast-paced environment. You have to have everything on point, and the races do come up quickly throughout the weekend as well. So you have to be fast in everything you're doing.
That you do indeed, and that's where the immense support from parents, family, friends does come in. It makes all the difference. I can only imagine just how dedicated you have to be there. I don't come from a racing background myself, which is probably for the best, but I can imagine the amount of work that goes into even just getting across all these events as well. I mean, obviously,
exactly that. Yeah.
Wilson Hill Kart Club, it's you know where you're going. Obviously, it's in the name, but I know obviously plenty of these championships will run elsewhere as well, and you're all across the country.
There's plenty of kart circuits around the country as well, and when you look at Wilton Mill, then there's kart circuits left, right, forward, backwards. So you have plenty of kart circuits around the UK, which parents are very dedicated to travelling to, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely, really nice to see this kind of. We've got a big karting community, obviously, in the UK, and it is lovely to see that it is, as ever, so kind of healthy and active, and as we were saying before, so many new names that
exactly,
that you don't recognise from your time karting. So many times that there's a few names that I recognise, but new faces as well. So it is a big and happy community.
Exactly that.
Should be a few moments until we get our Honda Cadets out on track, as they're just getting those last kind of preparations in before we do go racing. Let's take a look at the champions. As I mentioned in the grid, it's Ollie Vickers leading the charge in terms of the championship. They're in the first few rows of the grid for this one, so they're going to be one of those drivers that's looking for just getting a nice, cleanly executed start there. Maybe not getting caught up in that mid-pack action, but
exactly that. Yeah, he'll want to be out there getting a clean race done, obviously near the front, but I think more of a calm, collective race for himself will be better for points wise to lead the championship into the following round. But he'll be probably near the front thinking, what will I do?
And then just looking back to the other racing we'll have today, obviously we'll have the Army Cadet Waterswift heading out as well. A few more extra 30 running, and then we head back to our Junior Maxes, Senior Maxes, Rotax Inters as well. Bit of a lunch break after that as our karts now head out on track to complete the formation running. A couple of classes running in this field as well. So it's Jensen Colour, Phoebe Shelton leading the charge in their class. Then we have Kabir Singh and Callum Ryan leading the charge in their respective class as well.
Nice, lovely grid here to get into the Honda race 1 as they will start to pack together now to get ready for the red lights to come off. Last couple of corners here before we start seeing that pack coming together, and we'll see them slowing down.
We will indeed. 21 karts, which is still a really healthy grid size.
Exactly that, yeah. No,
we've got used to 30 or 40 over the past couple of heats, but yeah, 21 karts still a really nice number. You should be able to find someone to battle at various points as we navigate our way down the start-finish straight. We wait for the flag to be waved in this one as they all come to a stop. Drivers waiting with anticipation as everyone gets formed up. Down the tram lines we go. Quick check of all the cars. Wait for everyone to be formed up once again before we get to go racing.
I'd say the adrenaline of every driver on that grid is bouncing right now.
Is this when it gets worse, when you wait for a grid start like this?
I suppose, yeah. You know, in cars, you obviously have the red lights go out. But for these guys, it's quite similar to a car race, whereas the other ones are just kind of rolling starts. So it's a bit different. So I would say the adrenaline for these drivers is a bit different. But the green flag is waving at the back there. So we should be getting away in just a second.
Yeah, 5-second board is shown. Not long until we are green and ready to go racing, and we are in fact green and ready to go racing. Down towards oblivion we go to side-by-side battle between Shelton and Colour for the start of this race. Side-by-side elsewhere for a number of drivers throughout the field, but everyone gets away cleanly. Nice start for this one, as that is side-by-side still for our two front runners. The switchback is complete. Move not sealed quite yet in this race.
Phoebe Shelton leads Jensen, and then along with Finlay Thursfield, there should be a few positions switching here, as it's only the first few corners, and there's really good battles going on here as we enter the first lap.
Yeah, really nicely executed grid start for all of these drivers in this pack. The number 31 there of Ollie Vickers having a look around the outside through Chapman's before you head down the back straight. Championship leader, of course, is Oliver Vickers. Runs through the boot now in just a moment. And in the midst, in that huge pack of karts, they're all heading through in single file. A really clean getaway there. Colour takes back the race lead, of course. Shelton and Thursfield make their way on through as well. Oliver Ratton makes a really nice impression on that grid start there. Makes up 2 positions, as does Callum Ryan in their class. We now head on down through the Christmas corner yet again. Side by side we go. That is the number 64 Kabir Singh there around the outside into Christmas, and we look back on to the number 61 there, Freddie Williams.
Good start for Jensen Colour, followed by Phoebe Shelton. We should have a bit of a battle for the lead there as the race goes on, with only a couple of tenths between the top 4 drivers on this Honda race.
Yeah, really nice getaway for them, breaking up an important gap already. That if they build up a gap to the mid-pack, it gives them an opportunity later on into the race to go for that bit of battling. They can afford a few tenths side by side with each other, so that might be why they try and build up that margin early on in the race. As we can see, Colour and Shelton continuing on the battle over the shoulder. Looks Colour, but Shelton is waiting for that opportunity. It is purple on the previous lap, of course. We'll wait for a better time to creep in as we head further into the race.
Shelton takes... Oh, we have a driver off, which is number 85.
Jacob West there, unfortunately, tumbles to the bottom of their class, pointing in the wrong direction. You can see the frustration there, but relatively quick returns to the track.
Exactly that. We have Phoebe Shelton again with her first fastest lap, and she is on the back of Jensen Colour, and she'll be wanting to get that move done as soon as possible to then pull away from the pack. So we'll probably see Phoebe putting that nose halfway down that car to see if she can get her way through.
We will indeed. So far, a really nicely judged battle between these two. I imagine they very much know what is at stake here, so don't want to go too brash with anything just yet. Number 15 of Jensen, though, still leading the charge. Only 700th of a second, and it has been near hundredths the margin between all these drivers in the racing so far. We just saw the number 31 of Oliver Vickers on the attack, the championship leader, don't forget, folks. So, round 3 for the Wilton Mill Kart Club, but obviously plenty of points still to be found for a number of drivers in the respective championships. Ollie Vickers will be hoping to grab as many of those as he can.
Oliver Vickers in 6th place, exactly how you said it. He is leading the championship, so he will be wanting to get towards the front pack. As we see, Jensen Cullen still leads the race, taking the fastest lap from Phoebe Shelton, and Phoebe Shelton in 2nd place. Jensen's pulling a small bit of a gap, but again, it's only early time in this race, so we could see them come together. We've seen that in previous races today.
Indeed, still over half race distance to go in this one, folks, as we go side by side there. The number 72 going a long way around. That's Finley Thursfield there. We have another little bit of a track excursion there for the 72.
22, I think it is.
Sorry,
Oliver
22,
Ration, who comes and does a bit of grass cutting, but makes it back onto the circuit again. And he's still in a good position to stay where he is.
I promise I don't have glasses, but maybe I need to get some at this point. But we head around the boot. Colour leads the charge. We look slightly further back at our upper midfield, which we've seen so many times in the racing this morning, is where all of that fighting ensues. And down onto the start-finish straight again we go.
Jensen Cullen still leads Phoebe Shelton. And that wasn't a bad one for Oliver Ratton. He still is in 7th place, so still in a good position to make up towards the front after that bit of an off he had in the previous lap. But still good going for him. We have on the screen number 30, who is in position, Jessie Bailey in number 30 in 5th place, who's having a good battle there with Oliver Vickers in 6th, who leads the championship.
Yeah, fantastic battle there between those two drivers. Going to take a quick look at how that championship is shaping up, because that could mean important things for the championship hopes, of course. Vickers leading the charge in that one. So he is going to be hoping to get as many overtakes completed as possible. And Jesse is in the mix there in that championship. Here's P3, 225 points to their name, so there's only 8 points.
And as you say that, Jessie Bailey does set a fastest lap by quite a lot as well. So he is hoping to come through the pack as well in 5th place, and we should see him popping through a bit more now, as there's 2 minutes to go on the timer, so not much time left. But that's a fantastic lap put in there by Jessie Bailey. Yeah,
absolutely. The fight, as I'm sure it is in so many of these championships, still very much on in the Honda 200 category. 8 points, as I say. Cian Doherty is in the middle there as well. Only 5 points, 3 points make that separating the championship lead and P2 and P3. So each heat really is going to be crucial for these drivers. So Vickers will be vying for those overtakes as they present themselves.
Jensen still leads by Phoebe Shelton, followed by Thursfield and Doherty. But Jessie Bailey still there in 5th, and we have a good battle going on here for number 72 leads that pack, which is Finlay Thursfield, and then followed by Doherty and Jessie Bailey. That little squabble there in the middle for them 4 carts should be a bit interesting, as number 22, Oliver Ratton, tries to go down the inside of Oliver Vickers, our championship leader. They'll be wanting to at least get a bit more points than Oliver Vickers today to try and get more up the championship lead.
Yeah, still plenty to play for in that championship. Of course, we are only on round 3. Still plenty more rounds to go. 8 in total, of course. So plenty of fighting to be done, but I'm just so pleased that it's already so close in that mix so early on in the standings. Jesse then sets or maintains fastest lap of the race so far. 40 seconds left on the clock. Colour build up a nice margin. Shelton clung on as long as they could, but unfortunately maybe that looks just a little bit more settled for the time being. Finley Thursfield, meanwhile, seems like a bit of a cork in the bottle for some of the upper midfield drivers here. Is doing a very good job on the defence is Finley, but I'm sure the likes of Doherty, Bailey, Vickers hoping to find a way on through in the very little time you have left in this race.
Number 22, Oliver Ratton, trying to go around the outside there to get that extra bit of leg on the exit of the corner. We have number 31 just on the grass there, Oliver Vickers, our championship leader. Really unfortunate there, but again, as you said, still plenty of time throughout the day to make up them positions, and he's still going, which is good.
Yeah, still plenty of time in the season as well for extra points, but that is not the type of knock that you need when you are leading the charge by fine margins there. That will be a golden opportunity for some competitors there. Hopefully Oliver can pick up the pieces and can grab some more points further on throughout the day as we head through Christmas. Now that is the back end kicking out on the number 72 of Finley Thursfield, because it's rather closed up in this battle for P2. Or in fact, I think that's actually for P3, and Finley might have lost out there as we run on through Christmas.
Number 94, Cian Doherty leading that 30, Jesse Bailey. I think Jesse Bailey's trying to get down that inside, but we do see a move for 94, Cian Doherty on Finlay Thurles field. And he's trying to go around the outside to try and gain that back, but doesn't quite make it stick. But we will see that happen coming down the start-finish. Number 15, Jensen Culla, who wins this race, followed by Phoebe Shelton, and we have Cian Doherty who takes third place, followed by Jesse Bailey, Oliver Ratton, Finlay Thursfield. 7th is Archie Edgar, 8th Callum Ryan, Freddie Williams, Kabir Sai, and Oliver Vickers is in 11th. So he does finish quite well, considering we had that bit of an off. I think he should be happy with that.
Yeah, still some points to pick up nonetheless. What a shame, though, for Finley Thursfield. That race that maintained P3 for so long.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, it all came undone on that final lap. That is what can happen, these packs of drivers that we do get building up in karting. What a shame it didn't quite work out that way. But Cian Doherty will be very happy with that one, because obviously championship points is only 3 between themselves and Ollie Vickers there, so it heats up in the 100, 200 cadets. Look forward to seeing more of those throughout the day today, but for a moment we say goodbye to that class and hello to the IAMI cadets and Rotax cadets in just a moment. So it's the Rotax Micro IAMI Water Swifts heading out on track in a few moments. We can still hear the sounds of cars getting prepared and ready to go racing. Big race for the championship in the previous heat. I am sure we should hopefully have the same thing once again for this round as well. It is worth noting, championship leader in the IAMI Water Swifts isn't actually attending, at least on my entry list, or my current entry list for this round today. So that might open things up just a little bit for the Rotax cadets. I had Benjamin Slidvar as the championship leader, sorry, not the IAMI Water Swifts. And then for the IAMI Water Swifts, it is currently Darcy Durnford leading the charge in that cadet class.
Brilliant stuff by Darcy Dunford, leading that championship for the IAMI Water Swift, which is good to see. And then we have obviously the other cadet class who will join them on the grid as well.
They will indeed. We'll take a look at the starting grid in just a moment, but in terms of that IAMI Water Swift category then, there's 8 points currently determining the championship battle. They have a substantial margin over the rest of the competitors in terms of points, so things are looking good there. But then as we head over to our Rotax Micro cadets, as I say, it looks like, at least according to the current entry list, we'll confirm that on the starting grid in just a moment, the Benjamin leading the championship by 4 points. Doesn't look to be in attendance this evening. It'll be Wraith Owen or to be the driver who might look to take a few points here. But we are going to look at that starting grid now and how things will shape up for this heat. Row 1 will be Gaio Vieira, followed by Hendrix Falat. Then we have Hugo Senna and Arlo Gamble on row 2. Wraith Owen and Archie Gupta on row 3, followed by Will Wainwright and Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat on row 4. Then we have Jensen Drummond, Johnny Butterfield, followed by Ralph Ewer and Anthony Ray on row 6. Row 7 will feature Jack Gould and Oakley Howlett, followed by Freddie Fullerton and Jack Reed. Then we have Noah Brad and Hayden Bailey on row 9. Completing the 10th row will be William Ewer and then Alexander Pietak. Then we have Rowan Reed, Nicodem Pietak, followed by Charlie Cale and Jack Dundee, completing row 11 and row 12 that is, followed by Ollie West, Darcy Durnford, on row 13. Leo Owens, James Ferguson and Helmsley Schultz completing the 15 rows in this heat. That will be coming up in just a moment.
Raith Owen, who won the last race of this championship, will be eager, who is near the front of the grid. So he's starting in a good position and will have the confidence from the last round to bring into this round, which is good to see as well. As we see Will Wainwright, who is starting near the front of the grid, who was second in the last round. So that is good to see the two drivers that done quite well near the front, who will have a lot more confidence coming into this round, knowing they done well in the round previous.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, really good bit of momentum behind Wraith at the moment in terms of their previous results in the previous round, as well as how today should go, given that it looks like their rival not present.
And I think they're actually starting alongside each other, 7th and 8th.
Are they?
Which is quite unusual to see, as we had them on 1st and 2nd at the
yeah,
last round.
So Will Wainwright 4th in the championship is side by side, so that will be very interesting. Of course, Roger Pratap is in the mix there as well, so it does hot up. Unfortunately, the leader not present in this round, but everyone else in the top end there will be able to vie for points early on in the season, which is, of course, what we like to see. We like to see that consistent championship fight going on throughout the season.
Karts slowing down there now, getting ready for the start as they all pack together, and we should have a good getaway here straight away as they go through the tram lines and into the first corner, and we're going around again.
Yeah, nice start for everyone there, all things considered. Seeing support for Calavera in this race from Vinny C, which obviously that support seems to be well placed because it's a fantastic way to kick off the racing for our Water Swifts and our Road Taxis as well. All making it through Christmas, and looks like a couple of slow runners out of corner exit potentially, but all pointing in the right direction, which is what we like to see. Bit of pressure now mounting for our battle for the race lead, as we can see side by side go P2 and P3. Oh, are we false start?
I think we're false start.
We're false start,
so
yeah. I've only just saw the flag. Sorry, I was thinking, come on, drivers, you got the loud pedal there. That does well explain it. False start then this time around. I was too busy being consumed by looking at broadcast chats, so I'll endeavour to actually look up this time. But it is great to see all that support pouring in. It's just there's so much support coming in. It's great to see.
Exactly. Yeah. There's many drivers in the chat that are getting a lot of support, especially in this race. There's a load of comments coming in, which is good to see. Hopefully, we will get this race underway as they come through the tram lines into the first corner. And do we get a race start? Yes, we do. Into the first corner we go. And who leads? Number 188 of Calavera. So he takes the lead from Hendrik Falat. And we have the other guys who are in the background there who get going as well. I think Darcy Dunford leads that back race there for the Water Swift Miami.
Yeah, really nice run through Christmas corner there for P2. I just saw an overtake being performed. They'll try and catch the number plate of that driver heading through the double left in just a moment. But so far, Vieira controlling things for the time being. One of those drivers we mentioned getting plenty of support in the chat. We run through Chapman's though as we go side by side over the curb we go. That would be the number 22 of Jensen Drummond there in the mix in that battle, but we run through the boot. Now, still seeing a couple of cars side by side as we now need to break into single file to navigate our way through the new chicane. I call it new chicane, it's been here for a couple of years now. But just go show time flies and I'm getting old.
Great start from Vieira though, really good start from Vieira, and
yeah.
He's getting some good support in the chat there, so they will be delighted to see that he leads this first race for our Road Tax Cadet race here, followed by Arlo Gamble and Rath Owen, who is good to see. Rath Owen, who's in 3rd place there, and I think he won the last round, which he'll have a lot more confidence coming into this as well.
Yeah, exactly. Really good momentum behind Owen at the moment in the championship. Rival, the leading rival, isn't present this today, so now is the golden opportunity to smash in those good results, get all those points on the board, and put yourself on the best playing field to head into the second half of the championship. Which of course will come by in a month, just over a month's time. We'll have another round for round 4 for that as we run through the final corner. A couple of carts out of place but still pointing in the right direction before we make our way down through oblivion once more. The back end kicking out there. That's about as much oversteer as realistically you want at those speeds in the kart before nice collected there, and we head back on through down towards Ashby in just a moment.
Nice start there for our Road Tax Cadet. Oh, we do have someone off though. I think it's cart number 53 if I'm right.
Looks like
Ralph
it, yeah.
Ralph is off there. I think that is a race done unfortunately for him. And another driver, number 22, Jensen Drummond, who is off there as well. He should get going again, we'll see. We do have a good battle going on there for cart number 88, Hugo Senna. Nice name for a nice livery as well on the cart.
Yeah, exactly. So one of my other favourite aspects of seeing the younger drivers is they've got some fantastic helmets, some fantastic liveries, some brilliant race suits. We have the number 23 going slowly, is that there? Sorry, number 33 going a little bit slow there. That is Rowan Reed just waiting to allow a few drivers on through. No, it was 23 as well. Apologies. But they do make their way through that final corner. Less than 5 minutes to go on the clock. Meanwhile, Verlaten sets the fastest lap in this race, leading that midfield charge there. Once again, we've got another case of the podium sitters breaking away from the pack, and it's the upper midfield that is enjoying all the battling here. It's a number 15 of Verlaten, who's currently under pressure, though it looks like Gupta has found a way on through as they navigate their way through the final part of the lap in just a moment. There they are. There is Gupta making their way around. Sorry, no, it's not. That's the lower midfield making their way around through towards the final corner and back onto the start-finish straight.
Number 26, I believe, going wide there, and 88, Senna comes through and takes that lead into Christmas Corner, but I think we do see that Will Wainwright will take it back into the next corner. Good battle going on there between them three drivers, which is nice to see, which is 7th to 9th.
Yeah, battle throughout the field, which is really impressive stuff. That's why it's always good to have such really impressive numbers here at Wills Mill Kart Club today. Is that no matter where you look on track, you're going to be enjoying some great racing. As we can see, looking down the inside into the boot, potentially thinking better of it. Waiting though through single file. We'll go through the chicane before your next big opportunity presents itself towards the start of the next lap, unless you get a really good run out of that final corner. We have seen plenty of drag race down this straight, of course.
Very good times put in there by our top two in this race, who are actually matching the exact same with a 52.5. So the exact same lap time put in there for the top two drivers in this race. Yeah,
really impressive, and I want to give a shout as well to Ollie West, who, speaking of good times, has just taken a record for this category, a 52.27, 3 tenths or 2 and a bit tenths quicker than the front runners in this race. That's a really impressive time from the number 4 kart there. 12 places made up in this race. Started 25th, is up into 13th.
Absolutely fantastic done by West in number 4. He shall see maybe come through the pack a bit more, but he is doing absolutely fantastic in this race, and the times are unbelievable.
Yeah, so class throughout the field here in the Wilton Mill Kart Club running today for round 3. Pleasure to be with you as always, folks. Big thank you to being welcomed into the championship as well. What an absolute pleasure it has been so far. And Ollie West goes, no, I can do better than a 52.2. Make that a 52.1. So the times get better still for Ollie West. That's mighty impressive.
Really impressive work by Ollie West, as he is in 13th place, and he's coming through and just tipping off them times every single lap and getting a bit quicker, and probably finding where he can improve. And right, let's try and get these times a bit more down and get towards the mid pack. But some good work going on here with kart number 21, Will Wainwright, and Rudra following him through. There should be a bit of a battle going on here as well with kart number 64, who is Anthony Ray, followed by Johnny Butterfill, I believe.
Yeah, number 25 there of Butterfill heading round onto the next lap. Now, as we can see, that is going to be plenty.
Number 4, I think, takes a position there. Yeah. Ollie West, again, coming through with a good lap time as well.
Unsurprising, huge amount of momentum there for Ollie West. Another driver, I'm sure that would be. I'm sure they all enjoy the short heat format, but we're wishing for just a couple more laps. I mean, I do must say I do love the short truncated heats there, as we can see just the faint outlines of previous lawnmower attempts from other karters, although all things look to be good and in a nice rhythm at the moment in this heat. We head through the final couple of corners once again. Onto the start-finish straight we go. Nice quintet of karts being led there by the number 21 of Will Wainwright. Leads us on to this next lap. Started 8th, is currently started 7th and is currently 7th. So that is a nice position to be in, although that might be under threat as we head through the Christmas corner. Plenty of change through that pack of 5 there, but they all filed right back into exactly where they started that corner.
Exactly that. There's a good battle going on here, as I think we have number 4 that goes down the inside, which is Ollie West once again making a move up to 10th place. Good work from Ollie there as he puts in them good laps, but is also giving good action on track.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very much, I'm sure, wishing they could have been higher up the order at the start of this race, because certainly have the pace here at Wilson Mill today, and it may be, if this race is anything to go by, I think that's going to be a name to watch out for in further heats today. The timer has hit 0, by the way. We are on the penultimate lap of this race already.
We do have Ollie West in the number 4 again, move up to number 9th. So that is good work by Ollie again, getting into the top 10, which is great to see. He does deserve it with his pace, how he's had it throughout the race. But we do have to say hats off to Vieira, who still leads this race for our Rotax cadet class, followed by Arlo Gamble and Hendrix Falat. There hasn't been much of a change towards the top, but there is a good battle going on here for 777, I believe, Freddie Fullerton, who leads that pack, followed by Charlie Cale and Hayden Bailey.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really enjoying their running through the final half of the lap. They will be heading through in just a moment. Meanwhile, frontrunners setting starting the final lap of this race. The mid-pack here heads on through towards the end of this lap now. Fullerton, as you say, right in the mix in this battle.
What a jump we've had from Ollie West again, going into 7th place and still keeping that fastest lap there in this race, which is really good work by West in number 4. Good battle going on here again. We have 777, which again is Freddie Fullerton, trying to keep in front of the 2 karts behind him, which is number 63 and 87, William Hayden. I wonder, will he keep behind him for the last lap? Only a few corners to go.
There are indeed, and Vieira is heading around the final corner and is heading onto that start-finish straight now. We're looking at the battle for Fullerton, and meanwhile, Vieira takes the checkered flag. Fullerton just ran a little bit wide out of crook there, and I wonder if that cost them, and they really have to go on the defence there. Either way, Gamble brings it home in P2. Hendricks for that completes your podium. That's going to be Rafe Owen, Hugo Senna, Archie Gupta, followed by Ollie West, Rudra Pratap Singh, Shekhar Watt complete P8. Then we have Will Wainwright and Jack Gould completing the top 10. What a charge through the field for Ollie West, who completes the race with another record, a 52.0. Really impressive stuff there. 18 positions made so far. That has to go down as hidden drive of the day so far, potentially, for Ollie West there. But well done to everyone involved. Vieira as well controlled things quite nicely there. Arlo Gamble was putting on some really strong laps as well, was hunting down Kyle Vieira there, but wasn't quite enough to make a difference in the end. Still started 4th, ended in 2nd. Really strong results there in the end. So that is it for our Waterswift cadets for the IM class, as well as our Rotax micros. We'll be heading out to our X30 running once again for their 2nd heat of the day.
Really good stuff by Ollie West, as you said, setting him some really good laps there and finishing in 7th place, making a lot of positions up. But hats off to Vieira and Gamble, who was just behind him by only 0.2. So really good work there by our Rotax drivers. But we're back onto the X30 again. Came round very fast.
Time for the 2nd heat of the day then for the X30 Seniors Rotax 177 kilo category. well, plenty of heats to be had in terms of racing, plenty of heat to be had in terms of the weather, and here's your grid for this one once more. It is CJ Bennett and Sebastian Dew on row 1, followed by Sam Lewis in the mix for the championship, of course, followed by Oliver Meeker, really impressed with some great battles in the first part of this morning. Then it's Finley Allen and Bailey Brooker completing row 3. Moving on to row 4 will be Archie Forber and Olivier Picola, followed by Max Cooper and William Omar. Then it's Jensen Buckingham and Oliver Keenan completing the 6th row of the grid. Then it's Noah Sales, Jack Stewart, Isabel Banks, Ethan Higgins, Alex Scott and James Reynolds completing row 7, 8 and 9, followed by Luke Carson, Adriel Nuart there on row 10, followed by Wayne Smithers on row 11. That's 21 carts here for the second heat for the X30 seniors and the 177 runners. So they're back in the pits, ready to go racing once more. Temperatures will have increased a little bit since this morning, of course.
I think they've increased quite a lot since this morning, and we had a really good race from our 30 senior drivers this morning, so there'll be plenty more action to happen on track as we head into Heat 2 for Senior X30 and the Senior Rotax 177s, who will start at the back, followed on our CJ Bennett, who starts in the front row, and Oliver Meek. He did have a fabulous race in the previous one, so we should see him come through a bit more as well and put in some good results.
Yeah, exactly. Went for some really nice overtakes there. Got stuck into the battle and kicked off the day really well. Did all the drivers in that field, in fact. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do on the second time of asking today. Looking back on at that pit lane now, it is already 11 o'clock. Time absolutely flies by when you are having fun. I know I'm certainly having fun. Hopefully you're having fun as well, Kales.
Absolutely loving it. To be behind the commentary box for the first time.
Oh, okay, it's a very different perspective for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is quite different. You know, normally you used to be behind the wheel or doing the interviews, getting interviewed by these kind of guys. So to be behind here, it is definitely different, but I'm absolutely loving it.
You used to be the botheree, and now you're the botherer.
Normally I used to run away from us, but now, yeah, no, it's a bit different, but I'm absolutely loving it. It's good to see, you know, watch and kind of give a perspective on what they're doing instead of what I'd be doing in the carts or the cars. So, yeah, no, it's really good.
Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the racing that we'll have here as well. Nice to be back at Wilton Mill. It's been a little while, as I say. Well, not much has changed. Last time I was here, lovely and sunny, lovely part of the country to visit. I was very thankful to the Alpha Live crew who put me up in a nice country inn, which was.
Was it sunny the last time you were here as well?
It was indeed, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, they time it well for the Wilton Mill rounds. They put the sunshine on for me.
Exactly. Well, that's the good part. If you were down here in the sun before, at least you're coming down to the same weather, and it's not like up north, as you said, absolutely freezing.
It's been an awful mix of you get about an hour of sunshine, and I'll be sat in work, and I'll think, oh, sun! I can go and just sit back, relax.
It's unusual to see that bright thing in the sky.
Yeah, and then literally about half an hour before the end of the workday, it'll just be grey and wet. So we
have them heading out on track now, which we'll have them starting soon.
Yeah, so our X30s head back out on a track once more. Some decent bit of grunt in these carts, of course, as there are in all the carts here today. And you can really tell the difference in what's powering these carts by just the noise that you hear out on track. The higher RPM than these X30s.
Exactly, yeah. The Rotax X30, you know, drivers, they know they have heavy machinery behind them, and they know they have a fast machine underneath them. So yeah, no, they are in a really, really good class, to be fair. And it's yeah, any driver that's on that grid definitely has a lot to deal with behind them.
They do indeed. And there's also the aspect of outside of the actual on-track action as well. There's another element of you've got to maintain your car, you've got to look after it.
Exactly that, yeah. You don't want to, you know, as we were saying about the tyres, or, you know, even when it comes to side pods, engines, you want to kind of maintain that to be able to go out racing again. So, yeah, no, the senior X30 drivers have a lot on their plate, but some fantastic racing going on here. So it proves that they are well capable of doing what they're doing.
They are indeed, and we'll just see how well they utilise that capability as they head round on to start another race here for our X30s. Down the tram lines we go. A haze of power navigators down towards the first corner. Lewis versus Bennett into the first corner. CJ Bennett obviously impressing in the previous race, as did championship leader Sam Lewis. Down the inside though, overtake already.
Really good start by CJ Bennett, followed by Sam Lewis, who did attempt to go on the outside there of CJ Bennett, but didn't quite make it stick. But again, first lap is always going to be a bit of a squabble as we go into the next corner, where CJ Bennett leads Sam Lewis and Sebastian Dew. Oliver Meek still in 5th place there, along in front of him Finlay Allen. So we do have a good start to this race as we have a few battles going on in the start up here. And again, CJ Bennett still leads into the straight. Yeah, perfect. Amazing stuff.
They do indeed. Good call there. Lewis is hot on the heels though, flying along already with some really impressive times, and we haven't had a full proper...
we have a dive there from Sam Lewis, who does take the lead from CJ Bennett in early doors into Christmas Corner, as he is on it. He's going.
Yeah, this fight is very much on. These drivers are adept enough to know what each overtake means for the championship as well. They're thinking about that while they're going out and racing. So really impressive stuff from Sam Lewis there to make the difference early on. That's not to say though that there isn't too much else going on in terms of speed on track, because Bennett is hot on the heels there, heads around that final corner, stays right in the slipstream of the 124 up in front, and navigates back towards the start of the next lap.
Bennett will want to get that lead back as he had a really, really good start. But we do have Oliver Meek coming through the pack there as well now. We have him on the inside there into Christmas Corner of Archie Fubber, I think that is. So really good stuff by Oliver Meek. But Sam Lewis, our championship contender, who leads this race in front of CJ Bennett. But we do have Sebastian Dew on the back of CJ Bennett, who will want to get past as well and chase down Sam Lewis leading that race.
Yeah, Oliver Meek, we know, is no stranger to a good move here at Wilton Mill already this morning. Hopefully we get a few more of those on your screens, folks, as we head our way through towards the end of the lap. Yet again, already we're building up a bit of a train here. No one's breaking away, which just goes to show the pace is looking rather good. I'm seeing that fastest lap marker just tumbling down through the order, which means everyone is flying along. Sebastian Dew of 45.46 as we make our way down towards Christmas. Everyone's staying in single file. No one's going for anything brash just yet.
Very, very close driving here.
Yeah.
Very, very close still. So there's nothing between the top 3. Well, even the top 5, top 6, they're all very, very close. But as you can see, CJ Bennett is on the back bumper of Sam Lewis and is eager to get past again.
Yeah, it is an absolute collection of karts. There we go. There's another collective noun for you for the packs of drivers that we've got forming up on track today. We head through that final corner once more. The 124 of Lewis controlling things from 3rd on the grid up into the race lead. Any other movers in this one? Well, Ethan Higgins has moved up from 16th into 12th. That's a nice way to kick off proceedings as we kick off the next lap of this heat. Just under 5 minutes to go on the clock.
Coming into Christmas Corner, and CJ Bennett goes down the inside of Sam Lewis and makes it stick, but Sam Lewis tries to get back down the inside of him again. Doesn't quite make it move. And again, we have Sebastian Dew on the inside of Sam Lewis, who makes it through. This is becoming a really, really good battle in Senior X30 here. And we have, again, all the other guys, Finlay Allen and Oliver Meek, joining the back of that battle. So we have a top 5 battle here coming into and we have 4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, we saw. I think Sebastian saw a parting of the seas there. Saw a gap for his car to go down late on the brakes and went for it and up into P2 there. Really nice stuff from Sebastian to seize that opportunity. Sam Lewis loses 2 positions then from lead on that previous lap. Bennett controls the pack, as you say. It's now 5 karts vying for the race lead in this one. Down through that first corner we go, all staying in single file. Ashby, we know, as it was on the last lap, is a big opportunity for these drivers. There is Sebastian having a brief glance down the inside. Can't do anything from there though. Sam Lewis tries to follow him through. They all stay in single file for the time being. Chapman comes up next. We see a little bit of upset nature from Bennett's kart there as it just squirms around a bit as he goes to the outside of the course, but he does well to collect it. No time lost at all things considered. Down through that final corner, we just see Finlay Allen under pressure from Oliver Meek there. Meanwhile, your top 3 and Sebastian's up in the air there. Takes a bit too much out of the curb. That doesn't faze him though, and we start the next lap.
We do have Sebastian on the fastest lap of this race, so he is absolutely flying, and he is going to attempt to go down Christmas Corner. Doesn't quite get down the inside of CJ Bennett, but they are very, very close. I think there's only, a tenth, not even, between all these drivers. So we will see some fighting for the lead throughout this race with 3 minutes left to go, and I think Sebastian Dew does want to get in front of the CJ Bennett. Will we see it happen? Who knows?
Yeah, we wait to see there, but as you say, Gail, literally flying through is Sebastian at some parts of the lap. Hopefully, as we do actually have a yellow wave flag there, a Carter is off onto the grass, unfortunately for that driver there, so hopefully things get back underway for them. But we head on to the next lap though. Bennett leads from Dew, and it becomes quickly a battling duo instead of a quintet as we make our way up to the Christmas corner. Or at least it did for a moment as Dew goes down the inside. Nice move by Sebastian there. He had faith in his car that it was going to grip up, carrying that speed down the inside. He made the move in the end. The question is, will it stick, or is Bennett and Lewis going to potentially work together to try and take back that race lead?
Fantastic move there by Sebastian Dew, but CJ Bennett still on the back of him, but I know Sam Lewis is going to want to come through and take towards the top as well. But you can see Sebastian Dew is pulling a small bit of a gap, but you still have them all in a train. It's again coming across the line with again another fastest lap from Sebastian Dew with only 1 minute 45 to go as they head up towards Christmas corner. And Sebastian Dew leads CJ Bennett along with Sam Lewis, Finlay Allen, and Oliver Meek is still there. Will we see Oliver Meek make a few mad moves like he did in Heat 1?
We'll just have to wait and see, folks. But top marks to these drivers in this top 5. Really, I mean, everyone's throughout the field's put on some really good pace here. But to say that they've maintained a slight advantage over the rest of the pack whilst they're in the midst of all this battling as well. Really impressive stuff, as we can see Bennett having a look down the inside there into the left-hander towards the boots. Not all that traditional of overtaking spot compared to some of the others on track, but can be done. As we head on to the start-finish straight we go. We still stay in single-file formation. Everyone trying to benefit, if they can, from the slipstream effect as they make their way through the first corner on lap, through Crook and up towards Christmas we go. Sebastian Dew.
Oh, we have a move there for Oliver Meek. Does he make it stick? Not quite, but he did attempt to get that nose down there again. Good enough move, good attempt from Oliver Meek there in that Christmas corner. Yeah,
we certainly like to see drivers trying. Hopefully they're not slowing themselves down too much though, as they do seem to have broken off the leading trio just a little bit. They might work together for a moment to close themselves back up. Potentially, these are races after all. They might just go for that overtake. Every point counts, every position counts. All of them might be saying, I can close up to these guys, I just need to get past Finlay in front. But we head back onto the start-finish straight now. They haven't lost all that much time, all things considered. Meanwhile, Bailey Brooker gets ahead of Archie Forber just behind, and we have 15 seconds left on the clock.
Really good lap times getting put in here by our top 5 drivers, all very, very close. But as you said, Oliver Meek will just wanting to get past Finlay Allen to try and see if he can catch that top 3 pack. But Finlay is actually keeping his own and doing very, very well in this race as they head through all them corners. And there's last lap orders coming up there shortly. So we'll only have one more lap left. I wonder, will we see Oliver Meek make a move, or will we see a change for the lead? Because I know CJ Bennett will want to get in front of Sebastian Dew on this last lap.
He will indeed, and not long to go in this race, Kales. As you say, we look over the shoulder though, does Sebastian, very much aware of the threat that presents itself to his race victory. The question is, can he do everything within his arsenal to try and keep that behind? I know Arsenal's actually a bit of a hot topic in the world of football at the moment, so I'll avoid referencing that any more. But we head on through Ashby and down towards Chatwin in just a moment. Sebastian is looking poised for a very good finish here. Bennett and Lewis, hats off to them as well. They maybe won't be in with a shout of a race victory here, but commendable points finish as well on the podium, of course. But there we go. Bennett having a brief glance towards left-hander, towards the boot. Nothing to be done here. It all comes down to the final corners, folks. The chicane negotiated, one last corner to go. It's Sebastian who leads the charge and takes the flag. Sebastian Dew takes race victory for the second heat for the Senior X30s. CJ Bennett and Sam Lewis complete the podium, followed by Finlay Allen, Oliver Meek, the top 5 there. Then it's Bailey Brooker, Archie Forber, Olivier Pecula, Max Cooper, Noah Sales, your top 10. And then it's going to be Jensen Buckingham, William Olar, Ethan Higgin, Jack Stewart, Oliver Keenan, Adrian Leguire, and then we have Alex Scott, James Reynolds and Isabel Banks completing the 19 kart order for this race.
Brilliant stuff by Sebastian Dew. Absolutely fantastic race, followed by CJ Bennett. CJ Bennett missing out not even by 2/10, and he followed by Sam Lewis. Sam Lewis will be delighted with that, especially with the championship lead, gaining more points and going into the final as well.
They will indeed. So Really good stuff from our X30 seniors once more. We won't be seeing them for a little while now this morning. In fact, no, we will be seeing them again this morning. A couple of heats under their belts already as they make their way back into the pits, have their carts briefly inspected before we continue on with the X30 action. It won't be with the seniors though, it will be the juniors heading out next for their second heat of the day.
So we'll have our Junior X30 grid heading out onto track soon, and we'll have the grid coming up again, followed by that. Junior X30, there was a really good race in our previous Heat 1, so it'd be good to see the next action happen on track. Again, lovely day here at Wilton Mill, and we'll have our grids coming up there very, very shortly.
Well, indeed, here's what the grids are looking like then. It'll be Nathaniel Hodges and Sam Mott, hoping to continue on the great battle that they enjoyed in the first heat of the day for these drivers. Then it's Finley Hines and Orion Mehta, followed by Jacob Marples and Enzo Butterazzi, completing the 3 rows at the front of the grid. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop, Jacob Nern, Zoe Catet, Theo Thomas, Ethan Windsor and Exton Cook completing row 4, 5 and 6 respectively. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, slightly smaller grids today. It'll be Alfie Brightmore and Logan Baker completing the 14 kart grid for the Junior X30s, their second heat of the day. And there they are in the pit lane, eager and ready to go racing. I'm seeing fewer umbrellas, Kales.
Yeah, not much as umbrellas anymore. I think they kind of want the sun a bit more now.
maybe, yeah. It's a good opportunity for, as I say, parents who, put in all the hard work and doing all the driving, all the getting the carts ready, and then you can sit and enjoy the sun for a little bit while you're...
I say we will see a few red faces going around when this weekend is finished. But yeah, exactly. You say there's no umbrellas out there at the moment, so they've all must have chucked them away and said, let's enjoy the sun while we have it. Absolutely.
I'd like to say it does look glorious out there, but we've done everything we can to try and not allow the sun into the commons one, because it's warm enough as it is. I might go and find some in the brief lunch break that we'll have coming up after some of our Rotax action. Just a quick reminder, we have the X30 Juniors, that'll be up in literally a few minutes. Then we have the Junior Maxes, followed by the Senior Maxes and the Inters as well. That will be the next Rotax categories on your screens, folks. Then we're going to take a half-an-hour lunch break before a bit more of the early heat action, and then in the afternoons we have the finals for our Slipstream members. So more on that in a little while.
Drivers are getting ready to continue this race weekend as they head out on track now for Heat 2 of the X30 Juniors. As they head out on track, we have a really good battle here in our Heat 1 with Finley Hines, Sam Mott, both teammates, which are doing very, very well for Croc Promotion. Nathaniel Hodges, who starts in pole position, and then we have Orion Mehta, who is in the mix of the top 4, and Jacob Marles, all doing very, very well as they create their formation, do their formation lap, and then get into their pack to start this race.
They will indeed. So only 14 carts to get formed up for this one, so it should be a nice quick formation, and it should be I say should be plain sailing. That's probably making it easier than it sounds, really, for the 8-minute heat coming up in just a moment. Hello to all of you for tuning in, by the way. Always lovely to see such strong numbers tuning in to this Slipstream powered by Alpha Live broadcast. It is much appreciated to see everyone tuning into this fantastic racing. We thank you to all the drivers and all the organisers of this event as well for putting on such a good show for us, as we see the drivers now making their way through that final corner. They use the escape route to get formed up upon before we navigate that final corner and get ready to go racing once more. Hodges versus Hines versus Mott, a battle that we saw in the previous heat continues on once more as we go green yet again here at Wilton Mill. Hodges versus Mott then through that first corner. It's a good start for Nathaniel Hodges, who breaks away and leaves Mott and Hines to battle themselves. But watch out for Mehta and Marples, who have a brief glance down the inside into Christmas Corner from far back.
Fantastic start from Nathaniel Hodges, followed by Sam Mott and Finlay Hines. Oh, we see a move again, though. I think that is Finlay Hines, 157. It is 2, who goes for a jump into the lead. And now Nathaniel follows him. And then we have Sam Mott, who follows that number 93, Nathaniel Hodges. Good move by Finlay Hines early on in the race. And we do have Nathaniel, though, who is going to stick to the back bumper of him and try and get that place back. And across the finish line they come for the first time. Finlay Hines leads by Nathaniel Hodges, Sam Mott, Meta, Enzo and Jacob in the top 6.
It is indeed first lap completed. I'm watching out for that number 20 of Butterazzi as well. We saw Enzo going with some really bold and intriguing moves in the first heat for this category, so hopefully we get more of that from our point of view as well. Hines, though, controlling things at the front end of the pack. Chapman will be in just a couple of corners, and looking over the shoulder, potentially heading into the few of the corner entries, is very much aware of Hodges and Mott just behind, but so far seems to have just a tenth or two advantage in that car to control things quite well. We'll get a bigger picture, though, as we head further into the race, and there is a big picture, folks, of a battle that is very much brewing. Hodges is closing up, I'd say, through that final corner. Through Oblivion we go. About a cart is the distance between the two of them. Both run as wide as they dare through Crook and up towards Christmas Corner. On the defence now is Hines. You can just see the way he's positioning that cart.
Yeah.
He's trying to make it as wide as he can.
Exactly that. No, Finlay Hines is doing a great job. It's early. Oh, he does have a look down the inside, though, and Finlay Hines just keeps it pinned around that corner as they head into Chapman Corner now. We have a good battle going in here for top 3. We have 2 teammates involved as well. So there is Finlay Hines and Nathaniel Hodges and Sam Mott, who are going to fight for this lead of this race, with Finlay Hines taking the fastest lap early on in this race, and they cross the line. And another good lap from Finlay Hines, followed by Nathaniel Hodges and Sam Mott. They are breaking away, though, Finlay Hines and Nathaniel Hodges, going into Christmas Corner. Will we see a move come from... No, not quite close enough. But we probably will see a move come close enough. They are very, very close in times as well.
Yeah, this goes back to what we were saying before, Kales, of I really like how well judged these overtakes are by these drivers. They might be close, but they know not to go for anything too brazen. Mott and Meta were doing very similar things just in the background there as well into Christmas. They run through Chapman now, back onto that back straight. Bit of a drag race once more ensues. Hodges has a look around the outside there. Nothing to be done from that far back. This is just about psyching out your opponent, really, isn't it? Exactly
that. I think he's trying to take the outside line to open up the corner a bit more as Finlay tries to defend that lap. We have a fast lap come in by Jacob Marles, who's doing fantastic coming through that pack in P6. Heading up to Christmas Corner, though, we have Finlay Hines, and he does stay behind. He does stay in front of Hodges coming through there. Sam Mott and Meta are coming behind them, though. A bit of a battle going on for P3 and P4 as well, so that's good to see. But he still does lead Finlay Hines.
He does indeed, but you can just sense that this battle is going to come down to the wire if it doesn't happen in the next couple of laps. It's exhilarating stuff. And they head in formations of 2 there. It's like Noah's Ark just behind. You can see Mott and Meta side by side. There is a brief bit of contact there, but they do continue on either way, and they're right back up to the front end of the action once more. Impressive stuff from these drivers. It becomes 2 duos, and it becomes a sextet, I think it is.
Exactly.
I'm
now we have
remember.
A big, massive row of carts who are coming through into Christmas Corner, now getting close. And Finlay Hines defends. But is it Meta that came out of nowhere?
This is really heating up now, folks. Brilliant stuff from our Junior X30 drivers. Into Ashby we go. Down the inside. They're still holding on to it, is Hines.
We have Finlay Hines leading, who pulls a bit of a gap with the squabble going on in 2nd to 5th. But Finlay Hines doing an amazing job defending. But I do think Orion Meta is coming. He is coming through the pack, and he is hungry for that win.
Yeah, started 4th in this one as we've got some...
we have a spin from Meta. Was really unfortunate.
Commentator's curse there, Kales. Potentially your first instance of it. It happens to the best of us. Enzo Butterazzi makes it up into P3 as a result of that. Sam Mott stays in P4 for the time being. This promotes everyone up through the pack, of course. Jacob Marples, who's flying along at the moment, is up into P5. This makes things just a little bit easier for Finlay Hines, though, out in front. A few car lengths now being pulled away as we head to see through Ashby. Exactly that. I think Finlay Hines is a bit at breather now as he pulls that bit of a gap due to that incident just before the boot. But we still have Nathaniel Hodges, who is in 2nd place, and we have Enzo, followed by Sam Mott and Jacob Marles, who still has the fastest lap of this race, hasn't been taken yet. Finlay Hines is probably at a bit of a breathing base now, and is like, right,
let's just finish this lap, be consistent, and get the race finished with 2 minutes to go.
Exactly that, Kales. I just want to give a quick hello to Andrew Mather in the broadcast chat, who says hello, Reeve and Kales. So hello to Andrew. But good to see Arai Meta continuing progress. I'm hoping, obviously, Andrew's a commentator himself, well versed, and I'm hoping that was not his own commentator's curse and that message didn't come in before that, and that was actually
we'll
just.
Blame him with the curse. We won't blame me yet.
Oh, it was his curse. He's confirmed it. I was just gonna say maybe it's in recognition of his ability and willing to continue on, which is obviously very much appreciated.
I will get cursed eventually, so it's fine.
It's okay. Andrew's taking the blame,
okay,
so you're all good there. But 120 seconds left on the clock in this one now. Your front runner's heading through that final corner. Only a few laps left to go. Things slightly calmed down ever so slightly after an amazing couple of laps, but nothing is settled just yet. We've still got karts within a few kart lengths of each other with just a few laps to go. It's all for the lead.
See though, Nathaniel is catching and he's chasing down Finlay Hines. There isn't much time to go, but we could see a battle for the lead here as they drop off from Sam Mott, and he has taken the fastest lap, so there could be a battle for the lead coming up to these last couple of corners and when the last lap shows.
Exactly that. We've certainly seen stranger things happening here at Wilton Mill, and there's been so many times where we've been saying, yeah, these heats are great. One more lap, please, because it really does heat up. But we head on through to that final corner. I've just accidentally, that's an accidental pun there. As we head on through to the Oblivion left-hander once more, we see our frontrunners leading the charge there. And Nathaniel Hodges flying along a 46.6 on that previous go-around, so found a few tenths compared to the race leader. And they are, there is the leading duo as they run down towards Ashby once more.
Very, very close battle here going on between Finlay Hines and Nathaniel. I think they will get a lap after this. One more lap to go, and he is a bit quicker than Hines in front of him. But will Hines, we all know Hines, he is good for defending, as we've seen early on in the race. So will he be able to keep Nathaniel Hodges off him for just that one more lap? And Nathaniel goes round the outside to try and open up the corner in front, behind Finlay Hines. Across the start finish they go, and let's see how this unfolds with Nathaniel taking the fastest lap once again, just about 3 or 4 tenths quicker than Finlay Hines up to Christmas. As you can see, Finlay Hines is defending.
It's that long-lived tale, isn't it, of it's one thing to close up, it's another thing to have the pace to overtake, and it's really impressive to see these two. The defence is certainly hotting up. We're now seeing these cars darting across the circuit. Time has hit 0. This is the penultimate lap. They're not going to have too much longer to settle this as Hines controls things so well, but you can just get the sense that Hodge is waiting for a small gap, a small slip-up, and he will be on through. That's a tall order, though. Hines has been very impressive in this race so far.
Hines comes through the boot now, the last corner, and he will take the win for Heat 2 of the Junior X30.
We still have another lap.
Oh, another lap! Goose!
We still have another lap, thankfully, which means we get to enjoy this fight for just a little bit longer. Up towards Christmas we go. Hodges remains behind Hines. No brazen moves to be found here just yet. Just a well-executed race from both of our front runners. Mott and Butterazzi in the mix there as well. Marple's hanging on to the top 5, but down the inside into Ashby. Is this the chance that Hodges needs to get a race lead? Unfortunately for him, Hines is wise to it and manages to control things oh so well as they navigate their way onto the back straight.
Finlay Hines doing an amazing job there at defending, keeping Hodges behind him. But we see Sam Mott come out of absolutely nowhere into the boot, and he has just gotten past Nathaniel on the final lap. And now that is it. The checker flag. We see Finlay Hines take the win, followed by Sam Mott. An absolute amazing drive from Sam Mott coming out of nowhere. Nathaniel Hodges, who kept his own and had really good lap times throughout the whole race. Enzo Butterazzi, followed by 5th place in Jacob Marles. 6th place, number 27, Bleckensop. 7th, Theo Thomas. 8th, Zoe Catet. Meta finishing in 9th. A really good comeback from Meta after his unfortunate spin in the boot early on in the race. Ethan Martin finishing out the top 10. 11th, Exton Cook. Logan Baker in 12th, Alfie Brightmore. And Jacob Nairn completing our 14th kart grid.
Well done, drivers. Finlay Hines takes away race victory, but that was not without a fight, though. He did an immense job there to not crack under pressure. Sam Moss as well. Where did that come from, Sam? That pace onto the back straight. Immense stuff there to carry that momentum. Really enjoyable race.
Unbelievable stuff from Sam Mott. Out of nowhere. I thought it was just going to be Nathaniel following through Finlay, and then you see Sam Mott come out of nowhere. So great stuff for Croc Promotion in the top 2 there in the second heat of Junior X30. But we do have our next race lining up, which is our Junior Max, I believe.
It is indeed. It'll be our Rotax Juniors heading out in just a moment. Heat 3 for the Rotax Juniors. Then we enjoyed 2 heats from them quite early on in the morning, around about 9:30 already. We're nearly at midday. Time absolutely flies when you are having fun. So once again, it'll be a chance for our Rotaxes to get ready to go racing. We'll take a look at the grid in just a moment and see who we've got in this, as I say, very well subscribed category that is racing here today at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Ryan Rapini, followed by Aidan Hammond on row 1. Then it's Joseph Berkery, followed by Aidan Clark on row 2. Ronnie Jones and Cooper Campbell leads, complete the third row of the grid in P5 and P6. Then it's Alex Shepherd, Daniel Adamaitis, and then it's Harry Holland and Archie Ray Watson completing row 5. Then it's Theo Bradshaw and Tobias Johns on row 6. Row 7 will feature Louis Marshall and Jacob Smith, followed by Miles Burton, Liam Crosby, Tyler Mason-Gray and Harry Myatt Waldron completing row 7, 8 and 9. Row 10 will feature Henry Robinson, Jensen Evans, followed by Jensen Walker, Alexander Leziniski, followed by Christian Kayov, and then Tigran Gregorian on row 12. Row 13 will be Hugh Phillips, followed by Omar Kiani, Sam Green Gomez and Harvey Watts on row 14. Roman Curtis and Layla Fitzgerald complete row 15, and then rounding out our field will be Konstantin Krashdev, our 31 kart grid for our Rotax Juniors making their way out on track right now.
Great to see Rapini starting near the front row after having a very promising race in round 2 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship. He will be ready to get this race underway and do quite well. But we do have them lining up, getting ready to go to the start line for our race to start. Slowing down nicely, so we should get this race underway.
We should indeed. Rapini versus Berkery on the front row of this grid as they run their way down through Oblivion. We have seen some really impressive moves from row 2 to take a race lead. Are we going to see the same thing again? Let's see, as already on the defence. It's going to be Aidan Hammond, there, who defends into the first corner, and we have a driver off already through Crook, but everyone else getting away into Christmas corner week. A huge fleet of cars navigate their way on through. All things considered, a nice clean start for our drivers.
Nice clean start that is, but we do have a fantastic start for Hammond, who takes the race lead. But there is a massive squabble going in the back, and we just have 377, who is Tigran, who just comes off the grass but joins on nicely there again to continue the race. But fantastic start from the front 2 drivers. Number 28, no, he's joining on again there. That's Tyler Mason-Gray. But see him going and joining the race as they come across the start line for our first lap of Junior Max Heat 3. Ryan Rapini, leads this race along with Hammond, Berkery and Clark in 4th, with Rapini having a really good lap on the first lap. But they will change positions as they go on.
Yeah, had a really strong second half of that lap to take back race lead from pole sitter. Sorry, it wasn't pole sitter Aidan Hammond at all. It was just a good start for Aidan Hammond on that first lap, so apologies there. But we head through the Chapman's left-hander in just a moment. Rapini, as you say, Kales, massive gap already built up, done everything that they need to do to control this race quite nicely. And then we have a huge flotilla of karts. There we go, another collective noun for you, making their way down the back straight and in to the final half of the lap already. 6.5 minutes to go in this one, while Alex Shepherd is making moves through that mid-pack there. 47.9 fastest lap so far. Who else is making moves? Archie Ray Watson, Theo Bradshaw making up 3 positions at the start of this race. Sam Green Gomez, 9 positions, 27th up into 18th. Well, that's a nice way to kick off the heat. Well done, Sam. And so we have 6 minutes left on the clock.
Lovely stuff here from our Junior Max drivers. They are doing an incredible job, very smooth driving and a great start to the race. We do have Ryan Rapini, who leads the race, but we do have a change for second place. Joseph Berkery, who takes second place from Eamon Hammond. A spin from number 90, who will be Harvey Watts, but he gets going again, which is good for him. We do come across through the boot and it come across the finish line again. And we have Ryan Rapini who leads, Joseph Berkery, Eamon Hammond. We do have Harry Holland who, yeah, he has a good lap coming in there, who has a fast lap of the race. Good job by Harry Holland, and move there from, not sure what cart number that was, but good move there through Christmas corner for them. But really good start to this race with 5 minutes left to go, and there is a bit of a squabble going on for 291, which is
P4.
Unbelievable
Clark.
stuff.
Yeah, a really impressive run for Aidan, who's held on to P4, is under a fair bit of pressure at the moment as they make their way up through on the boot. Big changes in that pack of there, bit of switchback action, which is what we like to see, but the chicane offers another opportunity there. Onto the start finish straight we go yet again.
A good move as they head up to Christmas corner there. I think that is 143 Theo Bradshaw who leads that big pack as he comes through Christmas corner, and he's leading that big pack there, which is, he's doing very well in doing so. Again, early few laps into this race, but we still do have Ryan Rapini who leads this race, and we do have a few people who have made up unbelievable positions, so we should look forward to see Archie Ray Watson, who does a 47.5, the quickest lap in this race so far. So well done to Archie in 15th place coming through.
Yeah, somewhat out position based on their starting position, so I suspect Archie's on a bit of a recovery charge here, which is impressive to say the least. Theo Bradshaw maintains P6 up from 11th for the Zip Factory team there, not too far away from teammate Harry Holland, who's remained in 9th as well, so it's a good outing for those drivers in the top 10 there. Aidan Clark, meanwhile, takes your new fastest lap of this race in their efforts to overtake Aidan Hammond. So we've got Aidan class there for P2, and only separated by 0.3 of a second in terms of their overall time. Here they are, looking at them now heading on down towards Chapman. This is a great viewpoint to see this battle. This is slightly further back in that mid-pack action.
Yeah, we do have Cooper, number 53, who leads 143 Theo Bradshaw in that pack, which he's doing a fabulous job in doing so. Coming through the boot now again and coming past the start finish, we have the Ryan Rapini again, who takes, oh no he doesn't, gets taken again by Alex Shepherd, who does a 47.2 as they all come through up towards Christmas corner. Very, very close race this is. Very good to see them all battling through the pack and doing a very good job in doing so.
Yeah, exactly, it is indeed, and already not long to go in this one. It's been a nice, all morning it's been a nice clean set of races, to be honest. They've all done an immense job of keeping their noses clean.
And a lot of drivers this weekend have been, so far, have been very consistent with their times and very, very close, so that's really good to see from our perspective to commentate on. Yeah,
exactly, it's really impressive when you see drivers putting on such good shows like this as they make their way through the chicane at the end of the lap. Now on to the start finish straight we go. Aidan Clark pushing on in that battle between Clark and Hammond. Obviously Clark finds a way on through and up into P2 and nearly creeps into the 46s in terms of time as well, so that's even more impressive as we look on at the exit of Christmas corner. One of, as you mentioned before, Kales, one of the most kind of well-loved and infamous parts of this track.
I think the speed leading up to that back straight, I think when they get that, we have a bit of a squabble there for number 84, who is Tobias Johns, and I think that could have been with Ronnie Jones, I could be totally wrong, or 37, Joseph Berkery, who has that bit of a tip, but they get going again. Number 37, Joseph Berkery, gets going again, and hopefully we will see number 84, Tobias, get going again there as well. But again, good pace from Clark in P2, who makes that move from Aidan Hammond going through this heat. We do have 1 minute 25 on the clock though, and it's getting faster. It's going down, the race is going fast, so Ryan Rapini will be delighted with this one, with that gap, and he is doing very, very well in this Heat 3 for Junior Rotax.
Yeah, had some challenges on lap 1, did Rapini, but rose to the occasion quite well and has controlled things very nicely ever since. So top marks there to Rapini. All the action once again happening in this mid-pack squabbling as we head on through that final corner. Less than 60 seconds left to go on the clock, so really not long to go in this Junior Max Heat 3. We'll be on for our 4th Junior Max Heat in just a moment after this one, following straight on before we we'll take a look at our inters and our seniors before a lunch break. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're really looking forward to the rest of the action that we have throughout the day.
Miles Burton there making a position on Ronnie Jones for 9th place, which is good to see in our top 10. But again, we do have some good battles going on from 3rd place down to the top 10. And throughout the whole pack, really, they're all very, very close. But again, there is the last, I think we will probably get 2 more laps out of this. So there will be a bit more action to happen before that checker flag comes out. But again, Ryan Rapini leads, but we do have Aidan Clark, who has put in a really, really good lap. Matt, only a bit of a 10th between the two of them, so not much. Again, very consistent drivers here, so it's hard to make them positions up.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Quick shout out to Kate Crosby, who says, go Liam Crosby, and Liam's made up of a couple of places in this race, which is impressive stuff given just how hotly contested all of these mid-pack action battles are. But as you say, on the penultimate lap now, Rapini controlling things nicely. Clark has built up that small gap, but very impressive between the two Aidens at the front end of the pack here, that they are both in the 46s, both within 100 or both within a 10th at most.
Brilliant stuff there now. So we're coming on to our penultimate lap, and then we were on to our last lap. So Ryan Rapini will be absolutely delighted with this race. He has pulled a massive gap, but I think we have another person off there, 195, which would be Archie Ray Watson, who was doing very, very well in that race as well.
Yeah.
But again, he got going, so that's all good. But we do have Alex Shepherd, who takes the fastest lap of this race, which is very impressive considering it's the second last lap of the race. Very, very good stuff by Shepherd there in number 85. But again, final lap is coming up.
It is indeed, and we can see Rapini, Clark, Hammond navigating their way down that back straight to bring an end to this race. Now just the chicane really to negotiate the final corner as well. We look on as Rapini, pretty much unchallenged, although that challenge is mounting, takes the checkered flag. Clark brings it home in P2 with style with a 46.6 as well. New fastest lap there. Hammond rounds out your podium with a 46.84 at the end of that lap, and then that is followed by Alex Shepherd, Cooper Campbell leads completely your top 5, Daniel Adamaitis, Theo Bradshaw, Harry Holland, Miles Burton and Louis Marshall completing the top 10 in this race. Quick shout out to applaud, it definitely goes to the likes of Jensen Walker, 8 places made in that race. San Green Gomez, 12 places made in that race, 27th up into 15th. Really impressive mid-pack action as we've come to expect from the morning's running. I'm about to say we'd take a quick break from the Junior Maxes. We don't know, because we've got more Junior Max action, thankfully, coming up for their fourth heat.
Exactly that. Yeah, no, exactly that. Fantastic race put on there by the Junior Rotax drivers. Ryan Rapini had a very smooth sailing in that race, and it was good battles on track for the rest of the pack. Oh my God, look at them, all enjoying the sun up on the top of that balcony. I don't know if I'd want to be out there. It's quite warm in here and we have the fan on.
It is warm. I'm slightly envious, but yeah, as you say, we do have the luxury of air conditioning. So could be worse, I guess. Yeah, I think everyone's enjoying their time, their day here at Wilton Mill. If anyone is actually here and also in the broadcast comments, get a comment in, say, you know, who you're supporting, what's it like out there, tell us. And any food recommendations, what's good at the cafe today? That's always a good one. Exactly that. If you have any comments, anyone you're cheering on, or anyone you want to see doing well, I suppose, just comment them in and we'll try and call them out as much as possible. We will indeed, always monitoring that throughout the day. As I say, though, Heat 3 for the Junior Maxes is completed. In just a moment, though, we move straight on to Heat 4. And we're back with the action for Heat 4 already. Another fleet of karters jumping in the kart in the pit lane, ready to go. So yeah, I think we've seen ice packs and some people being worn by the drivers, which is a probably wise, very smart move. But let's see who those drivers are as we get ready to look at the starting grid. So it's Blake Southern and Benjamin Lawn on row 1, followed by Karthik Kometa and Oliver Peters on row 2. So another familiar battling set of drivers that we will enjoy the racing for today. Then it's Liam Dooling, followed by Jensen Powers completing row 3. Jacob Aston and Nelson Taylor, followed by Shay Hilton and Hugh Hobson. Then we have Finn Davenport and Logan Hartthorne on row 5 and row 6 respectively. Moving on then, it will be Molly Mize and Max Wheatley Joseph Baxter and Ben Morgan. Ryuma Komatsu, and then Archie Thomas Evans completing the next row. Then it's Jack Bowie and Joshua Robinson completing row 10. Harley King and Jack Corser complete row 11, followed by Samir Paul and Esme Rosie on row 12. Moving on to the 13th row, Aston Tab, Zane Perry, followed by Luke Luen and Alexander Stefanov. And then we have George Johnston and Philly M. Cass completing row 15. Moving on to Eloise Sutton to complete the 31 kart grid for the next bit of junior max action here today at Wilton Mill. They're already on track, already getting formed up and ready to go racing.
And we are ready to go for Heat 4 of the Junior Max, and they are already halfway around, which they are ready to go. So they will be lining up into their formation and ready to go across that start-finish line to get going in this Heat 4 for Junior Max. Very, very slow start for our pole sitter, but we will get going very, very shortly.
We will indeed. So obviously, front end of the pack controls the pace.
They are definitely controlling it.
That is well under control as we now head through to the final couple of corners. Got a whole fleet of karts to try and navigate the last couple of laps. As we can see everyone eager and willing to go, aren't they?
Let's hope they all get underway with going that slow, and we hope we don't get any fouled plugs or anything like that.
That is a good consideration.
Very, very slow start.
There we go, then we navigate.
We're getting away now.
Yeah, we're going to navigate our final corner before we head following vaguely those tram lines and get ready to go green flag. We are in fact underway, the revs rise, we can hear the noise increase and it looks like a false start there. So false start is declared. I wonder if that was anything to do with that final run, potentially, not too sure. Either way. We might have been waiting for a driver to get formed up. We didn't get the full picture.
Exactly that, yeah.
So we're going to go for another formation once again and make sure everyone's in the right order and ready to go racing.
Yeah, we'll see them come into their formation now again and get going again. Might have been a bit too much of a slow start, not sure. Or there could have been, again, a driver that might not have been on the back of the pack that we just didn't see. But again, they're slowing down again. A bit more faster than the last one. So we'll hopefully see this race get underway very, very shortly as they come round the last-ish corner through the boot and then on to the start-finish to get the race going. Very, very slow start again, but again, we'll get it underway very, very shortly. It's coming around now.
It is indeed. We can see the marshals looking on as we wait for to confirm that our field is formed up correctly. We are going to get good to go racing in just a few minutes. Well, in just a few moments, hopefully, as we see Southern versus Lawn, Cometa and Peters just behind on row 2. Dueling powers, Aston and Hilton, Davenport and Meising completely top 10 in this one.
Very, very slow start again, but we will get going on this one, I assume, as we have Blake Suthin starting on pole, followed by Jensen Lauren, and we get this race underway coming into the first corner. Very clean start so far, and they all get through that first corner as we head towards Christmas Corner. Few drivers, they didn't even go that wide, to be fair, all heading towards Christmas Corner, very clean, and we have Benjamin Lorne who leads this race, followed by Blake Suthin. And that is a very, very good start to our Heat 4 of Junior Max.
It is indeed. They navigate their way down to the second half of the lap already in just a moment. Meanwhile, the back end of the pack is still migrating their way on down towards the double left-hand complex. Onto the back straight we go. Lawn Southern controlling things as they were on that race start. And down towards the final corner we go, all in single file pretty much. Don't want to be making any brazen moves. Low, we are side by side towards that chicane, but we filter in quite nicely. Cometa makes progress and up into P2 from P3 on the grid before we kick off. And unfortunately, the meatball is waved, unfortunately, for Jensen Powers, who has something awry with their car. They need to drop into the pits very quickly or to get it resolved however they can before they can continue on.
Start of this race is set off very, very good for Blake in the kart number 100, who leads this race, and Kathleen Cometa, who has got into P2,
yes,
up 2 places just within that lap, which is absolutely brilliant stuff for number 95 there in P2. Benjamin Lorne, who's in P3, he's still on the back of kart number 95, so he'll be hoping to get through. But we do have Blake Southan, who does get the fastest lap at a 47.5 into our first couple of laps of this race. Great stuff from number 100 on the grid.
It really is beginning to do that. Now, what we're coming to quite familiar with here today is just breaking away from the rest of the pack to at least give them a bit of margin so that later on, should the challenge arise, you've got a bit of time to play with.
Exactly that.
6 minutes left on the clock, and it will be Lorne versus Cometa versus Powers leading the charge in terms of the battling then for it all to do for the podium.
Good move there done by, I can't see particularly the car number 49, I think it is it, or am I wrong? Could be 89, Hugh Hobson, who made a good move there going into corner as they all come through the boot. Good move there done by number 25, coming through the boot as they all come through and get past start finish. With 5 minutes left to go, and the fastest lap goes to Blake in P1, who's doing a fantastic job there and pulling somewhat of a gap over second, so fair play to Blake. And Benjamin is on the hunt to get past and get to anywhere near Blake, and we have Cometa. So there has been a change for second and third, which are still battles going on. As we can see, there's only 2 tenths between these two drivers in P2 and P3.
Yeah, really fine margins here as the time ticks on by. Southern just continues to extend that gap. Lorne is kind of becoming Southern's best friend in this race, really, because it's keeping Cometa behind and they're keeping each other occupied, as Southern now nearly pops into the 46s early on in this race. We did see that from the previous heat, so I imagine we'll see something similar in this one as well. But Southern is charging along at the moment.
Great stuff again by our junior Rotax Heat 4 drivers. All very smooth sailing. Nothing major happening, but they're all doing a fantastic job in getting round and just being consistent and doing a very, very well done job, all of the drivers on the grid. But again, 4 minutes left on the clock, and Blake again is doing a fantastic job. I believe that is our championship leader, if I am right.
We'll confirm that in just a moment, but a couple of warnings beginning to creep in now, which is fine. The drivers are pushing the limit, and they are just warnings for the time being. We've seen it's actually in the midst of battle there. You can see a couple of names kind of repeatedly cropping up, so I think they're enjoying their time out on track, battling each other there, as Southern's enjoying their time out on track as well. 2 tenths, new fastest lap there, 46.77 there, and Blake is of course leading the charge in this championship. It was Rapini who benefited really well from the first couple of heats, but Southern will be hoping for a few points to add to the board this time out.
Good job there by Max Wheatley, who made a move coming into that corner. It was absolutely fantastic move and got it done for P11 on Molly Meason. Blake comes across, start finish again, followed by Benjamin. Lorne, third place Cometa, and Oliver in fourth. Liam Dowling rolling out that top 5. Jacob Aston is coming through again, as we've seen in the previous race, doing a fabulous job in a 46.7. Good job by Jacob Aston there as he comes through. He done a brilliant job in the previous heat also.
Yeah, in the mix of battle, or at least was for a little while, with Shane Hilton, but that seems to have abated a little bit now. Lorne and Cometa are two frontrunners who are still nice and closely fought there, as we have a couple more warnings coming in there, and a few things that I think the Stewart maybe want to look at. Not really our remit, but definitely I think that they're overlooking something as Southern continues on with 46.4. Really flying along now is Jake Southern.
Good stuff there by Aston Tab, who's made up 8 positions in this race. So really, really good stuff by him. But yeah, as you said, we have Blake Southan, who's doing a smooth sailing there again on a 46.4, who takes back that fastest lap from Jacob Ashton. But he's doing a fabulous job in leading that race with a 2-second gap, which is really, really good. Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff by our junior Rotax drivers.
Indeed it is, as we now see our frontrunners heading down a back straight and up towards the end of the lap. Once more, less than 2 minutes left on the clock in this one, and Southern just seems to be controlling things so well by a margin we haven't quite seen so far today. He's nearly matched that 46.49 that they achieved before with a 46.5. And so that's really nice consistency at the front end of the pack. Lorne and Cometa are just behind enjoying their own battling, while we look on to the midfield action there, being led by the number 89 of Hugh Hobson, there navigating Christmas Corner.
Really, really good battle going on there. Excuse me, really good battle going on there, and we can see they have a good lead. Who leads that? But yeah, good train going on there. We see them leading, and hopefully we'll see a few overtakes. Number 33, who goes down the inside to try and defend from the 111, Jack Bowie, and 77, Ashton, who's coming through again. He has made up a lot of positions in this race, so we should see him coming a bit more towards the front as well. But again, we only have 48 seconds left on the clock, so there won't be that long left. We probably have about 2 laps left before this race finishes. But yeah, doing a fabulous job, all of these drivers are.
Yeah, down the inside there, nice switchback move through the Christmas Corner. Not quite settled yet though, as we run our way up into Ashby. We're still going to be side by side. There, that is the number 219 of Jacob Aston, and then that'll be Logan Hartshorn just behind there, trying to settle their differences out on track. But so far, it is going to be Aston who wins out.
Aston's doing a fabulous job here, but we do have 237, who is Liam Dooling, who's doing an incredible job as well, keeping onto the back of Jacob Ashton. But yeah, we only have the 4 seconds left, so we'll be coming on to our second last lap here of the Junior Road Tax race. There is Jacob Ashton, again, doing a fabulous job. Up to 5th place he goes. With that pace, he could probably be battling near the front if he started more forward. Yeah,
exactly that. Southern then on the penultimate lap of this race, as you say, Kales, controlling things oh so well. Has been a quietly really confident race here, and should bode well for his continued championship hopes here in the Junior Max category. And meanwhile, we look back to the end of the back straight there. All get a little bit elbows out potentially, all navigating their way on through pretty cleanly. That's been led by the 212 there of Max Wheatley as they now make their way onto the start-finish straight.
Last lap, here we go. There's Blake Southan, who leads this race for the final lap, and he takes the fastest lap again of the race for the 46.39. We do have a bit of battling going on here for the last race again with mid-pack. Jacob Ashton's keeping that 5th place in this race. So we're coming up to our last lap here, and the guys are doing absolutely a real job. 237 is under pressure, Liam Dooling by Logan Hartshorn. But we do have cart number 100 there, Blake again doing an incredible job coming through the last couple of corners to take the win of Heat 4 for Junior Road Tax. Incredible job by Blake Southan, followed by Benjamin Lorne in 2nd place, Cometa, who took 3rd. Unbelievable work by them as well. In 4th we have Oliver Peters, 5th Jacob Ashton, Liam Dooling in 6th, Logan Hartshorn, Nelson Taylor, Finn Davenport and Max Wheatley rounding out the top 10. Incredible work done by this huge grid of 31 carts in Junior Road Tax. They have done an incredible job throughout this race, very clean, but I bet Blake is thrilled with that 2nd race, as he's done really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely deserves to be thrilled with that really strong performance from Blake Southern there, as I think cementing himself as a real contender for that championship with performances like this early on, showing his rivals that he certainly does mean business. That is it for the Junior Maxes, though, for a little moment, well, before lunch break at least. It is that is it for the Junior Maxes. We're not quite done with the Road Tax categories yet, though, because it's going to be the Senior Maxes and the Inters coming up in just a moment. So we'll transition over to those guys now. Senior Road Tax Heat 2 then will be the fleet of karts heading out on track and getting their racing underway in just a few moments. Getting closer and closer to midday, the peak of that sun beating down on the track.
It's just looking brighter and brighter on the screen, isn't it?
Yeah, the umbrellas breaking out once again. I do wonder whether we will see a point where maybe as we head further into the afternoon, the air temp maybe will drop a little bit, might get a bit more power out of the car potentially.
Exactly that, yeah. I suppose when the sun comes out, it will kind of, be a bit hotter on track, so it might slow them down a bit. But if temperature drops a bit more, it will get a bit of a faster lap time, hopefully. When it gets a bit too warm, it can be quite hard. But again, the grid is coming up there now, so we go. So for row 1, we have William Webb alongside Charlie Neve, and row 2, James Tester alongside Callum Sims. Rounding out the row 3, we have Will Fober and Ollie Ortu. Row 4, we have Dijon Bennett alongside Drew Presnier. Row 5, Ryan Welsh and Noosh Sapphire Leathers. Row 6, Molly Griffiths, and row 6 alongside Molly is Dijagas Pravalis. Row 7, Jake Fisher and Notice. And then row 8, Kieran Edgson, Ruben rounding out that row 8. Row 9, Dexter Collins and Alfie Davies rounding out that row 9. Row 10, Daniel Kavanagh and Kasura in cart number 322. Row 11, Harvey Lee Winteridge and Keane Downer rounding out that row 11. Row 12, Arminis, and row alongside him starting is Isaac Reynolds. Row 13, Zenzong Lim alongside Ellis Beatty, and row 14 is Callum Rockhurst alongside Kenneth Caudle, rounding out our 28 cart grid in senior road tax for Heat 2. Fabulous grid here, and we have a lot of carts in the grid again. Big grid for us.
Yeah, another massive grid here, well subscribed. Part of the championship, as we've said a few times today. Really looking forward to getting a bit more racing under our belts now. Penultimate race before we take a lunch break today here at Wilton Mill Kart Club, and it has absolutely flown by. I can't believe we've already got 12 heats we've actually completed. This will be the 13th, and it will be 14 heats very shortly indeed already under our belts. There's going to be 30 individual race sessions on here today at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Plenty of action throughout the day. Very much looking forward to the rest of it.
Sun is still shining there and everyone's enjoying the sun, so that is absolutely fantastic. At least we have no drops of rain just yet. Coles drivers on top of the truck as well, enjoying the sun. So it's nice when you have a truck and then you have the balcony on top. At least you can enjoy it a bit more then.
That is a good setup. That is a yeah. That is a good. You have your own balcony. That's a
exactly
your own portable balcony. That's a way to do it.
VIP area. We should be getting this race underway very, very soon. But what a beautiful day to have the third round of the WMKC Championship here at Wilton Mill. Lots of action going on in the paddock as well. Loads of spectators. But what wouldn't you expect on a sunny day like today? What a way to spend your Sunday. Yeah,
exactly. I think that the 2026's summer in particular has taken a long time to actually get underway, but I'm glad it's finally arrived. I shouldn't have said that. The commentator's curse.
You're going to curse it again. You're going to curse it.
The commentator's curse does extend off track as well. It does include weather. It does include all manner of things. So apologies if all of a sudden we have a grey storm cloud looming over the track by the afternoon. That is my fault there. I'll take responsibility for it. Senior Maxers, though, out in just a moment. Let's see some of the names that we'll be looking at in this championship as they make their way out on track. Got the likes of William Webb, Noosh Sapphire Leathers, Zugos Pravilonis, as well as Ruben Mamalok, names that will be competing on the entry list today. Webb has a nice championship lead so far, but Sapphire Leathers, who is in the mix here today at round 3, is second by about 20 points, so still definitely not insurmountable, that gap. We're, of course, early days in the championship as well. You can hear the sound of karts firing into life as they make their way back out on track once more. Another 8-minute heat coming up just after a formation lap.
Senior Rotax heading out there now onto the grid, and we're on our formation lap, as you said, Reeve. Getting these karts together again. Probably won't take much to get heat into tyres with that sun beaming down on this kart circuit and the track temperatures being very, very hot. But again, coming around halfway around the circuit now, and we will start to line up to get together and get this start underway.
We will indeed, so we just need to wait for them to bunch up, which is already now taking place on that back straight, which is a nice, clear opportunity to do so before you head into the twisty stuff at the end of the lap. You kind of build up all that speed running down through the Ashby, etc. complex before you run on through towards the end of the boot and bunch all up and ready to go racing. Quicker navigation of the track this time out compared to our junior maxes in the previous heat. But we're nice close packs actually as we navigate that final corner, sorry, and down the tram lines we go. We should be going green once more, and we do in fact go green for another race here at Wilton Mill. The seniors navigating their way around the crook, and a nice clean getaway for all drivers involved. They're already seeing a couple of brawls beginning to shape up into the Christmas corner, but everyone thinking better of it for the time being and making their way on cleanly.
Great start here from our senior Rotax Heat 2 of the day, and there's a really good start from William Webb, who started pole position, but still a bit of squabble going through the mid-pack, with people wanting to get the positions in to go and head towards the top 5. But yeah, really good start to the senior Rotax race, and we'll see them coming across the line there to see where people have made positions and where they are at. So I think we have William Webb leading their race. No, I'm wrong. We have James Tester, who just jumped in front of William Webb, following Charlie Neve and Callum Sims. And James Tester, is on a 46.7 for the first lap, putting in a good lap time to start this race.
Yeah, really nice way to kick off proceedings. Once again, comes another tale of the front runners just breaking off, controlling things, giving themselves that margin. We'll see if it changes later on. And it's the likes of Charlie, as you say, Kales, Charlie and Callum, who are doing all the work at the upper end of the pack there, who have all the squabbling to do. As we can see, that is the number 322 of the Exarec looking over the shoulder down the back straight in that fight for P17, already making up 3 places at the start of this race, so it's a nice start for Orcuswary there.
Brilliant stuff from James Tester, who leads this race, and following by William Webb. He takes the fastest lap, William Webb does, and there is a change for the lead. I believe William Webb is probably after taking that lead off James Tester, or is that the lead? I could be wrong.
Either way, great little squabble between them as they run
15.
Down through Ashby. They go back towards Chapman's, and we see that beginning to break away now is Tester. Webb slightly in front of Neve and Sims, but might be under threat here.
Good start as well by Dijon Bennett, who is battling in the pack there for the top 4 to top 8. Good little train there coming behind the top 2, as we see Callum Sims and Will Forber, who take 3rd and 4th place, heading up to Christmas Corner, and we'll see how it fares out in that pack behind them. But James Tester leads William Webb, and into the next couple of corners. There is a good train coming behind them though, so we should see a bit of on-track action with these guys following behind. Now comes the question of what do they do? Do they settle their differences now and maybe potentially compromise themselves versus the close pack behind them, or do they decide, let's try and break away together, have our fight elsewhere? They've only got 5 minutes to make that decision and get that move done if they do want to have a battle, but interesting to see these two try and shape up that race leading battle now as they navigate their way around that final corner into the air. They go over the curb there, taking as much of the curb as they dare without damaging the cart or compromising their run, and we see it just behind the likes of Sims and Forber running up towards Christmas Corner once more. As you know, as a racing driver, it's very hard to make them decisions early on. You either, have them clean races in the heats and then keep it for the final and keep them points going, or you just go, let's just go and head on and see if we can make them positions. It's a hard decision to make as a driver when you're out on track and see what's going on, but a really good move there done by number 60, which is Charlie Neve, on Will Forber. I think I may be right on cart number 15, coming around into the last couple of corners onto the main straight. They go. James Tester still leads William Webb. Callum Sims and Charlie Neve does make that position into 4th place ahead of Will in cart number 15. Really good move there done by Charlie Neve in that cart. Yeah, and very nicely executed indeed from number 60, and I'm sure it's not last that we've seen of that battle in that fight for the podium, as Neve trying to recover from positions lost obviously at the start of this race. No major movers throughout the pack in this one. Pravilonis has made up 4 positions so far, as has Isaac Reynolds, so nice efforts from those 2 drivers. As you can just hear, we had a great shot there of that. It was the number 28 of Brockhurst heading on through that final corner, but just how much pressure these carts are under here, the tyres screeching and scrubbing through that final corner. Exactly that. Some really good trains coming through there, the last corner onto the main straight. Some good battles going on in this race, as we see a couple of changes there with Ellis Beattie, who comes up 2 places from the back of the grid, which is good to see. The back markers performing towards the front of the grid. But William Webb does take the fastest lap in P2, as we can see on the screen here. Not much of a difference though, because Charlie Neve is on the back of Callum Sims, and they are wanting to get into that positions. But good work going on here from our senior road tax drivers for Heat 2. Dijon Bennett still keeping onto the back of cart number 188 in this race, which is good to see him still squabbling towards the front. James Tester still leads William Webb, Callum Sims and Charlie Neve in cart number 60. William Forber in cart number 15 and 5th.
Just over 2 minutes to go then, and as we suspected, this lead battle is very much shaping to be a battling duo for the time being. The likes of Sims and Neve Forber haven't quite closed up, only a few laps to go in this one. I'm really enjoying just how close and competitive these fields are in terms of their lap times overall. Having said that, Webb just goes slightly faster, still a 45.86 through Crook they go. Sims still controlling that upper midfield pack there in that fight for the podium, which goes down through so many carts here, as we can see them now running through Christmas.
Good battle going on here for number 33, Callum Sims, as he's under pressure by Charlie Neve and Will in cart number 15. Very close battle going on there for 3rd place. Let's see, with that 1 minute 20 counting down, if we can see a bit of a on-track action to see if we can see the places change here. But we do have, I think that may be Dijon Bennett in cart number 393, who just had an off. And he was doing so well in 9th place originally. But across the line we go, and James Tester leads. But we still have that battle going on. Callum Sims creates a bit of a gap. We do have a change for the lead. No, we don't. I think William Webb attempts to go down the inside, but doesn't quite make it stick, so James Tester keeps that lead.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff between these two now as they head down towards Chapman. You can just see Webb is pushing Tester as much as he did, really testing him and trying to force a bit of an error. Has a look to the outside, does Webb. Well defended by Tester, who makes that cart as wide as possible, just sticking to his own line. There's a gap there, potentially wasn't quite as wide as a cart is though, in order to try and get Webb on through. So Tester still leads the charge. They snake their way down the start finish straight though. Tester is in full defence mode through the first corner. We go 10 seconds left on the timer, and lap to go after that as well. They break formation, go side by side. Can it be a bit of a switchback for Webb? No, it's well defended from Tester still as they navigate their way to Ashby. The battle, which has now been raging on for a lap, continues on past Ashby where it started last time around, down through Chapman, looking around the outside as Webb, but still on the defence is Tester, really stoically on the defence now, might be potentially costing themselves some time as Sims and Neve are beginning to close up as they bring themselves down towards the boot. Can there be another switchback opportunity here? I think there might just be. No, it's still so well defended by Tester as they head back onto the start-finish straight.
Absolute fantastic stuff from James Tester as they go into the final lap of this Senior Road Tax Heat 2 race. William Webb has him under pressure. Is he going to make the move as he goes round the outside to try and open up the corner? And he does make it stick. Can he get it on the next corner as he has that extra leg? Not quite, but great defending there from James Tester as they go into the final couple of corners, heading down towards Chapman's corner. And he goes down the inside, side by side, into Chapman's corner, and he takes the lead, does William Webb, into the last couple of corners of this race, followed by James Tester. I think he might, but we do have Callum Sims and Charlie Neve on the back of this pack. But the race is really, really closely finished, and we do have a race winner. William Webb takes the race win for Senior Road Tax Heat 2. Absolutely outstanding last couple of corners, and great finish for William, followed by James Tester in P2, Callum Sims P3, P4 Charlie Neve. Great top four finish for them guys. Really, really good battles on track. 5th will in cart number 15, Drew Presnier in cart number 91 for 6th. 7th place Ryan Welsh. 8th place And we have cart number 188, Provilisness. And number 9th, we Kieran Auction. And 10th, we round out with Safa Leathers in cart number 43. Great top 10 finish. Absolutely fantastic race. Really interesting last couple of corners there, and unusual race finish. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect William to come through.
A really bold, brave, brilliant kind of battle between those two there. Webb and Tester. Top marks to Tester for defending for as well as he did against that seemingly formidable force of Webb there. And we've often said in this racing so far, a couple more laps, what would have happened? I think what would have happened is Sims and Neve would have been in the mix there.
I think any driver at this particular point would be like, well, I want 2 more laps, but you'd wish you could have that.
Yeah, but that brings an end to that battle in a very enjoyable way there indeed. That is Alice Beatty's cart there, just unfortunately stranded on the track, so there might be a bit of a moment to get the Rotax intercession going before we're able to get those carts out on track, because they've got to clear that first. As we can see, it is now the senior carts heading back into the pit lane. Last brief nose cone inspection on their carts before they can have the results fully classified. We'll get to go racing in just a couple of minutes. This session up next is going to be your Rotax Inters. Rotax Minis out on a track then in a few moments. Their second heat of the day. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in to this Slipstream powered by Alpha Live broadcast on a very sunny Wilton Mill. Big thank you all for tuning in. A big thank you for those of you who are choosing to stay throughout the day as well. We'll get more into that later on. I think we are good though to look at the starting grid for this round, so we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Row 1 of the grid will be Jackson Hilton, followed by James Roots. Then it'll be Alfie Flippinson, followed by Harris Barber. Row 3 will feature Noah Hammond and Noah Wicklow. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid will be Flynn Grantham, Thomas Laidler, James Carver, Jude Story, Jay Birmingham and Finley Thompson, completing the row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7 then, Preston Howard, Charlie Heffer, followed by Freya Lally and Noah Hobson. Jake Hansford and Seiki Komatsu complete row 8 and 9, and then we have Ethan Copeland, Hugo Torpy, Oliver Stonebrook, Roshan Bachada, Arthur Kaiser, followed by Arthur Roberts. So we're on the Arthur row 12 there. Moving on to row 13, it'll be Emrys Perring, followed by Harry Carthy, Billy Gromit, William Gillick, Idris George and Henry Algar complete row 13, 14 and 15. That's your 15 rows for this starting grid. 30 carts getting ready to kick off. Hello to, I'm guessing that's Will Blake. There's lots of numbers in there, who says, what a race. Absolutely, what a really enjoyable race that was. And we've got plenty more of them to come today. We're going to take a quick lunch break after this Rotax Inters race. That'll be around about 30 minutes. Then we're going to kick off with some more heats, Junior Maxes, Honda Cadets, IAME, Water Swifts, etc. And then we're going to kick off into our finals. Our finals will be live for our dedicated Slipstream members. A big thank you all of you for choosing to support. In case you're wondering how you can support us and become a Slipstream member, it's very simple. It's that join button. And you know what? I'll give it a go myself after lunch break. I'll show you just how easy it is to do. And that will give you live access to the brilliant finals from an already exhilarating day here at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. And a big thank you if you do opt to do that. But a big thank you for tuning in, even if that isn't quite the case just yet. Your views are always much appreciated, and you will obviously be able to see these races in about a week's time as they go live. The full day goes live on the YouTube channel. But the karts are heading out on track now. 8 minutes will be the timer as we get ready to start the race. And hello to Willowell, who says, and what a setting to go racing in as well. Yeah, absolutely perfect way to go racing. Very, very fortunate in the UK. I think we've got some lovely track venues around, you know, some lovely parts of the country. Hello to it's the number 64, Kabir, the number 64 Honda Cadet driver, who says, "Go myself." I'm liking that. I'm liking the enthusiasm. Well deserved there as well, Kabir. Yeah, well done, Kabir. Seemed top notch. Thank you for tuning in as well and showing your support, even when you've got a race to think about. That is much appreciated. But we are forming up through the final couple of corners. So one last time in the morning running. Yes, it's 12:17. It's the morning runnings before the lunch. Either way, we head around that final corner. It will be good to go racing once again. And we are green flag.
We have a bit of an off there.
We do, yeah. Final couple of corner. Maybe I was a bit premature there on calling that green flag, although I think we may continue it on eventually. We'll just wait and see. We head through the Christmas corner at full race pace still as well. I can't see any wave flags to suggest otherwise. So
I think away we go. I think we.
Yeah. We're going to continue on with this one.
Yellows. It's all good.
Yeah, so yellows for that sector for good reason, of course, before we navigate our way down towards Chapman's. Nice clean start for the rest of the runners at the front end of this pack.
We're seeing a false start flag out there, so it's a false start.
I was hopeful for a moment. Hopeful for a brief moment. Either way, we head back into formation conditions now, which is good. I'm actually quite glad for that.
Exactly, yeah. At least they'll all be together for this start. I think that start towards the back was they were a bit off the pace. So
yeah, and you don't want to see a driver spat off on formation. So glad that they'll be able to get back into the action there. What we want to see as we are under formation once again. We get to do it all again.
Heading towards the start finish now, we have the Rotax Mini Interclass for Heat 2, and Jackson Hilton and James Roots on the front row. And I think we're going to get this underway, and away we go into the first corner. Lights go out, and I think Jackson Hilton leads this race up towards Christmas corner. All carts through, all clear, and it's a nice start to the race.
Yeah, all things considered, nice clean getaway there. We're seeing some single file formation, but also a few drivers in that low midfield area trying to vie for position into Christmas early on, which you've got to take your opportunities when you get them. If you're slightly further down the order, a driver having a bit of an off there and an excursion onto the grass. They are pointing in the right direction, at least, so should be able to rejoin. So a bit of lost time as we have a change for position for P3 in this one.
Number 53
it's Wicklow.
is Noah Wicklow.
Yeah, Wicklow making a nice bit of progression there down towards the back straight. Now navigates onto the main straight in P3 in the fight for this podium. Hilton and Roots controlling things quite nicely at the front. Once again, we're seeing a front row that breaks away from the pack, and it sets himself up for success in this race. Wicklow, Barber and Phillipson have a bit more work to do, so it seems, as we run our way through Christmas. Now you can see Wicklow's already quite harsh, well, not quite harsh on defence, but quite well into the defence, shall we say, is looking forward to a bit of a battle here, I suspect.
Really good move there done by number 12, Alfie Phillipson, and he does that move on Noah Wicklow as far as I can see. Good move there towards the back, and people are making moves throughout this race. And number 22, Jude Story, who makes that move on Flynn Grantham. Good start to this race. But we have our leader, Jackson Hilton, and James Roots, who does create that gap and run away a bit from the mid-pack, but Noah Wicklow leads into third, and then fourth, Alfie Phillipson. Number 50 seems to have a problem, but he gets going again, all good. As we head up to Christmas corner, everyone's so close, still so close. The racing here today is absolutely fantastic. All the carts are really, really close, and it's nice to see. But we have in that pack, I think that could be Alfie Phillipson or Noah Wicklow that leads that little train towards the middle of the race.
Yeah, very good point there that you raised, Gail. Over 1,000 metres of track to occupy, and the drivers are all occupying the same piece of tarmac, pretty much, all staying in these nice confined groups. So nice level playing field between the drivers here, and some really good competition as well, as we can see some drivers taking as much of the track as they dare there. Over the curbs they go. Jackson Hilton leads the charge onto this race just ahead of Roots, and then we can see Phillipson, Wicklow, Grantham and Barber just behind, as we have a huge fleet of carts behind those drivers as well. The number 22 of which is Jude Story that we're looking at, and a position gained for Laidler.
Really, really good start to the race for Laidler. He is making his positions, and he's leading that pack there, as we can see in the bright orange cart, as they come down to Chapman's corner, and there's a big train coming behind them. So if we do start fighting in this race, there could be a massive battle in that train. But as you can see, Thomas in the cart number 97 leads that train coming through the boot and onto the last corner through the start finish. Jackson Hilton, who's in the car number 145, is just gained the fastest lap on a 49.5, which is a tenth quicker than James Roots, but still on very, very familiar pace and very, very consistent throughout the whole race. 97 again still leads into Christmas Corner, but we do have that train coming, and I think there could be a battle here very, very soon.
There could be indeed, and we still got over half race distance to enjoy that as well, which is fantastic news as we now see the drivers heading towards the double left-handed complex in just a moment. Looking on at this mid-pack action here, side by side we go through Chapman's. That is the number 138 of Thompson losing out there, but hoping to gain potentially some advantage as we run down towards the boot onto the start-finish straight. But who's this down the inside? It's the number 16 there, the number 16 of Charlie Heffer, who's gained some decent positions in this lap, making amends for an unfortunate drop of position earlier on. Speaking of decent positions gained, Henry Algar, 13 positions from 30th to 17th.
Mega stuff from Henry. We also look at Flynn Grantham, who is in 4th position, who's gained quite a lot of positions there, 3 positions up from where he originally started. But again, James Roots takes back that fastest lap for this race. With 3 minutes to go on the timer, everyone is getting fairly close. We do have a battle there for 16th and 138, as number 16 is towards, am I wrong in 16th? But we do have a big train coming through there at the boot. That could be a battle incoming. And we don't know who leads that. I think we have Thomas Liedler in the 97 cart, who's in 7th. And then number 138 goes wide and doesn't make it through. But we do have a change there for positions. 138, so I think it was number 16, Charlie Heffer, who's doing an incredible job, takes 12th position on Finley Thomas in the cart number 138. Finley Grantham again, fastest lap in number 26, taking 4th place. He's doing very well for himself. We do have a bit of a squabble there coming into the chicane, and bang! Unfortunately in the grass, number 58, I think that is Preston Howard, who was doing really well in number 58. He was sitting 14th.
Yeah, it was sitting in the midst of battle there with the number 138 of Thompson. Thompson was able to continue on in all that, but as you say, it is going to be Preston Howard, the big victim of that. Goings on track, shall we say, but I say victim, obviously something I would leave to the stewards, but just a bit of a racing incident from our point of view. Already 90 seconds left on the clock as we are looking at the double left-hander once again down towards Chapman's we go.
Again, really consistent work from Jackson Hilton and James Roots, staying in the similar pace to each other. As you can see, their last laps actually did quite match there. But coming into the boot again, we have car number 138, who is Finley Thompson, who is doing very well as well. Just lost a position, but still doing very well for himself. Again, Jackson Hilton leads this race with James Roots on his back. We do have a change there coming into Christmas, and there's a bit of a battle there for, I think we may be in car number...
I was looking at the
141.
141 heading
Jay
through there.
Birmingham. Mega stuff from Jay, defending, doing brilliant. But number 22, Jude Story, comes through and is on the hunt for 10th place to finish in that top 10.
Yeah, hoping to claw that back there. Just quick side note there. Thompson lost a position to Henry Algar, who's now gained 16 positions in this race.
Absolutely unreal stuff.
A major mover in this field. So top work there, Henry. As we look on to the start-finish straight once more, it is the 141 of Birmingham leading the charge in this one. Has Charlie for company. They both run deep into that first corner. This could bring Jude Story right into the mix. Through Christmas we go. Story's on through. I believe that is Heffer on through as well.
Mega stuff from Charlie Heffer there as well in cart number 16, as he brings that train through the pack. And number 141, Jay Birmingham, he is hunting him down though. And we have number 22, Jude Story, who's on the back of them, and he's hungry to come through that pack.
Absolutely is. Quietly, the timer has hit 0.
Oh,
We're now
he does make a move through the chicane, Jude Story, and that is a fantastic move through the chicane, but nope. Charlie Heffer takes that back. No, Jay Birmingham takes that back through the start-finish. Really, really good racing going on here.
Yeah, commendable stuff from these drivers. Jackson Hilton is on the last lap of this race. By the way, it has been absolutely flying by, as we can see. The number 22 of Story has a brief glance at the outside, goes darts towards the inside, goes deep into Christmas though, and ends up losing the position, nearly loses 2 positions. But what a bold move there. That would have been top notch if that was pulled off, but nice to see the attempt nonetheless. They work their way through Ashby now, looks a little bit more calm in that mix. Number 125 of James Carver is the driver that we're on board with now. But we move over to Jackson Hilton, who navigates the final corner and with relative ease takes the race victory in the Rotax Mini Heat 2. Congratulations, Jackson Hilton. James Roots follows on very shortly behind. Alfie Phillipson completes the top 3. That's your podium settled. Then it's Flynn Grantham, Noah Wicklow, Harris Barber, James Carver, Thomas Laidler, Noah Hammond, Charlie Heffer completing your top 10. What a fantastic bit of action we got to enjoy there. In the end, Jude Story was lost out to Jay Birmingham, wins out against Seiki Komatsu, and trying to look elsewhere. Finley Thompson tumbles down a couple of positions after their battling. Plenty of battling throughout the field, though. What a ray to complete a morning's worth of running here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. That was a brilliant heat. We've really enjoyed some of these heats. There will be a 30-minute break now, but after that, we're going to kick right back into the action.
Fantastic stuff from 10th, 11th and 12th, Charlie Heffer, Jay and Jude Story, who have had a fantastic race and some on-track battles there. Fantastic stuff from all of our classes in Wilton Mill for the round 3 of the WMKC Championship. It's definitely kept myself and Reeve on our toes, and we have had, I've really enjoyed it as my first time commentating. It's really been a lot of fun for myself being on the sidelines and commentating from a driver perspective.
Yeah, it's been lovely to have you so far as well. And as I say, we've still got a full afternoon's worth of running to go. So 30-minute break, folks. Time to maybe, have a bit of a walk around, a cup of tea, a sandwich or something. Get a bite of lunch down here, but don't go anywhere. We will be back after a short lunch break, as we the cart's all heading back in now. Looking forward to the action this afternoon. Thank you very much for tuning in so far.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to this Slipstream powered by Alpha Live broadcast of the Wilson Mill Kart Club Round 3 running for today. Very sunny Wilson Mill. I hope you're all well rested and enjoyed a nice lunch break. I know we certainly did, and we're ready to go racing shortly. Once more, next round will be Junior Max, followed by Honda Cadets, IME Cadets, followed by Senior Max and Rota Inters before we head into some finals for this afternoon. If you're just joining us after the lunch break, thank you very much for tuning in. I am Reeve Taylor, and alongside me in the comments box is Kales Cole. How are you doing, Kales?
I'm good, thank you, Reeve. The start of this morning has been absolutely fabulous. The racing, the battles, the consistency of some drivers, definitely one of the best days to have my first commentary box experience. So yeah, loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. Been doing a fantastic job as well. It's been a pleasure to have you in the comments box as well. Really looking forward. I mean, this is my first time at Wilson Mill Kart Club as well. Really enjoyed my time here so far. So a big thank you everyone for tuning in. To see everyone jumping back into the broadcast chat as well, seeing everyone in the paddock and in the pit lane, getting karts ready for an afternoon's worth of running. An afternoon's worth of running course that you can all tune into here along this live broadcast. Of course, got a few more heats to go just yet, but now is your chance as well, if you haven't already, to get subscribed and become a Slipstream member on the channel. A reminder that the finals will be broadcasted live to those Slipstream members later on in the afternoon, and a week later for those of you who haven't chosen to subscribe at this moment. But a big thank you to everyone for showing you support, whether it be through a Slipstream membership or through tuning in to the broadcast as well. It is all much appreciated. As we have a little bit of a break before we get underway. I think we are slightly ahead of schedule here at Wilson Mill today. I think drivers are just about getting into their karts now, but top marks to all of the organisers, the marshal, everyone behind the scenes who is helping keep the show on the road. Say we are ahead of schedule, which is always really impressive, and should be good to go racing in a few minutes time, local time, just in case anyone's watching from abroad, which is all. You know what's a question I haven't asked yet? We do often pose, where are you watching from today, because we've always got some interesting answers. It's never just a case of, oh, I'm watching from Sheffield or Liverpool.
It's
nice always
to see,
Australia or somewhere random. So do let us know, maybe if you're watching from afar or far away from the track, where you are watching from.
Be nice to see if there is a mixture of European watchers in the stream. So yeah, if they are in there, definitely comment in.
Absolutely do that. As I say, a few minutes and would be good to go racing. A reminder as to how the day is running. We've got all these heats to complete before we head into our finals later on today. I'm sure plenty of you are familiar with how Wilton Mill Kart Club operates at this point, every fourth Sunday at the track. And we do actually have an Australia coming in, Sydney, Australia, in the broadcast there. So thank you for your support from afar. I think we're going to get ready for a starting grid in just a moment, so we'll read that out in due course. But it'll be a whole set of 8-minute heats coming up, followed by some slightly longer 10-minute heats for the finals this afternoon. But here is the starting grid. It'll be Aidan Hammond and Warwick Milam on row 1, followed by Aidan Clark and Harrison Bishop on row 2, and it's Cooper Campbell Lees and John Richardson completing the third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, Daniel Adamaitis, followed by Ellis Dealey. Then we have Archie Ray Watson. Then we have Nathan Rond, Tobias Johns and Miles Cleworth on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, we have Jacob Smith, Harry Harvey, Liam Crosby, Peter Lee, Harry Myatt Waldron and Finley Strang completing row 7, 8 and 9. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, Jensen Evans, William K. Glass, Alexander Lesiski, and then we have Jay Singh, Tigran Kaguri and Oliver Hutchins completing row 10, 11 and 12. Row 13 will feature Omar Kiani, Harvey Everett, Harvey Watts, Asan Iqbal, Layla Fitzgerald and Adam Askar completing row 13, 14 and 15. And that is it for this field of Junior Max drivers. Once again, very nicely subscribed class is the Junior Max category there, so we have plenty of drivers, plenty of heats for those guys out there today. This will be the 5th heat of Junior Max running today. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, because they've certainly delivered so far with the action, haven't they?
Definitely, yeah. The grids have been very strong, very, again, as we say, the drivers are very consistent, and all the drivers are very close on track. So absolutely some brilliant battles going on here over the last couple of hours, and we cannot wait to see the evening battles continue as we see our junior Rotax grid head onto track. Further formation laps, so we'll see them go out, warm up their tyres, as you'll probably see them weaving, and then get into formation to start the race.
We will indeed. So they navigate their way through the crook now. Oblivion right at the start of the lap, and it can send you into oblivion if the conditions are not quite so nice, or if you're carrying a bit too much speed, or in the midst of battle a bit too much. But these drivers so far have been incredibly well behaved throughout the day. I must have said, well done to everyone. Hello to SlipStream member Sam Morris, who is supporting Frank Morris in the second Rotax into heat. That will be coming up in a moment. And saying great job for the Miami Water Swift running as well. So top marks there for some of our drivers. A big thank you to Sam for tuning in and showing your support as well. We can see, though, drivers heading towards the end of their formation lap as we get ready to go running once more here at Wilton Mill.
Very slow formation lap again, coming round towards the boot and onto the start-finish line to start this race and get it underway. Again, starting on the front row, we have Aidan Hammond and Warwick Milam. So they will get the race underway, and we'll see what action unfolds as we get round the last corner onto the start-finish. And we'll wait for the lights to go out, and away we go.
We are away indeed for the afternoon's running here at Wilton Mill. It's a great start so far, if your name is Aidan. Well, that's not saying all that much, I guess. We run down towards Christmas Corner. Quite a separated outpack, and a couple of drivers having a few issues through Crook. Both back underway now, but not the stop that they would have wanted. And we see a few cars having further issues on the exit of Christmas. Haven't seen that so far today in such a fashion. That is the number 1-2, that is just the number 12 of Harry Myatt Waldron, struggling to get back underway. What a shame their race not quite starting the way that they would have wanted.
Good start to the senior Rotax race, so all very close again, and very consistent from our drivers on the first lap. But into the lead, we go into the boot, and our first lap is complete. And across the finish line, in first place, we have Eamon Hammond, Aidan Clark, John Clarkson, Harrison Bishop and Ellis Deely rounding up the top 5. We have some... Oh, and there might be a change for the lead as Aidan Clark goes down the inside into Christmas Corner in the 291 kart for DHR, and he leads the pack around our second lap of this race.
He does indeed. Really nice run down through Christmas Corner for that driver. 6 minutes 45 left on the clock. Still plenty of running to go in this first race of the afternoon. We make our way onto the back straight once again, up towards the boots in just a moment. All in single file formation as we see a potential vying for position here. Thinking better of it though, waiting for another opportunity to present itself. We've headed back onto the start-finish straight, and we can see it is going to be Aidan Clark leading the charge, but Harrison Bishop just behind, flying along 47.52.
Brilliant stuff from our top 4 in this junior Rotax Heat 5. I think if the top 4 start fighting, we could see a big battle here for the top 10 as they're all starting to close in. But the top 2 are starting to pull away, Clark in 291 and Hammond in 251 for 1 and 2, as John Richardson and Harrison Bishop are behind, keeping up, and we have a little bit of battle here as well. Tries down the inside of... Very, very close racing here as we come into the boot again, and Harrison Bishop putting in that fastest lap. Again, Harrison Bishop goes into third as he comes across the line, but then Tobias Johns just takes that fastest lap by a 47.1.
It does indeed, but as you say, trading fastest laps throughout this race. Now, mechanical flag showing up for Adam Ascar. What a shame there, so that car needs to go back into the pits and maybe a quick look at before it can head back out. Either way, not ideal this early on in a race. Obviously a very short race as well, not much time to make up lest anything go wrong. But we look back at our front runners once more. Clark and Hammond leading this charge. 4 karts separating us in towards the boot we go. They've broken away somewhat comfortably, although it's not too far behind the likes of Dealey, Adamitis, Milam and Watson just behind, as they now head onto the start-finish straight, start their next lap, and Bishop maintains the accolade of fastest lap.
Maybe we might see these top 4 start battling very, very soon. Coming up to Christmas, they're all getting very, very close. And again, as you say, you have the likes of Ellis Steely, Warwick Milam and Watson in cart number. Oh, and there has been a bit of a tangle just coming out of Christmas for cart 195, which is Archie Ray Watson, which was in that squabble for 4th, 5th and 6th in that race. But again, you have your leader, Aidan Clark, who leads the 251 of Hammond along with Harrison Bishop. But again, we have another lap time again coming from Miles Cleworth, who is in 11th place, taking the fast lap of this race in the 46th, but gets snatched by John Richardson in 3rd place, who just takes that 3rd off Harrison Bishop as he comes across the line.
Yeah, really nice squabbling going on between these drivers. Now back to the Christmas corner we go. We can see the Harrison Bishop hunting down the drivers up in front. But all staying in single, all really well executed, these overtakes. They're only picking their moments very well indeed here. No one's going for any brazen moves. It's all looking pretty comfortable for the time being, though, as we see the 268 of Richardson loses out to Bishop this time around. They run through Chapman's and up towards the boot, and it's Bishop up in front.
Brilliant stuff from Bishop as he takes 3rd place coming across the line, but he is under pressure from John Richardson in cart 268 as they are trying to chase down the pack at the lead of Clark and Hammond, as we see another car rejoining the circuit. I think it's 51, that Adam in 51 who got black flagged. Luckily he got it sorted and back on track. Really nice to see that guy back out. But again, Clark leads with the fastest lap of the race along with Hammond, Bishop. But again, there could be a thing again where we have the top 2 lead away and then the others follow.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a little bit delayed in this one in comparison, but still plenty of battles going on elsewhere. Is that the 236 of Hutchins involved in that mix there? There's a driver spat off, and that is Hutchins spat off, unfortunately, and off at Chapman. What a shame, that race coming to that battle coming to a bit of a premature end right as it was heating up.
And there's another driver off there as well. Can't quite see the stickers on the side, but he's joining back on there again. Coming in through the boot again, we have another battle. Oh, there's a bit of a tip on the outside there for 444. Cart number Asan is his name, and he comes across the line, keeps that position. Warwick Milam, he's coming through the pack in 6th place in the cart number 123 with a 46.65 as he takes another position into 6th place. Again, your leader is Aidan Clark. Very, very close racing here. And we have another one down the outside, in the inside is 227. Number 227, Finlay Strang, who goes down the inside. And another one down the inside, who is 61, Nathan Rond. Really good battles going on at the back of the grid and making their way forwards. And they come through the boot, and Harrison Bishop takes that fastest lap again for this race with a 1 minute 25 to go. How fast has that race gone?
It is absolutely flown by these drivers. Once again, the junior maxes, and there's plenty of them, putting on a really good show for us as we head down towards Christmas. Side by side we go. The number 51 there, losing out. Sorry, I think that was 81 actually, not 51. Oh no, it was 51. I was right. It was Askar. Askar with that
just rejoined the track.
Yeah, mechanical flag earlier on, so he was in the mix there. But still good for him to get some practice, get some running
exactly,
in.
Yeah, get the laps in, 100%. And at least when he finishes, he gets the points and then continue the championship on. But again, Harrison Bishop, fastest lap of the race. They're going to come across the line again, and I think they rejoin. Really, really close racing again.
Yeah.
Really good.
We head through the latter half of the lap start, the next one now, and run our way down through Crook. A little bit of a wide run there for Askar. 67 of Jay Singh heads on through up to the inside, up for 19th. Obviously Askar is a couple of laps down at this point, so Singh heads on through up through the Christmas complex as well. Meanwhile, elsewhere on track, we jump in with the number 46 of Harvey Everett, so just behind the likes of Singh, around about that Singh Strang Gregorian. sort of region of drivers out on track as we go side by side down towards the boot in just a moment. Nice run down the inside there.
Good battle going on there now for Harvey Evitt and Jay Singh as they come across the line, and that is a strong little pack there going on around the back of the grid. Finlay Strang leads that pack. Nathan Rond and then Finlay Strang and then Harvey who leads that pack. But we have 291 who is coming up to the last corner into the boot and onto the last corner into the straight for the last lap of this Junior Max Heat 5 race. Fantastic race for Aidan Clark. Let's see if he can get this over the checker flag along with Eamon Hammond and Harrison Bishop. Bit of a gap there now, but Harrison Bishop is still taking them fastest laps and he's doing very, very well.
He is indeed, as have so many of our front runners throughout today's running. Nice separated pack at the front end for our front runners. Bishop, as you say, running so well with that 46.49. Everyone time seems to have petered off just a little bit towards the end of this one, but still comfortably in those 46-second range there as we look on to see the number 291 of Aidan Clark navigating the boot for one last time. Does have some pressure in the form of Hammond, but isn't going to be too upset by that. Is going to navigate the final corner and take race victory in Heat 5 for the Junior Maxes. Aidan Clark is the victor. Aidan Hammond and Harrison Bishop complete the top three. Then your top five is settled with Daniel Adamaitis in P5, John Richardson P4, Warwick Milan, Ellis Dealey, Miles Cleworth, Liam Crosby and William Kidd last completing your top 10. As we have plenty more karters heading around that final corner as well to bring an end to the Junior Max Heat 5. And this is the last time we are going to see the Junior Maxes before their finals commence. I was about to say their final running, but they have plenty of finals because their final isn't until the very end because of lots of them. So exactly. The C final comes up in a little moment, but top work there to Aidan Clark, Aidan Hammond and Harrison Bishop. Their 5 heats completed for the Junior Maxes. In the end, it was settled by 0.4 of a second, and we will wait to see those drivers in a little while. That's it for the Rotax Junior Maxes, though. We're going to take a very quick transition break before we head back into our Honda Cadet 200 running. And here we go, back on track with our Honda Cadet 200 competitors. Second heat of the day for these drivers, and looking forward to seeing what the Honda Cadet can do back out there as well. Had a really good time in the running last time around. Let's take a look at what the starting grid will shape up to be. Front row of the grid will be Jensen Culler and Phoebe Shelton. We saw a fantastic bit of battling between those two drivers before. Then we have Guyan Doherty and Finlay Thursfield, followed by Jesse Bailey and Oliver Vickers again. Other drivers that had fantastic action out on track. Oliver Ratton and Krishi Doshi, followed by Kabir Singh and Callum Ryan. Then we have Archie Edgar and Freddie Williams completing row 4, 5 and 6, followed by Jacob West and Alfie Bai on row 7, Louis Dawson and Thomas Pregnell on row 8. Then we have Oscar Watson and Fraser Messer on row 9. Completing the 10th row of the grid, then it will be Callum Gain and George Bridger, followed by Archie Horton, completing the 21 kart grid for our Honda Cadet 200 running. And there they are, back in the pit lane once again. The number of umbrellas has increased.
Umbrellas have increased again, yeah.
Yeah, the umbrella index is indicating an increase in temperature and sunlight, so the umbrellas have broken out once again. Hello to Daniel Racer, a Slipstream member in the chat, who says good luck, Ratton there. So I've seen plenty of support in the chat, and I'm going to give it one last mention before we head into the finals very shortly indeed. A big thank you all for tuning in, but if you want to show that extra bit of support and you want to watch today's finals live on this Slipstream powered by Alpha Live broadcast, you can join the channel to become a Slipstream member. How do you do that? Very easy, folks. You literally click the join button just below the broadcast. I'm going to do it with you now, folks, so you can do it too. That brings a pop-up onto your screen and you click join. And there you go, folks. The best bit is the first month's free. So you can watch all this for the first month absolutely free of charge. And that's it, done. I'm now a Slipstream member. That quick. And Chaos can confirm, I'm not lying, it was that quick.
It was, yeah, literally join and then it brings you onto the page and you join and first month is free. So be worth watching the finals today because they are going to get a bit of a battle combination going on here in a while. But yeah, definitely worth supporting that extra little bit. But for now, let's get the heats done with, and then we can forward on to the finals for that part.
We will indeed. And just a quick note, that is a monthly rolling subscription for folks. Free for that first month, and then after that, it is £12 on track.
Yeah,
it's currently free. I should add, it's currently free at the moment. It's not always the case. So get it now, folks. Get it now. Now's your chance to. Now is your chance. Currently free at the moment, might not be, but the content is going to be free after 7 days anyway. So all these finals after the fact. And I'm being told in my ear that it's you get offered it if you're on Google platform, or if you're on like Android or Windows or something like that. If you've got an Apple or an iPhone or something, it doesn't seem to give you that choice, which is, you know. Well, I'm on a Samsung. Free month for me then. Either way, we are. I've just got an email confirmation for it as well. How brilliant! We're good to go racing once again. So do make sure you do stay tuned in, and as I say, you can enjoy this same content in a week's time, if not. But a big thank you to everyone, regardless of whether or not you're a member, for showing your support and tuning in today. It is much appreciated. Without it, it wouldn't be possible. So, formation lap is underway now for our second time for the Honda 200 cadets, that they're out on track as they navigate their way around the track. Slightly shorter grid to get formed up this time around, and they all did it well in the morning, so hopefully we'll have the same thing again.
Exactly that. So we are on the formation lap now, waiting for the drivers to get into that pack. We're nearly at the last corner, and the drivers aren't particularly together, so hopefully we can get them all together and get this race underway. But I think it could... Yeah, perfect. We're all getting together now, so we'll get this underway as soon as possible. We have a message come in there from Vinny C Racing. Good luck to Jensen Culla in this race, and Oliver Rotten. So these guys are getting the best of luck in the chat, which is nice to see. And yeah, we'll get this race underway. The red flag is up until we get to the back of the grid and see that green flag. We will have this race underway.
We will indeed. We wait for that 5-second board that just tells the drivers you're about to go racing. I do love these standing starts. It's nice to see them in the world of karting. When come from, like myself, come from championships where it doesn't necessarily always happen. It's nice to have these standing starts. Adds that extra bit of intrigue to the races. The green flag has been shown. Drivers will be showing a 5-second board before we get to go racing. There they go. Any moment now, we're going to hear those revs fully rise as we navigate Oblivion and kick off this race. We are away then. The drivers getting all a pretty good start. It's a little bit of action at the back end over the pack, but for our frontrunners, Culla and Shelton, it's looking good. Shelton has the inside there and heads through the right-hander with the lead of this race.
Brilliant start from Phoebe Shelton there as she leads into this next corner, but there's a bit of a bump there in the middle of the grid. Car number 50, who is George Bridger, unfortunately spun there, but we do still have a leader. Phoebe Shelton leads Jensen Culla into this race as they head down towards Chapman's and onto the straight here in the first lap of this Honda Heat 2. Phoebe Shelton still leading Jensen Culla, and we'll come across the line through the boot as they come, and then across the line to see where we are at.
Shelton's built up a nice gap already, found a few kart lengths there. Has already started to put herself at the best foot forward to take victory in this race. Vickers and Culla are through. Obviously, Vickers headed in to this round as your championship leader. So we'll be looking to continue on that trend. Has already made up 4 positions on race start. Fantastic way to kick off the racing there for Oliver Vickers. And just behind Culla, obviously not quite the ideal start that they would have wanted, but still very much in the mix. Chris Dushy as well, 4 places gained on 1 lap. Louis Dawson, 7 places gained, fastest lap out of everyone, unsurprisingly. 15th up into 8th.
Mega stuff from Louis Dawson there as he tries his way through the pack, making up 8 places, which is incredible stuff for the first lap of this race. But as you can see, Phoebe leads this race, and Oliver Vickers will be absolutely delighted coming into this race, leading the championship. Again, we're only on the 3rd round, but gaining them extra bit of points in the heats will definitely help going into the finals and into the next few rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, in so many championships as well, obviously you've got to consider there'll be, as we see, a nice move down the inside there into Christmas Corner. That was on the number 22 of Oliver Ratton, who has plenty of support in the chat and making a really nice move into the right-hander there. What you'll see in so many championships, people think, oh, it's okay, I've got a drop score to factor in. Well, no, you still want all that points gap that you can get, because every little helps.
Exactly
as some supermarket chains might say.
Jensen Culla there with his fastest lap of the race on a 53.8. Still very, very close to the other drivers behind and in front, but making great leadway there throughout the race. Again, Phoebe is creating that gap. She's doing absolutely brilliant. Really good start to the race. Jensen Culla takes second place over Oliver Vickers. Oliver is still in a very, very good position for points and etc. for this race. Very, very, very close up into Christmas Corner though, closing in on Phoebe Shelton. And this race is going to be very, very close for the top 5 in this race. It
will indeed. Shelton might find herself under threat potentially as we head into the double left-handed complex coming up in just a moment. There is Culla hunting down the number 17 plated kart. Just behind, Vickers and Ratton are having their own fantastic battles. We go side by side, down the inside goes Culla. The gap was there and Jensen just goes for it. Textbook stuff there in the end. Vickers and Ratton, meanwhile, having their own little squabble as they run through the final half of the lap. Maybe they're just waiting for another opportunity. Potentially it's going to come here at the momentum increase. Across the line we go, down through Oblivion yet again. They're all in quick file succession. And somehow Shelton clings on to second despite the threat of Vickers and Ratton attacking from behind. Looks over the shoulder, and as we can see, Ratton is darting across the circuit to find a way to approach Christmas Corner. And there we go, side by side was Vickers and Shelton briefly, but Phoebe now defending from two fronts. A really nice defence here from Phoebe.
Exactly, really good defending there from Phoebe. Might have lost out on first right now, but again, it could come back with her chasing them down and the others fighting behind. Oliver Vickers and Oliver Ratton. Oh, and Oliver Ratton goes down the inside of Oliver Vickers and takes that third place away. But we also have Krish Doshi, who is literally eyeballing that top 3 place, and he goes down the inside of Oliver Vickers. Also through the boot they go and down into the final corner and across the line they go.
Well,
we have,
well played by Doshi there, really well
exactly,
played. Just laying waiting, let the battle settle itself in front basically, and then just pounce on it whenever is possible. That's
leave it all happen and come back.
Yeah, exactly. Shelton, meanwhile, in the mix of battle. Ratton gains a place on that last lap, and Culla still leads the charge. As we look down towards Ashby once more, there is Shelton versus Culla. The fight continues on. We run it down through Chapman now. Nice little S combination of corners before you head back onto the back straight and run through the boot yet again.
2 minutes 40 to go on this Honda Heat 2 race, and Shelton is on Culla's bumper. She will do anything she can to get past, but I think she will wait to see her whereabouts and watch that timer go down. But she is on the back of him coming up to Christmas Corner, and as she tries to pull out an attempt, maybe leave it a sec, and they go into Christmas Corner and follow through. Oliver Ratton again with the fastest lap of the race on a 53.3, but Krish Doshi is actually coming through. He just took 4th place off Oliver Vickers, and he is on his way through the pack with very good consistent times coming through also. But again, we see Phoebe Shelton on the back of Culla, number 15, in the lead of this race. Will she go for a dive, or will she hang on and just stay patient?
That is the question. These drivers are certainly, than myself, far better equipped to make that judgment as they head back through that final corner onto the start-finish straight they go. Ratton not too far behind at all, and actually setting a fastest lap of the race so far on that occasion, so closing in on the leading duo. So in the final 90 seconds plus a lap, anything could happen just yet. Culla back on the defence. Shelton not giving up then, despite challenges faced in this race so far. Ratton also judging it very well and jumping right back in this action as they're down the inside goes Shelton through Ashby. Lovely move there by Phoebe Shelton. Saw an opportunity, went for it, can't ask for better than that. And now it's Colour on the defence against Ratton, but for how long is the question, because on the exit of Chapman's, nails the inside, does Oliver Ratton, and takes P2 in the end. All of a sudden the dynamic of this race leading battle very much changes in an instant, as now it's Shelton versus Ratton, unless Ratton has too much for the challenge in the form of Jensen Colour, who's trying to claw back P2 in this race.
Fantastic racing. Within a few laps, it can just change, as you can see here. Phoebe Shelton leads the race up into Christmas Corner, where you have Oliver Ratton trying to chase her down to get that win. We still have Jensen Culla that could do a few moves with that 30 seconds to go before we get that final lap board. And we still want to see that Cian Doherty has come through and took the fourth place of Chris Doshi, which is still doing very, very well. We do have a fast lap of Oliver Ratton, which is clung onto the back of Phoebe Shelton for this Heat 2 Honda race. All very, very close now. Top 3 going into the boot and onto the final lap after this one. Onto the final straight we go, across the line.
And there we go, last lap commences now. Shelton, Ratton and Colour all in very quick succession. Another fastest lap, this time for Ratton, who looks around the outside potentially of Shelton's going to have to be very creative on the defence here to try and stop Oliver Ratton. What he's going to do is position the car perfectly on the inside of Christmas, where there was nowhere really for Ratton to go and gain an advantage. And Ratton might be at risk here of losing the position to Jensen Colour, who goes down the inside through Ashby. They're side by side, a bit of a switchback there for Ratton to try and claw it back. But what a move from Jensen Colour, who cements P2 for the time being. Chapman might have something to say about that though, as they run back onto the back straight. Phoebe Shelton can rest easy momentarily, knowing that the battling is now going on between P3 and P2. No matter where you look, folks, this battle for the lead has changed in the blink of an eye. Side by side go Colour and Ratton. Ratton takes back second position, but it's Phoebe Shelton who will take top plaudits in this race and takes race victory. Oliver Ratton and Jensen Colour settle their battle towards the end. Ratton P2, Colour P3. Again, another case of a few more laps could have been even more intriguing, but it was already brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, drivers. Cian Doherty and Oliver Vickers complete your top 5. Chris Doshi, Kabir Singh, P6 and P7. That's Louis Dawson, Vinny Thursfield, Freddie Williams, Archie Edgar, Jesse Bailey, Callum Ryle, Fraser Messer, Oscar Watson, Thomas Pregnell, Callum Gain, Alfie Bye, Jacob West, Archie Horton and George Bridger, your 21 karts completing this race. Everyone on the lead lap as well, which is what we like to see. Well done to our top 3 there. What a battle that was at the end.
Fantastic drive from Shelton, taking the race win for Heat 2. But what an absolute amazing battle between Ratton and Culla in Heat 2 for the Honda Cadet Series. Oliver Ratton and Jensen Culla had a really good battle going into the last corner. But well done to all the drivers. Really, really good racing. Yeah, fabulous stuff by all.
Can't ask for much more than that. The Honda Cadets really impressing. That's the last of their pre-final heats out of the way. Then we won't see those until later on in the Slipstream members section of the broadcast. The Honda Cadets will be back out for their final later on. So that's it for the Honda Cadets after the end of session 16 today. And we move over to our Miami Water Swift Cadets with the Rotax running as well. Here we go, and as we look on to the previous fleet heading back into the pits, it is the Rotax Micros and Miami Water Swift that will be the next session. But I'm just looking at that, it's not showing any signs of getting any cooler, is it? It's just
no,
the heat is
it's getting hotter
down.
and hotter. Well, it's definitely getting hotter in the box anyway, so
I think
can
it is,
imagine
yeah.
how it feels out there.
We have the fan set to medium, folks, for a Commons Box update. I'd like to turn the fan up, but you wouldn't be able to hear us.
Yeah.
So the drivers are heading out on track now. Let's take a look at the grid.
Row 1 will be Kyoveria, and then Hendrix Falat, who saw some great battles with these drivers. Once again, I'm going to keep saying that on all these grids. Then it's Hugo Senna, Arlo Gamble, followed by Wraith Owen and Archie Gupta, completing Row 1, 2 and 3. Then it's Will Wainwright, Rudra Pratap, Singh Shekhawat, followed by Jensen Drummond, Johnny Butterfield, Ralph Ewer and Anthony Ray on Row 4, 5 and 6. Then we have Jack Gould, Oakley Howlett, Freddie Fullerton, Jack Reed, Noah Brad and Hayden Bailey, completing Row 7, 8 and 9. Row 10 will feature William Ewer and Alexander Pietak, followed by Rowan Reed and Nicodem Pietak. Charlie Cale and Jack Dundee complete Row 11 and Row 12, followed by Ollie West, Darcy Durnford, Leo Wones, James Ferguson and Helmsley Schultz, completing Row 13, 14 and 15 for this fleet of cars here for the Water Swift and Rotax Micro running. They're already navigating their way around the final corner now. I think just about all in formation, and they're eager to get going. Already full throttle for these drivers of Veria versus Falat as they navigate the first couple of corners. All running a little bit wide into the right-hander crook potentially, but we can see over the shoulder looks Veria, the Falat and Gamble in the mix. But a couple of drivers off in the background. That is the number. Did I see a number 11 there? I don't think I did, because it's not on the number 11 out on track.
Number 33, I think it was, Rowan Reed, who just got on the back of the grass there. But we do have the Waters Restricted Miami class just come through there, and Darcy leads that through it. Leo Wones and Hemsley Skulls with alongside James Ferguson. So coming into Christmas corner there, we have them come through, following on our other race, the Rotax Micro class.
All underway and ready to go. Then we can see Veria, Falat, Gamble lead the charge in this one. Separate themselves out quite nicely so far. We're not seeing any wall-to-wall action between these two for the front row of the grid. I'm sure that's about to change though, and it is about to change. There goes Falat down the inside. Still side by side as they run through Christmas now.
We do have number 72, Arlo Gamble, though, getting involved, and as he goes down the inside of Vieira, I think it was. Yeah, he goes through the inside of 118, and you have Hendrix Falat who leads this race early on, and then but we do have a battle for the top four. As you see, the leader gets a bit of a gap, and now we have the three behind him who want to try and catch up. But you think they kind of work together, get towards the front, and then have that battle.
Absolutely. There's not long to go in this race, so I guess we only have 6 minutes left, so they're going to want to fight any opportunity they can. As we have a driver who feels somewhat hard done by, I suspect. They're unfortunately pointing the wrong direction at the final corner, the run through the chicane there. As we look at the exit of the Christmas corner, once again down towards Ashby we go. Has a look, does P3 there to try and make innings into the tight right-hander there.
Good stuff from Hedrick Falat, followed by Arlo Gamble and Vieira in car number 118, all doing an amazing job. And we have Hendrick Falat, who is taking a bit of a gap on these three drivers behind them. They are closing up a small bit as they're you can kind of see they're helping each other get towards the guy leading, who is number 15, Falat. And they're all in a train now, which is going to be hopefully a battle if we can get them to go any bit closer. And up to Christmas corner they go. But we do have a driver off, which is number 777, Freddie Fullerton. What a shame to see Freddie not continuing the race. He was doing very, very well in the race previous. Number 118, Vieira tries to go down the inside of Gamble, but doesn't quite make it stick. But we do have a battle there. Number 45, Gupta, is come out of absolutely nowhere and tries to get involved. And 118 just keeps that stuck there, and 45, Gupta just follows through.
Yeah, really nice battling there. And it looks to continue on potentially into the boot, although they all head through in single file. Quick shout out to Set Real in the chat to ask, what does Water Swift Restricted mean? Well, actually, somewhat simple. Water cooled engine. It's the IAME water cooled engine, and it runs a restrictor. So
yep, exactly.
Yeah, so that's that one.
And a shout out to Ollie West, number 4, who is running in the Water Swift Restricted class. As you can see, they are not really seen at the front on the live timing at the side of our live stream as they run at the back of this grid. But Ollie West leads Darcy Durnford in that Miami Water Surf Restricted class. So brilliant job of Ollie West and Darcy. Darcy will want that win though, as she is leading the championship currently coming into this round. So she'll do anything she can to stay on the back of Ollie. But again, you do have Falat still leading our Rotax micro class. And there is a bit of a battle going on here. Are they teammates? Yes, I think they are. 26 and 22, which is
Jensen Drummond, and that is Singh Shekhawat as well. 26 and 22 there as they navigate their way into the start-finish straight. Just very impressed by Falat's move down through Christmas Corner a few laps ago, which has settled him into this race lead so well.
26 leads this battle here that we have going on in the mid-pack, which is Rudra, followed by Rath Owen and Jensen Drummond. That is your 22, Jensen Drummond, who is leading there now, and followed by Anthony Ray and Jack Gold. But Vieira sets the fastest lap with a 52.4, 2/10 faster than the Gamble, who is in front of him, and just a 10th off Falat. So he is doing very well to try and make a comeback and get that win. But we do have 2 minutes 40 on the board, so not long left before we get to see that checker flag and the race finish.
Yeah, not long at all. Just over to, well, a little bit over that because we have another lap as well potentially. But not long to go at all as we head through first corner once more. We see a whole collection of karts heading into the Christmas corner. They're all in a big broken group before they make single file formation. Once again, I do love seeing that at Christmas. You see drivers just eager to, oh, maybe this inside line will work, or maybe I can find a new creative way of completing this corner before they all admit defeat and head into a single file anyway.
Exactly that, yeah.
Nice to see it though. Nice to see it. A great move being attempted here. The number 64 of Anthony Ray going for a run down the inside of Chapman. This seems to be a corner that opens itself up as an overtaking opportunity all of a sudden.
100%.
Second half of the day, it seems to be a lot more of a place to go overtaking.
Carrying the speed through Parker into Chapman's, you can get a really good move done by there. So well done to Anthony Ray, who gets that done near Jensen Drummond. But again, he is leading that pack now up to Christmas Corner, where we have Anthony Ray, who leads Rudra, and then Hugo Senna. Really, really nice to see his second name Senna, and he has the Senna colours on.
He has lovely set of kart liveries, helmets, race suits, etc. It always blows me away just how good some of them are. Certainly beats Miles' karty stuff, which is just plain black usually. Look like the
oh, we have a dive there, number 15, who is, that's not 15, I don't think it was.
Whole heap of karts heading through that final corner now. Side by side they go through Oblivion, which is a brave feat to pull off in any category, of course. We look on to the number 15 of Hendrix Falat, who leads the charge fairly comfortably. Meanwhile, Gamble and Vieira are in the midst of battle, and P2, which looked somewhat settled for most of this race, now seems to be certainly less settled as they head down the inside. Vieira says thank you very much, takes P2 away from Gamble, who's controlled things quite nicely in that second spot.
Vieira doing very well to make himself back up that pack now with the fast lap of the race at 52.4, and he gets past Gamble. Fabulous pass on that as well as they come through the boot, and Vieira keeps that stuck, but he's on the hunt to get past Falat now. Not long left in the race, so it's going to be hard to make up that time to get on the back of Hendrick. But there he is in P2, and he follows through up to Christmas. Oh, we do have a spin from kart number 24.
Jack Gold, unfortunately tumbling down the order. Looking elsewhere then, I think they're able to get underway fairly well, luckily for them. But we look back on to the front end of the running here. We can see Flatch just breaking away ever so slightly, but Vieira and Gamble continue on their fight. We are on the penultimate lap of this race now. Gupta and Ewer are not too far behind at all things considered, so they'll want to try and settle this without potentially risking losing a podium. A really crucial spot is this P2 and P3 fight. Lots at stake in terms of points as Flat completes the final part of the lap. Now heads back onto the start-finish straight, as do P2, P3 and P4 in very rapid succession. Now on the final lap of this race, we navigate Crook up towards Christmas Corner we go, and all staying fairly comfortable at the moment. Single file yet again. We navigate Christmas down towards Ashby. Are we going to see another lunge down through Ashby as we've seen between this duo in the past? No, it's looking a lot more settled this time. If anything, they're closing up on Hendricks Verlaat. This might be not quite over just yet as we run through Chapman's in just a moment. Onto the back straight we go. And all of a sudden, Hendricks Verlaat has controlled this race fairly comfortably for so long. Might have a bit of work to do here in case anything were to go awry through the final couple of corners. He can't let the pressure get to him though. He just needs to control his pace quite nicely. He should have enough to make the difference. He navigates that final corner and encroaching our P2 and P3, but Verlaat is going to take the checkered flag, as it is in fact the checkered flag. Sorry, timing wasn't updated. Oh dear, we have a spin through the chicane there. That's an unfortunate place for the numbers at 37 there.
I think it was 32,
yeah. Oh,
32
okay.
Hemsley Skulls, yeah.
Yeah, what a shame for Schultz there, but they navigate the final couple of corners through. But Flat takes your victory. Vera and Gamble complete your podium. You could tell that Vieira was hunting down because 52.19, fastest lap of the session overall on the final lap. Really impressive stuff. But after that, we have Gupta, Ewer, Butterfield, Owen, Drummond, Shekawat and Senna completing your top 10. That's it for the Water Swifts and Rotax Micros for the time being. We won't see those until around about 4 p.m. later on today. Temperature should have dropped a little bit by that point, we hope. But up next, that's it for the Ammies. Up next, we're going to have a bit more Rotax action. Senior Max, Rotax Inters and Junior Max.
So we have our senior Rotax Heat 3 joining us on circuit very, very soon. This is probably the third heat. Yeah, it's the third heat we have in the senior Rotax. Very, very big grids in seniors and juniors in the Rotax classes across this weekend. They will be joining us on the circuit very soon, just waiting for our previous class to leave the circuit. But there they are, leading on the grid, waiting to go out. Plenty of them out. The umbrellas are all disappeared again. But yeah, starting grid here. So row 1 we have William Webb alongside Oliver Smith. Row 2 James Tester and Luke Richards alongside him. Row 3 Will Forber and Ethan Hatch starting on row 3. Row 4 we have Dijon Bennett and Joseph Orton. Row 5 Ryan Welsh and Freddie Leppenwell. Row 6 Molly Griffiths and Michael Dalton alongside Molly herself. And then row 7 we have Jake Fisher, Jack Johnson, and row 8 Kieran Edgson and Oliver Gibson. Row 9 Dexter Collins and Rory Burke. Row 10 Daniel Kanev and Parsa Tamansbad. And then row 11 we have Harvey Lee Winteridge and Jacob Lee. Row 12 we have Arminis Zakavers and we have Ryan Hedge alongside him on row 12. Row 13 we have Zenzong Lim and Harry Wilch, and rounding out our 28 car grid on row 14 we have Callum Brockhurst and Ethan Martin. What a grid to get underway for Heat 3. Plenty of action going to be happening here, and we should get underway very, very shortly with this Heat 3 for Senior Rotax.
We should indeed. Plenty of enjoyment to be had so far from these categories. As we say, they're all sat in the pits getting ready to go racing once more. See, timing is now updated to show 26 degrees on the temp, and that is a lot more representative. It is an absolute scorcher. And of course, if you want to follow along with all of the kind of race info and championship standings and how rounds have gone previously, and also timing, what's going on the track right now, www.alpharacehub.com. You can also have another window open because have this on your big screen, and then you can have even on your phone, maybe you can bring up the timing to follow along, or tune in again on another device because you really want to watch it. But yeah, timing can be followed at alpharacehub.com. And that will provide you some useful insight, and actually is exactly what we have in front of us as well.
You always have the 2 or 3 phones going when you have someone out on when they're racing, with the timing and the live feed, and then you have the championships in the other corners. So it's hard to keep it all going, but it's great to have it there when you need it.
It absolutely is. As we look on to that start-finish straight, this would be kind of exactly where we're looking at. So I remember, again, for the WMKC, where we'd always park up the teams for qualifiers. This would be right where we would sit, so we can watch all the teams set off from our cars, but also the pit lane's right there, so you can immediately ask your driver what went on, or how did it go, or we're in inters, or other such questions that you might have for your drivers. And I'm liking this, actually. Hello to Conan, who says hello to Scott on the turn 3 camera. It's his first time doing it as well. And
I guess so.
Yeah, top work to Scott there. It's definitely a week of firsts, isn't it? It's definitely a lot of firsts on this broadcast.
And away they go. We have the senior Rotax heading it on track for their Heat 3. And there is a massive grid of these guys, as to why we're doing a lot of heats of them. So we have them all attending the track now on the way on their formation lap, and then get together in their pack to get this race underway. 28 kart grid, very, very strong, and we have some big names in here who have done very, very well over the course of this weekend already. For instance, William Webb, he's been very, very good over the last few heats, along with James Hester, and everyone else throughout the grid. Very, very strong drivers as they get ready, warming up them tyres and getting into the formation they need to come down the main straight and see them lights go off.
Yep, doing everything they need to do. It's a big grid to get formed up in the space of one lap. So top work to all the drivers there for the most part. We've done it without issue, really. So really impressive stuff to see it all settled quite so quickly. These fabulous looking Rotax machines. They do look great, these cars. I do love watching them
very
head around.
colourful.
Yeah, as they head down the tram lines to get ready to go racing yet again. Here the cars barreling down through Oblivion with all that speed that they pick up on the start-finish straight. They make their way through Crook, and it's a pretty clean start overall. We've got one straggler there who's luckily still pointing in the right direction, but overall a really good getaway for these drivers. 3 wide we are through Christmas in the midfield there. It is somehow brought back right onto the track though, which is great.
Brilliant start to this senior Rotax heat, all very smooth sailing, and we do have a dive down the inside early on from the kart 81 Ryan Welsh onto Joseph Orton, but yeah, they'll come across the line now and we'll see where everyone has gone as far as into the lash cane and around the boot, and they come into that last corner and across the line they come to take where they are positioned. William Wedd leads the pack along with James Tester and Oliver Smith, and then Luke Richards. We have Wolf Over in 5th and Dijon Bennett rounding off the top 6. Great start from William Webb once again. Really, really fast driver, and he has taken the fastest lap of the race with a 46.74.
Yeah, good way to kick off the race then. We're still yet to get fully into a rhythm necessarily, so to speak, or have drivers find a bit of a clean space on track. They might struggle with such big fleets of kart out on track at any given moment in this race, but I'm sure they'll be able to do so as we head up towards the boot once again, vying for position. We are pretty much in single file, apart from side by side there, the 2 blue karts. That doesn't really narrow it down, does it?
I think it
couldn't
was
quite see the number plates.
49 of Michael Dalton and Jake Fisher in the 78, battling out there through after the boot, through the chicane, which is a bit of a brave one, as they come through Chris's corner there now, all in a train. So some good overtakes are yet to be seen.
Yeah, a whole fleet of them now exiting Ashby down through the double left-hander once again. Richard flying along, as we say, absolutely flying along at the moment. Back up towards the boot we go. And we can see a bit of a pack forming up here. Oh dear, as we have a cart off, and that is, bumper off. That is going to be a bit of a race end of that, isn't it? What a shame.
Massive.
What a shame to see the entire front bumper detach like that.
Great work from Ethan Martin, who has made up 11 places.
Down the inside there through Christmas corner. That was the number 27, I believe. No, it wasn't, sorry. A little bit further back.
Number 89, I think it was. So that would be William Webb, who leads. So you were right.
Oh, I was right. Yeah, apologies.
Right, yeah.
Apologies. I was looking for the 89, couldn't see it,
following.
and it was at the top. So that was a nice overtake for the lead there from Tester. Tester, of course, in the mix in the previous senior Rotax heats that we've had so far. What a great battle that they completed their final race with.
So we do have the top 5 literally bumper to bumper coming down that main straight, and everyone wanting that top step in this heat to get as much as they can towards the final. Coming in to Christmas Corner, we have William Webb leading, James Tester along with Oliver Smith, who is getting onto the back of them as they squabble to try and get in front of each other. Oh, we have number 27, James Tester, who takes the lead now, and William Webb follows through as he goes through Chapman's and onto the straight.
Yellow flags way through this sector, so we don't be seeing any big overtakes done. That is why there's still a driver with a stricken kart there. So we head through in single file, we're back onto the start finish straight, and what a huge fleet of karts we now have occupying the front end of the pack. Tester, Webb, Smith, Forber, Richards, all in quick succession as we run through Oblivion, through Crook, down towards Christmas Corner. Once again, kicking the back end out ever so slightly to get that kart rotated into the right-hander of Christmas. All very calm between this close pack of drivers. They head through Ashby, down through Chapman's in just a moment.
Race getting very, very close now. All the drivers are getting very close to each other, so these last couple of laps should be a bit of entertainment for everyone that is watching. James Tester leads William Webb through the chicane and onto the main straight past the start finish, and it stays the same as you can see on the board. We have them coming through up towards Christmas, and they're in a massive lead. But I think, again, the top 2 are starting to pull away. But no, again, William Webb goes down the inside of Christmas on James Tester and takes the lead once again. But that's bringing everyone else just even closer to try and get onto the top step.
That is indeed chaos. They'd be doing very well to have this switchback battle between the two without losing position to any of the drivers behind. So far, they've managed it. But the question is, will they be able to maintain that? Webb takes charge once again, has the fastest lap in this one, has the momentum behind him if anything, but it's by oh so close to the margin because Tester is right there. Smith and Forber smell a chance at victory here, never mind a podium.
Yeah, we also have the Luke Richards and Ryan Welsh who are clinging onto the back of them also, so they're it gets down the grid even more and we're getting more closer. But coming up to Christmas Corner, we still have William Webb who leads, but again, as you say, James Tester and Oliver Smith, they're all waiting for something to happen to be able to get in front of each other.
They are indeed, and this very close pack begins to separate out ever so slightly now as we head through Ashby. We'll try and follow them along as we run down through Cammie, run down the inside there. That is brilliant stuff from the number 81 of Ryan Welsh there. Fantastic opportunistic move there. Absolutely went for it and was rewarded as well. This is the battle for the upper midfield, P4, P5. As we head through that final corner once more, Webb, Tester, Smith breaking away somewhat at the front end of the pack. Then Welsh gets ahead of Forber and Richards with that move on the exit of Chapman there. We follow along with this set of karts as they make their way up through the Christmas Corner. Now there's your top 3 separating themselves out, as I say, 6 karts just behind, with the top 10 covered by a second.
Not even, yeah, second, 2 seconds-ish going into, but brilliant stuff from Ryan Welsh, who's actually keeping that pack behind him. But again, he's going to want to chase into the top 3 as they pull away. But we still do have William Webb doing a fantastic job on delivering them fastest lap times throughout this race here on a 46.08. As he starts to try and pull away from second and third, James Tester and Oliver Smith, there is a gap forming there as they come across the line.
There is indeed, and they've done very well to claw back that comfortable race lead, given that at one point the position that they were battling from looked like they were going to be very vulnerable to plenty of karts behind, so they've done well in that regard. Welsh, as we say, leads the rest of that pack. They're doing a commendable job of it as well. He's under a lot of pressure. He's made up 5 positions in this race from P9. Other big mover in this one, Ethan Martin, 28th on the grid, currently 11th on the road.
Brilliant stuff, yeah.
17 positions gained as we now approach the final 30 seconds of this race. Now we watch the drivers head through the boot. And through the chicane we go. This is P4 that we're looking on with the battle for P4s. 127 and 393. That is going to be Dejon Bennett and Jack Johnson having a bit of a coming together, unfortunately, as they are able to get that kart cleared. Like to see a bit of teamwork there almost in separating themselves out as we go into Christmas corner side by side. Meanwhile, Welsh and Forber enjoying their battling, and Forber on through as we start the penultimate lap of this race.
Mega stuff from our drivers here. As you can see, kart number 15, Will Fober, who leads. Kart number 81, Ryan Welsh, who takes that. But now we have another kart down the inside. Will Fober, I think it is, or Luke Richards, sorry, who takes down the inside so but doesn't quite miss out. We do have, and there's an off. There's a massive off for, I think it was Ryan Welsh, who was taking the lead, unfortunately for him.
What a shame.
And Will Fober.
Yeah, as we start the last lap of this race now, a driver that was right in contention, potential podium, if not that, then a really good points haul. Tumbles down the order somewhat. It is only 8th, still actually gains a position based on the grid start, but not the position that they would have wanted, I am sure.
Great stuff from Luke Richards, keeping behind and watching things happen, and then was there to grab if anything did happen, which it did. So great stuff from him. And we do have kart number 38, Oliver Smith, on the back of James Hester. Could we have a little change here on the final lap coming into the last corner into the boot? William Webb comes, absolutely phenomenal drive from William Webb coming across the line and taking P1 in heat 3 of senior road tax, followed by James Tester and Oliver Smith. Great battle from them two guys. And in 4th place, Luke Richards, followed by Will Fober in 5th. 6th, Kieran Edgson. 7th, Michael Dalton. 8th, Ryan Welsh. And 9th, Leppenwell. Rounding out the top 10, we have Ethan Hatch, but a great drive from Ethan Martin in 11th, making 17 positions in that race, starting near the back. So it just proves anyone near the back can come near the front. Really, really good work.
Yeah, top work there. What a way to round up the race as well. Tester and Smith, who knows, again, yet another case of a bit more racing to go, and who knows. But that's it for the Senior Max heats. We've got one last bit of Rotax into heat running before we dive into the finals. So, penultimate heat completed. Now it's time for the Rotax Inters. Here we go, Rotax Mini into Heat 3 will be underway in a few moments. We're going to take a look at the grid at an increasingly lovely looking paddock here at Wilson Mill, I must say. It keeps getting warmer. I'm starting to get a little bit envious, although if it were to be any hotter than I am right now, I'd probably be unable to continue broadcast, because it is lovely either way.
Getting warmer and getting busier. It's getting really busier out there.
It is indeed, but we are ready now to take a look at what the grids are going to look like, so let's see them. It will be Jackson Hilton and Akil Nain on row 1, followed by Alfie Flippenson and Rudra Gokulnath on row 2. Then we have Noah Hammond and Teddy Murphy completing the 3rd row of the grid. Flynn Grantham and Frank Morris, James Carver, Will Eden on row 4 and 5, followed by Jay Birmingham and William Moore on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 will feature Preston Howard and Isaac Garth, followed by Freya Lally and Eli Owen on row 8, I can count, promise. Jake Hansford and Jamal Param on row 9, followed by the 10th row of the grid, which will feature Ethan Coupland and Teddy Roberts. Oliver Stonebrook and Santiago Simeon will complete row 11, followed by Arthur Kaiser and Mohammed Umar Abdeen on row 12. Next few rows then will be Emrys Perring, Byron Webb, Billy Gromit and Phoenix Millen Sexton, followed by Idris George and George Whiteman on row 15. That's 30 carts there for our grid for the Rotax Mini into running for the afternoon. As I say, the final heat before we head into the finals action. The final heat before the finals. Follow along, folks. Before things start to get really spicy in terms of who we're going to see taking away the most points from today's running.
You see them line up now to head out onto track our Rotax Inters for 45 entries in this class, which is a pretty big class for Rotax Inters. Really, really good stuff. Nice to see so many karts and youngsters getting into the sport. Wouldn't be familiar with a lot of the names, so it's nice seeing some newbies getting into karting these days. But yeah, we should be getting underway with this race very, very shortly, and they will head out onto their formation lap.
They will indeed. I'm going to use this opportunity for one last quick plug, because we are about to get into the finals. Reminder that the finals will be live for SlipStream members today. If you haven't joined already and you feel like offering us that extra bit of support, there's that join button down below and you can take part and begin your rolling monthly subscription. A big thank you to everyone who supports and tunes in, no matter in what capacity. Now's your chance to get joined up, folks, before the finals start. But as I say, and as I've demonstrated, it takes seconds. Literally takes a couple of seconds.
Again, as Reeve said, only takes a couple of seconds to hit that join button, get joined and watch the finals in action today. As he said, you can watch it in a week's time when we do release them, but why not watch it today? Why not get involved?
Yeah, you want to see it as it unfolds, as all the chaos unfolds. Otherwise, you're going to have your fingers in your ears for the rest of the week. Go, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers.
So senior Rotax Mini, Inters head out on track now for the Heat 3, 45 on the grid here, as we have Akel Nain will be happy to be starting on the front row with his championship lead and his win from the previous round. So he'll be very happy to be starting where he is. But we'll wait for them to create a formation and get this race underway.
We will indeed. So they form up once more. We can see marshals and officials looking on, needing a bit of shade to do so as well, because it is properly beating down. I know I banged on about the weather today, but it's actually summer's started this weekend, which is nice.
It's nice, yeah.
It's taken a while. It is pretty much June, but summer's finally started.
And hopefully we keep the sun. It doesn't disappear. Keep it here.
Yeah. Oh, if it could follow me back home tonight,
No,
that'd be lovely.
we'll keep it down here. No. You can keep your rain upstairs.
Either way, speaking of following, drivers following each other through that final corner, and we are good to go racing. We are not good to go racing. It's a false start. False start there being waved on the digi-flag. That is likely to be a driver out of position then, I would guess, because it looked like we were ready to go racing. So we're going to get formed up once more and navigate our way down to that last lap. As we did a moment ago. As you might have seen in the broadcast chat there. Again, last chance, 15 minutes until we go members only. This is pretty much the last full broadcast before we go, the last full race before we go members only. So do join if you haven't done so already for the live action. Big thank you to all of those who do. I had quite a smooth transition through that final lap, talking about drivers following along and all that, and now it's a false start, so I'm going to come up with something else now.
I think they're all slowing down a bit more now, and everyone seems to be on the back of the train ready to hit the start finish and get going. So we should see a start here in a few seconds now as they head towards start finish line, and then lights will go out and the race is underway. And into the lead we have...
Akil's control things, I think, but
Akil, yeah.
Hilton and Phillipson are not too far behind at all as we run down towards Christmas. You can see looking over the shoulder already, the defence is very much on.
Yes, so Akil leads the pack into Christmas and follows through, but we do have a bit of a bump from 82. And that is 82 is Phoenix Millen Sexton in 27th, who is making up places there, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, unfortunate place to have a bit of an off there. Not usually what you expect to see, but everyone able to continue on. Everyone looks to be all right and pushing on, getting back underway, pointing in the right direction, which is what we like to see. But we head through that final corner once again and get ready to complete the first lap of this race. Hilton takes charge as we start the second lap of this race. It's Akil and Phillipson just behind.
Brilliant stuff from Jackson Hilton in the 145 kart, leading Akil Nan, and then in third place Alfie Phillipson. 2 places up though, Teddy Murphy. He might be one to watch coming through that pack. but we do have Jackson who leads this race, but still a long way to go, 6 minutes and a bit. So we do have a long race ahead.
Yep, still plenty of time in this one comparatively. Of course, those who might be a bit more familiar with slightly longer race formats will think, wow, these are short, and it just means that the action's just even more condensed, which is brilliant stuff. I do any format of karting I do quite enjoy, to be honest. I'll be giving some endurance stuff a bit of a go in a month. That'll probably end not too well for myself. I pretty much write my body off after I do it, because no matter how much gym, which clearly hasn't been enough recently, it always ends up being a bit problematic when I do a quick stint in endurance. But these guys do much shorter format racing, and I'm sure I'll be much better skilled at it than myself if they were to try out the longer stuff. 49.8 for Jackson Hilton on that last run. Fastest lap of the race so far, but only by 100th of a second, because of course Akil's just behind and is keeping that pressure on.
Yes, Akil's keeping that pressure on. We do have Alfie and Teddy in the background, just waiting there and seeing how the action unfolds. But Jackson again leads this race, but again he is under pressure from Nan, who is in the background. And we have him come across the line now through the last corner, and Jackson Hilton still leads, along with Akil and Alfie in third place and Teddy in fourth. Rounding out the top five, we have Rudra in cart number 25 into Christmas corner. Number 145, Jackson still leads, but Alki is keeping him under pressure and waiting just for this small little thing to happen to see if he can get past. But Alfie is swarming in the background and catching onto the back of the top two, with the fastest lap being Jackson Hilton.
5 minutes left on the clock now. Then no major change elsewhere in the pack. All settled into a nice rhythm for the time being. Of course, next time we will see these guys out on track will be in around about an hour's time for the B final. So this will determine where drivers are grouped for those upcoming split finals later on in the afternoon. These are really important races to determine that.
Brilliant stuff from Alfie Phillipson there, who is clinching onto the back of second place with a fast lap of 49.5. Not much of a difference between these drivers, because they're all very, very close and consistent between them all. But it's all closing in. As you can see, Akil is right on the back of Jackson Hilton, and he is hoping to be making a move within 4 minutes and a bit of this race left. And he does. He makes a move into the chicane, gets in front of Jackson Hilton and makes it stick. But now we have Alfie, who is hunting down first and second coming across the line. So we can see how this will unfold coming up to Christmas, because as you know, this is a popular corner to get moves done.
It certainly is. So Akil leading the charge then. Swap around in positions, a brief glance over the shoulder, but not too phased by the seams of things. Gets the kart rotated nicely into the corner, just behind Murphy and Gokkulnath having their own battle, enjoying their own little squabble in this race as they run through Ashby in just a moment. Meanwhile, we see that as the kart of Hilton and Phillipson following closely behind, heading through and on to the back straight they go now.
So Akil leads this pack in his Rotax mini kart, and he is coming through and then onto the final corner through the start finish, and follows Jackson Hilton and Alfie Phillipson. But they're all very, very close in this race, so anything can happen, as you know from other previous races we watched. Small little details can get you a position. But up into Christmas, we have a lovely move done there by 125 James Carver on Isaac Garth in the 87 kart, and he leads him into the next corner. But no, number 87 Isaac Garth tries to get that back, and he does. He makes it stick, but we have the 125 nosing it in there towards Chapman, and there's a lovely battle going on here. But now 64, I believe, is getting involved, Will Edin, and that comes up to the long straight into the chicane. Great battle going on between these guys here in the 10th to 12th, or 9th to 10th position.
Yeah, fantastic stuff throughout the pack. Looking at big moves in this run. George Whiteman's made up 12 positions in this race so far. 2 minutes left on the clock, and we could be on for a couple more position changes here at the front end of the running. Up towards Christmas we go. And we can see all looking pretty stable for the time being. Hilton trying to find a way towards Akil potentially.
Brilliant stuff from number 87, Isaac Garth, who leads that pack after he had that bit of battle being done on the previous lap. We have 1-2-4 there coming through the chicane behind 26, who's doing an incredible job as well. Noah Hammond doing an incredible job coming through there as well. But again, they come across the line. Akil still leads with a fastest lap of 49.1. Incredible lap there done by the 128. And Jackson Hilton follows on Alfie Phillipson. Not much, there's a bit of a gap creating now, but again, Jackson Hilton is chasing down, he is catching the leader, which will be a good battle if we can get it done within that minute and a bit that's left.
Yeah, it would be indeed. So many times these races have come down to the wire. We've wondered what would happen if a lap or two more. And this could be another case of that, unless they settle their differences at this point in the lap. There's 2 or maybe 3 laps left to go. In fact, this will be 2 laps to go once they cross the line yet again. And we navigate our way through that final part of the lap now. Through the chicanes we go.
Number 26, Flink Grantham, is doing incredible there as well as he leads. Noah Hammond, as we said before, doing a great job as they all go up to Chris's corner now. It's all quite similar in gap-wise. As you can see, Jackson is still on the back of the leader we have in this race, so he will do anything in his power to get past and take that win for this heat.
Do actually have a waved yellow at this part of the track, so it is worth noting that might put a bit of a damper on any potential last-minute battles or overtakes potentially. I imagine that incident will get resolved fairly quickly though before, either way they pass through that second quite quickly and get to continue on a full green flag, full pace running. So they make their way around the final corner once again. See 5 karts navigating their way through Oblivion now, all relatively comfortably spaced out, it seems. They all seem to be in a nice bit of a rhythm at the moment. As you say, Kales, any last-minute charges will have to be done now or never pretty much, as I think it's going to be Gokanath versus Murphy, who are the closest drivers at the moment, heading through Ashby in just a moment.
Great drive from Teddy Murphy there, setting a fast lap again, and for Sam Pollitt Racing, great to see him coming through the pack as well. But I think we might have our winner here, but there's still a few corners left and there is that yellow flag that's waving. But he does have a great lead, that Akil, in the 128 kart, and he comes round the last corner and he's out of the boot and he comes down the finish line, towards the finish line, and takes the win. So well done to Akil, who takes the win in his 128 Rotax Mini Intercart, and he takes the win. Very well done, great drive, along with Jackson Hilton, who kept him under pressure, really good drive. And 3rd place, Alfie Phillipson. 4th place, Teddy Murphy, with a fastest lap as the race ended on a 49.1. Rudra in 5th, Flynn Grantham in 6th, Noah Hammond 7th, Isaac Garth 8th, Will Eden 9th and 10th. Rounding at the top 10, we have James Carver. Brilliant race, some great battles, and yeah, very, very good, and fair play to Teddy. He got that lap in towards the end.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that one, a really strong performance, and again that top 5 looking poised and eager to fight. Still seeing a few drivers coming across the line, now enjoying their own battles. Props to George Whiteman, 15 places gained. Isaac Garth, 6 places gained up towards the top end as well. But that is our Rotax Minis heading back into the pit lane, as you say, Kales, for one last time in the heat. Running, they can have a bit of a breather now before we see them once again later on in the afternoon. Around about 3:30 will be the next time we see those karts back out on track. Last of our heats as well, so that's kind of the early running, so to speak, settled. Now we head into the finals,
which gets a bit this is where it gets fun.
Stuff gets spicier. The stakes have risen, and every overtake matters just that little bit more, doesn't it? Because you're trying to claw away as many points as you can from the race weekend. Round 3 here at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Once a month, of course, this meeting is held at the end of every month, and what an enjoyable way it is to spend at least the summer, and then a little bit before that, and a little bit after it as well. They do some more invitational events, or I don't know if they call them invitational, more kind of separate events for the winter as well. But round 3 is our focus for today. As I say, our heats are done, and that does mean that in just a few minutes we'll be saying goodbye to the free portion of this Slipstream powered by Alpha Live broadcast today. Hoping that you'll either be supporting as a Slipstream member or maybe jumping on that join button right now and tuning in to the live finals that will be coming up in just a couple of minutes, literally just a couple of minutes now before we switch over to the members only portion of the broadcast. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with you here for my first Wilton Mill Kart Club event. Kales, for your first commentary gig.
No, it's been a pleasure to be here, especially alongside yourself, Reeve. I know you have a bit of experience behind the box, and honestly, you've been a great person to be next to for my first commentary experience. So yeah, I've loved every minute, and thank you for bringing me along.
No, thank you very much. You've been an absolute delight to have in the commentary box as well. You're far too kind, and it's a bit scary hearing myself being called an experienced commentator. And many people would laugh at that. I remember my first gig really wasn't that long ago at all, so it has been a real pleasure.
I know. I was thinking, when you're a driver, it's obviously a bit different, and obviously eventually the driving starts to slow down. So, hearing other drivers' experiences and stories and how they're doing is definitely something that catches my eyes. So no, it's great to see new drivers coming through as well, because there's not many names there that you really know of nowadays. So it's great to see new people and young kids getting more involved.
Exactly, and what a fine job they've done so far as well. They've put on a really good set of heats for us so far. Really good days worth of racing. I think everyone can be very pleased with how today has gone, which just makes me more and more excited for the later half of today's run. We've got 19 sessions under our belts so far. We have 11 more to go. Not long to go now for this free portion of the Slipstream broadcast today. One last quick reminder, get joining if you want to jump in on the paid port or the members only portion of the broadcast, where all of our finals will be shown live. If you choose not to jump in as a member with us, quick reminder, 7 days you'll see this full broadcast as well. But there's so many benefits to joining, why not do it? But a big thank you for supporting us no matter which way you do. Thank you all for tuning in so far, and we will speak to you very shortly as we get ready for our finals here at Wilton Mill. Here we go then. Finals at Wilton Mill are underway. We're about to be underway a bit.